nation is in an uproar. A ton of people are very upset about this. Unfortunately, ISF has responded not by ending this horrific practice that everybody thinks is horrific, but instead they've doubled down. They've put up this reinforced security fence. It's an electric fence. It's got to cost them probably tens of thousands of dollars to put in, and they do this all so they can continue this barbaric, unfathomably horrific practice, maybe the most unfathomably horrific practice ever captured in terms of U.S. factory farm cruelty, and they're doubling down on it. So right now, we are prepared to go to the farm. We have 3 brave individuals here with us. Going to shine light on them. 3 folks here who are putting themselves on the line, putting their freedom on the line to lock down, to lock to this facility, to lock to the fence, and to try to prevent them from bringing the pigs in to begin with. So what they do is over the course of the entire night, they're bringing in load after load after load of these poor pigs, and then they roast them all alive. And so we're trying to cut off the access point where they bring the pigs in, because there's a massive fence that's going to prevent us from getting to the actual barn, and they have a supervisor on site. I know that if there's not a sheriff on site, they're very quick to call them.
I'd ease off on the lights until we get the first.
Yeah, bring the lights down. Bring the lights down.
Okay. The
all right,
chain
folks,
up. Once we get the first chain up, you guys.
Yeah.
Are good.
All right, so folks, we're in the dark here slightly, just so we can approach quietly. But we're coming right up on the site here. Momentarily, we're going to be going for it. Okay. So you can video them as they.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
Okay. I would probably stop right here.
How you feeling?
Okay, let's stop right here.
We are ready.
You ready?
Okay.
All right.
Go up. Upwards, go. We're going to be in good shape to get this locked down. You can go and turn the light on.
All right.
Stay here. Let's stay.
There's someone right there.
All right. I have employees running up there. Why don't you just go ahead? Why don't you go ahead and run it, or get your DSLR, get your other camera going. Right. And so here we have these folks are stepping up. They're stepping up to stop this barbarity, to stop them literally roasting these poor pigs alive. These employees, I know that Iowa Select Farms employees are outraged. We've been in touch with several of them. Iowa Select Farms employees that are seeing what's happening and are outraged. They're taking action. Please share this live stream. This is an absolute horror show. You got a flashlight? This is an absolute horror show, and it needs to stop. It needs to end. And so these people, these brave activists, are putting their freedom on the line to take action and to try to put an end to this nightmare. So please do share this live stream. If you care about this issue, if you want to see this come to an end, please do anything you can to raise awareness around this. I know that there are Iowa Select Farms employees who will be watching this live stream, and I know that you're heartbroken to see your employers engaged in this horror show, engaged in this completely unnecessary just slaughter, just catastrophe. I cannot speak in harsh enough terms to talk about how barbaric, how horrific this practice truly is. And we need to demand action. This is a company that has billions, over $1 billion a year in revenue. They certainly have the means to do better than this, which frankly, it's hard to imagine anything that's worse than this. And so we're demanding that they do so. We're demanding that they take rightful action and end this horrific practice. So for people who may not know, ventilation shutdown, this is what they call it. This is the industry term for when they roast pigs alive. And so what they do, they load up these farms, they put pigs inside, thousands of pigs in fact, and they literally are roasting these pigs alive inside of this facility. And the industry refers to this, not only as acceptable, but humane. and it's been defended by law enforcement. It's been defended by a local sheriff as humane. It's been defended by the Iowa Ag Secretary as humane. Iowa's Ag Secretary, in fact, called the activists exposing this disgusting. It's been referred to in Iowa Select Farms internal emails where they communicate with their employees as humane, and as they use the term euthanasia, which means a painless death, which means a quick death, a merciful death. And nothing could be further from the truth when we talk about what happens to these poor pigs. And they also refer to this as a heartbreaking tragedy for the farm. And when a farm has that kind of a budget, they certainly have the means to do otherwise. Their CEO, Jeff Hansen, he drives around. He has a driver who drives him around. He doesn't drive around. He has a private jet. He has multiple homes. He flies around the state of Iowa, where he could just take a 2-hour drive, but instead he takes a flight. This is an extremely wealthy man worth at least tens, probably hundreds of millions of dollars, who's trying to lie, who's trying to tell his own employees, lying directly to them, saying that he has no alternative. It's a bold-faced lie. It's an absolute horror show, and it needs to come to an end. And gratefully, we have folks like these brave folks here. We have Cheyenne, we have Justin, we have Scotty, who are chaining themselves to this fence right now. You can see the barbed wire at the top. I'm told it's also electric. So they've spared no expense to try to do anything they can to continue with this horror show. So please, once again, share this live stream. Share this live stream. We have to get the word out on this. That's the only way the change is going to be happening, is through the actions, like the action of these brave individuals right here, and through us putting the appropriate pressure on this company and saying, no, enough is enough, and this simply needs to end. And the voices are getting louder and louder. Even amongst Iowa Select Farms' own employees are speaking up and saying this horror show, it simply needs to end. This company has the means. They can do so much more. And I want to talk about what our asks are tonight. So why are we here, and what are our demands? So first, actually, can you come over here, Devin? You want to? So our demands here tonight. First of all, we're demanding that Iowa Select Farms. They say this is a horrible, heartbreaking process, and we are asking them to simply, will they release one individual out of the thousands of pigs, at least hundreds, but likely thousands of pigs that they're intending to roast this evening? Will they release one pig, one individual to this farm, or to Iowa Farm Sanctuary? So we have a home ready to go at Iowa Farm Sanctuary, where they have the capacity, they have the means, and they're very enthusiastic about trying to help, about trying to save the life of an individual. That is not a cheap undertaking, lifetime care for a pig, but they heard about this horror show, and they stepped up and they said, absolutely, if you can get them to release a pig, we will do that. So we put the question to the leadership of Iowa Select Farms. You say that this process is heartbreaking. You say that you wish you had some other options, but you're completely out of options. We're giving you an option right here, right now. We have a home. Release one of these poor pigs. Is it really true that you have to roast every single one of these individuals alive, or will you, or can you, can one of them be spared? It will cost them absolutely nothing, no time, no hassle, nothing. We'll just stand there and point back that way.
Yeah, no problem.
To make this happen, and we'll see what they say. All right, we're gonna get another light going here so we can kind of see a better sense of what's going on. Hopefully. Okay. All right, and now, folks, obviously it's dark out here, and it's kind of it's in the middle of nowhere, so there's not good lighting. I think Iowa Select Farms is also doing that by design, that they don't want people to see what's going on. But just beyond me, we have these three activists who've locked down, and they're attempting to prevent these trucks from coming in and being able to truck in hundreds or likely thousands of pigs to be roasted alive tonight. And so I'm getting back to our demands here tonight. Number one, we're asking Iowa Select Farms, release one pig. That is the simplest, most basic question. And there's really no reason that you wouldn't spare one of these individuals. If they care as much as they say they care, if they find this process to be as heartbreaking as they say they find it to be, that's just a very, very minimal ask. And there's just absolutely no reason out of the bare minimum of decency to do so. Our second ask we have tonight, and this is an ask that we're extending both to Iowa Select Farms and Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, is to end this practice. This ventilation shutdown practice is just unfathomably horrible. Is as horrific as factory farming really can be. This is just a level beyond. This is just unfathomable horror. If anybody hasn't seen the video or hasn't read the Intercept article, please do so. You can't use superlatives enough to discuss how horrific this practice is, and it simply needs to end. And so we're calling on both Iowa Select Farms as a company to do it. We're calling on Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds to take action herself and put an end to this, make a statement, do whatever is in her power to end this horrific practice. And our third ask, we want Governor Kim Reynolds to have a conversation. What's happening in the current state of affairs in this state, in this country, is a horror show. This is traumatizing to the workers. It's obviously a horror show for the animals. We're hearing round and round and round, more and more about how Iowa Select Farms' own employees, these are people who do this for a living. These are people who are pig farmers. That's what their company does. And they're saying, absolutely not. They're saying this is horrifying. They're horrified. They're also offended that their employer has been deliberately trying to conceal what's happening from them, that their employer has in some cases been lying to them, and that their employer has the audacity to come to them and say in a company email that they said that this is humane, and they use the word euthanasia. And that just, and we've had conversations. I've had conversations, with whistleblowers who are remaining confidential. I've had conversations probably with some of the folks who are working here tonight on camera when I walk up to them. And these poor folks, they'll say the same thing to me. They're like, yeah, this is shitty. Yeah, this does suck. They'll say, you think we want to be out here? You think any of us want to be doing this? And that just tells you, that's just the reality. Nobody supports this. Nobody supports this. But one unfortunate reality is that these employees have sort of come to feel as though they don't have an opportunity. They don't have another way out, or that the company doesn't have another way out. And it's just simply untrue. So we certainly appreciate that employees have to provide for themselves, have to provide for them families, but we're calling on them to make a stand and demand better of their employer, because this is so far beyond the pale, and it's just absolutely horrific. And furthermore, we have legal opinions that what's happening here is not only morally abhorrent, but is criminal. And so the very standards that are touted by this industry-funded veterinary group, actually Iowa Select Farms is even falling short of those standards. Now, those standards in and of themselves are a complete fraud, just because those veterinarians are bought and paid for by the industry, similar to the so-called climate scientists that are hired by ExxonMobil to come out and talk about how climate science is a hoax. We have these industry veterinarians receiving money from animal agriculture and then turning around, and what do you know? They say positive things about animal agriculture. But I cannot emphasize enough that even that standard, which says that ventilation shutdown is an acceptable practice, Iowa Select Farms is falling short of that. The industry standard set forth calls for 95% of animals to be killed within an hour. The footage that we have discovered, the audio and the video, show that that's absolutely not the case. And the standards also call for 100% of all animals to be killed throughout the process. And what we've seen is workers.
Sure.
What we've called for is workers. I don't know if that's true, right? Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. I can't see what you're saying.
You're good.
Okay, yeah. Not too washed out. And the standards also call for 100% of animals to be killed throughout the entirety of the process. Now, what we've seen is workers taking kind of after this process happens, after these animals go through this horrific process of being roasted like that, what we see is workers walking through, taking a quick side-to-side glance to see if any animals are still alive. They have a bolt gun, so any obvious movement or obvious noise from a pig, they respond with a bolt gun shot to the head. But any individuals who are may still be alive but don't have a pulse, they're responding to that. They're not responding to that at all. So it's very possible, in fact, I would say likely that what we're seeing is pigs who are actually still alive. So pigs who are still conscious at that time. Now we have somebody pulling up here. I'm not sure if this is Iowa Select Farms. I'm not sure if this is a police officer who we have here. We're going to just take a look here and see. We're dealing with, actually, it looks like a pickup truck. So this is probably Iowa Select. Okay, it looks like it's law enforcement, in fact. So we're gonna speak to them now. Hi, good evening. So we're gonna, well, we've reported this facility now on 2 occasions for criminal animal cruelty. So are you a police officer?
Sheriff's office.
Okay. So we've submitted now twice complaints to the Grundy County Sheriff's Department, and we just within the past 10 minutes or so, we submitted our evidence, including a legal opinion and a veterinary opinion that what's happening here is, I mean, not only morally horrific, but is a violation of Iowa law. And so far, no action has been taken, and they're gearing up to do this again tonight to roast these pigs alive. And so we're hoping that the Grundy County Sheriff's Department is going to stand by the law and take action against what's happening here. But so far, it seems like that's not happening. So we have ordinary people who are stepping in themselves to see that something is done about that.
You submitted the evidence to the sheriff's office?
Well, we submitted video evidence tonight. I submitted a complaint over a week ago.
Right. How did you submit it?
It would have been a phone call and an email. Yeah.
They asked if they would give you the email address to send it to?
Yeah, it was one that was provided previously. So I hope that they're going to take action, but I mean, frankly, I have my doubts because they haven't taken action on it so far. But that's what we're trying to have happen here.
Where's your vehicle?
I don't have a vehicle near here. Yeah, we don't have a vehicle near here. I'm Matt, yes. No, so you don't have to answer those questions. So I don't think those kind of questions are. You mean?
I'm just trying to identify who you are.
Yeah, but I think that when there's an obvious case of horrific criminal animal cruelty, like who's reporting it is really not the most pertinent information. It should be like, let's figure out what's happening with these animals. Let's figure out if this is a legal violation. And it kind of seems like you're going down the path of trying to figure out how you can target us instead of trying to stop the most horrific horror show I've ever seen in my entire life happening right here, right under your nose. This is just evil. I don't know if you've seen the video and you've heard the audio. It's just pigs screaming for their lives.
I haven't.
Okay.
The state has told us it's an improved method.
Yeah. Well, and what the legal opinions that we've set forth is that they actually didn't follow that approved method. So they've not abided by that. That method calls for all pigs to be killed within an hour. 95% of pigs to be killed within an hour of the process starting. That absolutely did not happen. That approved method also calls for 100% of pigs to be killed within the course of the course of the whole thing. And there's very good reason to believe that also did not happen. In addition to the fact that those methods are put forth by veterinarians who are paid very well by the industry. So when these are industry-funded veterinarians, and then lo and behold, they think that roasting pigs alive is just fine. And whereas I think any normal person who sees what's going on here can see pretty plainly that it's an absolute horror show. It's the most horrific thing I've ever heard of.
You talked or presented this to the state officials?
Yeah, we've sent it to the state officials. We've sent it to the Grundy County officials. And so far, no action has been taken. I think it's because
Tonight, did you send anything to the state officials?
We have not sent anything to state officials tonight. No.
The part that you're alleging is cruel or inhumane or whatever term you use.
Yeah.
You sent that to the state before?
Yeah, we've sent a ton of stuff to the governor, to the attorney general, on social media, on email. We've contacted them many times, and bottom line is like what's happening here is not a just enforcement of the law. It's power versus not so much power. This is the largest pork producer in Iowa, and they basically get to interpret the laws as they wish. And it's really unfortunate. It's an absolute horror show. I think 99% of ordinary people that see the video that I'm describing to you would agree with that. And our hands are tied. We have like, so we're not trying to be troublemakers here.
Are there hogs here right now?
I actually don't believe that there are. We have information that they're going to be bringing them in. So we're attempting to prevent this process from moving forward by blocking the way so that these pigs cannot be brought in to be roasted alive. I can show you the video. I can show you right now and show you exactly what we're talking about. I'd really actually appreciate it if you would do that.
Are those your people if you do?
Yeah, they're folks that are with us. They do not wish to leave. They will leave when this is put to an end.
I mean, they're willing to be arrested.
They're certainly willing to be arrested in an effort to put an end to this.
I can't see why you're here if there's no hogs here.
It's because we have very good information that they're going to be trucking them in tonight, and by early morning they're going to be roasting them alive.
But you can't stop anybody's access.
Well, so once again, when we have a violation of the law, I mean, we feel compelled as just ordinary, decent, compassionate human beings to step in and stop this horror show, which is also a violation of the law. So I think that, I mean, it'd be nice if law enforcement would step in and stop access to people who are trying to criminally abuse animals. But if law enforcement is not willing to, then we have these people who are doing what they can to put a stop to it. So it's up to, I don't know if law enforcement is going to defend criminal conduct tonight. That's what they've done so far. It's obviously that's not the stated mission of law enforcement. It's the total opposite. But that is what we've run into is defending this horror show.
Well, all I can say is state says it's legal.
But the state, okay, but I just want to clarify. What the state says is legal is a standard that they are not abiding by. They say they're abiding by it, but we have evidence and a legal opinion which indicates otherwise. So they are not actually abiding by it. They're claiming that they're abiding by it, but they are not. So that's the distinction here that maybe was missed.
Would you admit that they're in a unique situation?
Sure. Yeah, this isn't what I do every day.
Oh, I mean, with a hog situation and the post and everything.
Oh, yeah, certainly. It's a unique situation. Yeah, absolutely. I think a $1 billion company like Iowa Select Farms, they have many options. Their CEO flies around in a private jet, has multiple homes. He's worth tens or hundreds of millions of dollars personally. He has other options than to roast pigs alive. So at a bare minimum, he could do something other than, he could find a way to kill animals other than by the most horrific way imaginable.
Have you talked to him?
We've tried. He has no interest in speaking with us. And so he's demonstrated that. So we're gonna, I hope that Grundy County is going to enforce the law. But like I say, based on what we've seen, we're not really holding out hope on that.
Sure, no problem.
So we'll see. I was just telling him we have a legal opinion that what's happening here. We've submitted that to the Grundy County Sheriff's Department. That there's criminal conduct that happened here previously, and that we have information that they're about to be engaged in again tonight, where they're bringing in these thousands of pigs and then roasting them alive. And so that's what brings us here, and we're hoping that the Grundy County Sheriff's Department will act in alignment with the law and will properly put a stop to what Iowa Select Farms is attempting to do tonight. So, let me know if either of you want to talk to me, but otherwise we have a live stream here, so I'll just address the people out there. I know there are Iowa Select Farms employees that are watching this, what's happening here. And once again, maybe you can just pan over there so they can see. So we have 3 people who've stepped up, where the Grundy County Sheriff's Department and our authorities have failed us, where they failed to enforce the law, and they're here to apparently to defend criminal misconduct once again, where they're about to roast thousands of pigs alive. And we're attempting to intervene to put a stop to this. We have legal opinions supporting us from a veterinarian, from a former federal prosecutor. These are professionals who backed us up and saying, no, what we saw happen in there is not in alignment with the law. It's not in alignment even with industry's own standards. The standards that they're touting are not being adhered to here. And so they're stepping off to kind of game plan it. They're not going to speak about what they're doing in front of us, which, I would suspect they maybe are saying something about how Iowa Select Farms has instructed them to do X, Y, Z, because we know that there's a lot of close communications between Iowa Select Farms that are not the kind of communications they have with ordinary people who want to make change, because I'm not worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and the organization I'm with is not worth $1 billion. And so unfortunately what you see is a very different interpretation and enforcement of the law based upon power and politics, rather than morality and decency, or even a fair enforcement of the letter of the law. So we'll see where that goes. Once again, people, please do share this live stream. We need to get as much exposure on this as possible. We need to put pressure on these law enforcement officials to actually enforce the law instead of doing the bidding of these powerful corporations, instead of defending the most horrific animal abuse I've ever seen in my life, literally roasting pigs alive, pigs just writhing, screaming in pain for sometimes hours on end. It's an absolute horror show, and I just don't understand how we find ourselves in this position. These individuals who, I don't know. I'm just at a loss. I don't know how else to continue saying this, but we're going to see what happens. So the officer is up there right now, and he's, presumably he's trying to figure out how to get these activists out of the way so that he can continue to defend lawlessness so he can continue to defend evil, sheer evil. There really is if anything, it's an understatement to refer to what has happened here and what they're planning to have happen here tomorrow morning as just sheer evil. Pigs are roasted alive. They're inside of this facility. They put insulation up. They cram them in there by the thousands, and they crank up the heat and they crank up the steam. And these poor pigs are screaming, fucking screaming for their lives as nobody does anything. And anybody who tries to do anything gets stopped by law enforcement. These people here who wear a badge, who are supposed to serve and protect, and what instead are they doing? They're serve and protecting the powerful. They're serve and protecting the wealthy, the people at the top, the executives, the corrupt. They're not serving and protecting the interests of you and I. They're sure as hell not serving and protecting the employees of Iowa Select Farms who are horrified and traumatized and want nothing to do with this. And they sure as hell are not serving the interests of the thousands of pigs who are scheduled to be roasted alive in a matter of hours if nothing is done. So please, once again, we have our asks. Please, please, please share this live stream first and foremost. Get that out there. Spread this message far and wide, and then help us apply pressure. Message, email, tag, tweet. I'm not even sure what people are putting in the links. Iowa Select Farms, and ask them, can you please spare one pig? Do you have to roast thousands of pigs? Does every single one of these thousands of pigs need to die in the most horrific way imaginable tonight? Is that really necessary? Because we have it set up, Iowa Farm Sanctuary. Bless their hearts so much. It's so awesome. I was just talking to Sean, who runs that place earlier today. She's fantastic. She's very enthusiastic. I call her, she said 2 a.m. Anytime I call her tonight, she's totally down to come here and pick up a pig if they voluntarily release one. So we're looking forward to making that happen. So please message and tweet at Iowa Select Farms to make that happen. Also, please contact, tweet, whatever they're referring to, Governor Kim Reynolds and Iowa Select Farms, asking them to end this horrific practice. This shouldn't even be a conversation. This is a horror show. Iowa Select Farms' own employees are mortified by what's happening here. Put this VSD, this so-called ventilation shutdown practice, to an end, and put it to an end right now. If like, why are we even having this conversation? What the hell is going on in a world where we have to sit here and beg and plead, and people have to put their freedom on the line to say, hey, can we fucking not boil animals alive? What the fuck universe are we living in? Like, this is not why you got your job, man. I know maybe you know nothing about this. Like, I know you have a career, you have the whole thing. Like, this isn't why you got your job. Like, I'm not out here being a petty criminal just for nothing, you know? We're here because, I mean, you've heard it. You know the thing we're talking about. And I know you're in a tough spot, and I think that a lot of people have been in a lot of tough spots in history. People who've had a job to do and they had to follow orders. And when good people say they're just doing their job and they're just following orders, that's what enables evil. And that's the bottom line. There are all sorts of injustices throughout history. This isn't somebody making an excuse to try and get out of a speeding ticket or whatever. This is an absolute horror show. And if you are complicit in this will be, this might be the most evil thing you've ever done if you are complicit in this. I know it's not an easy ask. I know you've got a career. You've got all these things to worry about. Like, I get it as a human being. Like, you don't want to just get fired tomorrow by disobeying orders. But this is just simply unconscionable. Like, there's no debate. This is a horror show.
Okay, they're changed the family.
Well, so our legal team would say that is not trespass, in fact, because there's what's called the doctrine of legal necessity, whereby what would be a violation of the law is no longer a violation of the law if it's preventing a greater harm. And so, once again, I think that what's worth focusing on here is thousands of pigs about to be roasted alive. Okay. I think it's really inappropriate.
I'm done talking about it.
I'm not.
I'm talking about these 3 people defense.
Why are you done talking about hogs? You don't think it's worth talking about?
I'm going to deal with one deal at a time. I asked them if they were aware that they were trespassing. They said yes. I'm not going to make them move. They're subject to arrest if they don't move.
Well, you're not enforcing the law properly.
Now listen, I'm just telling you what we're doing here now. Property line of where that sign is. Okay. So they, as long as they're that far back, they're trespassing. Okay. Why is it a problem?
And you don't think thousands of pigs being roasted alive is...
You just told me earlier there's no pigs here.
Oh, I mean, immediate is not for the next 5 minutes problem, okay? The pigs aren't here yet. We know they're coming.
No, let's go apple for apple.
Okay.
There are no hogs here.
Are you going to stop hogs from coming here tonight?
No.
Okay, well, that's a huge problem. That's a monstrous problem. That's 10,000 times the problem.
Near the problem of you interfering.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's just where we are.
So
complete opposite ends of the spectrum.
You're not going to have these people.
Absolutely not. Okay, the fact that you think that people sitting in a spot you know, trying to defend legal activity, trying to oppose law breaking. You think that is more horrific and more, you know, something we should be concerned with, more so than thousands of pigs being roasted alive. You're on the wrong side of, you know, it's basically the people in power who agree with you, and the rest of the world, decent people, disagree with you. Let's move on closer.
Sure.
Okay, so we have up until the orange. Okay.
So why are you moving?
We're trying to just get a better view. Okay. So yeah.
Well,
We have very credible information.
Matt, I'd say you need to come back here with that tall grass.
Well, why would we say that if this is the property line?
Well, I'm joking down to the pole and utility pole.
Okay.
An imaginary line.
All right, we're passing utility.
Not gonna split here.
So once again, you're hearing from the sheriff. He said it's a bigger problem that we are, you know, quote unquote, interfering with whatever actions are happening here than the fact that this criminal animal abuse where thousands of pigs are being roasted alive is happening. So, I mean, there you have it. It's just really unfortunate. It's much like the industry veterinarians who are bought and paid for by the industry to say that these methods, which they're not even following those methods, but to say that these horrific methods are acceptable, you know, in the same way, we have these individuals who have a career to protect, which I understand. People need to put food on the table, but what's happening is a horror show. It's simply unacceptable, and you're also actually misinterpreting the law itself. And we have a legal opinion to back that up. So I hope that you, gentlemen, even if you won't entertain the moral argument, I think you'll look at the very credible legal opinion saying that, in fact, they're not following the guidelines and they are violating the law. And I hope you'll allow the letter of the law to at least prevail, even if not on a morality perspective, the letter of the law to prevail over this powerful entity, over power. Yeah, this is from a former federal prosecutor. So, you know, obviously a very credible legal source. And we also have an opinion from a licensed veterinarian who is very experienced in the care of pigs. So, no. But they're just as good as I am from Iowa. I don't know why that's relevant, but yes, I am from Iowa. So I don't think that, you know, wherever anybody's from, the interpretation of the law is the interpretation of the law. And so, I mean, if you're trying to get to, okay. So we'll see it. So once again, folks, please share this live stream. Please get the word out here. You can see the way that law enforcement is dead set on not doing anything just to save thousands of pigs from the most horrific fate fathomable. Industry is calling. I mean, it's hard to imagine a less humane way to kill an animal than by roasting them alive in this way with steam and heat, where some of them are suffering for hours. Hard to imagine a less humane way. However, Grundy County, we have a Grundy County owned deputy, not these two, but previously, who looked us straight in the face and said that it's humane. We have the Iowa Agricultural Secretary who said that this is humane. We have Iowa Select Farms lying to their own employees saying that this is humane. And if roasting pigs alive is humane, what the hell does humane even mean? Like, what the fuck does that word mean? The word has lost all goddamn meaning. Like do dictionaries exist? I think that the words that are coming out of my mouth is like 1/1,000,000th of the offense of thousands of animals being roasted alive. Why are you so offended? People standing on a piece of property, people saying naughty words, and there's thousands of pigs being roasted alive, and you're standing by and you're complicit in it like it's nothing. Doesn't that seem a little off to you? Oh, I'm swearing. You don't think thousands of pigs being roasted alive is worth getting excited about? Wow. Okay, well then, I mean, I don't know what to say. You've completely lost your whole moral compass when you say something like me raising my voice is what we need to be worried about. That's the offense here that needs to be worried about, rather than thousands of pigs being roasted alive. What the hell is the matter with you? That is monstrous. What the hell? Do you look yourself in the eye? Do you look your family in the eye and tell them that you stood by for thousands of animals being roasted alive? Would you roast your dog alive? Do you think that's humane?
I think what we have here, you have your opinion.
Okay, well, okay, that's wonderful. And serial killers have their opinion. They should go around and murder people. So I'm not sure if you disagree with following the law.
I don't foresee that.
Well, I would hope that thousands of pigs being roasted alive would have some sort of appeal to you too.
Admitted there are no pigs here.
Currently, yes, and that's why we're trying to prevent them from going here, because they're planning on roasting them early tomorrow morning. So that's the reason we're here. We don't want to trap them inside of there because then it makes it all the easier for them to roast them alive. So we've come here in advance to prevent this from happening. And maybe they're going to call it off and not do it tonight, and that would be, a minor victory for us, to an extent. But we have information from Iowa Select Farms employees who are horrified by this, who want this to end, who have told us just as much, like, no, we need to stop this. We don't support this. We're horrified by this.
Would it be a victory if you gained a crowd because of it?
Well, we're willing to do so. All right, there's such a thing. And first of all, once again, I'm telling you that the law breaking is not happening on behalf of these individuals. It's happening on behalf of what has happened and what they're planning to have happen here tomorrow. All right, so just to recenter back on that, criminal misconduct is the roasting of pigs alive by Iowa Select Farms. And when people intervene to prevent a greater harm, they are not that is not itself a criminal violation. Now, law enforcement, because of the influences that are on law enforcement, can interpret the law however they choose to interpret the law. And frankly, I think that's probably likely because I think that you all just have influences over yourselves, and it's just you're going to follow orders rather than interpret the law by the letter of the law and look at the evidence appropriately. You're going to follow the orders of those above you, no matter how horrific the implications of following those orders are. So that's really the reality. But if it came down to it, yes, absolutely. These individuals are very willing. They've come forward bravely. They're risking their freedom and their future to do something that is just plainly common decency, the right thing to do. There's just no question about it. There's just no question about it. It's absent the undue influence of industry paying these veterinarians sums of money to put forth an opinion in favor of the industry, and absent this massive corporation, Iowa Select Farms, which is linked to Tyson and linked to JBS. These massive corporations have a huge amount of influence. So even when some ordinary people come along and say, hey, they're breaking the law, and say, hey, this is a horror show, what's happening here, the law just doesn't really matter at that point. It's the unfortunate reality. That flash I just go out?
No, I'll grab it here in just a sec.
So we'll wait and see. So once again, folks, here, please share the live stream. Please contact Iowa Select Farms to ask them to at least, at a bare minimum, release one pig. There's no reason not to. We have sanctuary care lined up, ready to go. Iowa Farm Sanctuary is ready to take them on. Our next ask is to Governor Kim Reynolds and to Iowa Select Farms to simply end this practice. It's a horror show. It's completely unnecessary. It's not like Iowa Select Farms, this massive corporation, doesn't have the means to do better. They absolutely do, and they are choosing a cheaper method. They're choosing a more cost-effective method, completely disregarding the just horrendous, unfathomable animal cruelty that they are not complicit in. They are actively committing at Iowa Select Farms, and it needs to be put to an end. So we need to apply pressure. Tag Tyson, comment on Tyson, comment on JBS, on tweet, all the social media outlets, social media channels. Same thing for Governor Kim Reynolds at the state level. Ask her to comment on this, to put a stop to this, to do whatever's in her power to put an end to this. And our final ask is to come to the table and have a real conversation. We don't need to be talking past each other. We don't need to be hiding behind our security detail, and our closed door press conferences. Let's have a real conversation. So we're calling on Governor Kim Reynolds. Show us in an act of good faith. Sit down and have a conversation with Direct Action Everywhere. Reach out to Almira Tanner. She's the lead organizer of Direct Action Everywhere. She's the leader of our group. Contact her and say, okay, you know what? A half hour, literally 30 minutes of your time to say something, to have an honest, decent, good faith conversation about this absolute horror show. That's such a minimal ask in terms of what we're up against, in terms of just the sheer evil that we're up against. So please just sit down and have a conversation with us, and that's our ask of Kim Reynolds, and also our ask of the Attorney General, Tom Miller, to come forward and do the same thing, to have that conversation. And Tom Miller doesn't have the same level of funding, whereas Kim Reynolds has received hundreds of thousands of dollars from Iowa Select Farms, which is going to have an influence on her, to say the least. But Tom Miller, perhaps is someone who's going to be a little more sympathetic, and he's going to look at this and say, what the hell's going on here? He's going to have a reaction that's what any ordinary person would have as a reaction right now, if not for the undue influence of massive amounts of industry money influencing somebody like this veterinary organization, somebody like Kim Reynolds, and frankly even somebody like the law enforcement here. They're not getting paid millions of dollars, but there is a financial incentive for them. And I kind of feel a little bit bad bringing that up because they're not individuals who are getting wealthy off of this process, which actually makes it a little bit more of a pressure situation because you don't know, because you have to keep a career. Everybody has to put food on the table. It's similar to the plight faced by Iowa Select Farms employees. The employees are here today. They don't want to be defending this. They want no part of it. And they feel compelled. They feel forced into it. So Iowa Select Farms is just willfully traumatizing their employees. They're traumatizing their employees. They're making them do these horrific acts, these horrific violent acts that they don't want to do. And it's just so inappropriate and so exploitative and so evil on so many levels to be doing this. Jeff Hansen is worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions of dollars personally. He absolutely has the means personally, not even as a company. He could personally put an end to this and make sure this never happens again. And he could do it right now. He could do it this very moment, and he's choosing not to. Even in the face of the public scrutiny that has come with this media release and the pressure that's been put there and social media and so on, Jeff Hansen is simply nowhere to be seen. He's hiding behind, a nice, perfectly curated press release that he puts out there. He talks about how heartbreaking it is, how it's such a hard decision for him to make, to have to kill these pigs. Do you have to kill them by roasting them alive? What the hell are you talking about? No, that Jeff Hansen has many, many, many alternatives. He's lying to everyone. He's lying to the public. He's lying to his employees. He's lying to the media to act like he doesn't have any other choice. Absolute lie. A complete liar. Jeff Hansen, a complete fraud. And all he cares about is padding his pockets. Padding his pockets. I'm on public property. All he cares about is
My easement, that driveway is my easement. I own the ditch. My property.
These officers have told me differently. So, so as I was saying, it's a choice that Jeff Hansen is making, and it's a choice that he's making to continue roasting these pigs alive, to continue forcing his employees to take part in this, and much the way that so many employees in slaughterhouses face a psychologically harrowing, day to day, where they have high rates of depression, have high rates of suicide, addiction, substance abuse. So too is what these individuals face with Iowa Select Farms, and they're not used to doing this on a day-to-day basis. Normally they're driving a truck or working in a shed or something like that, and now they're coming face to face with being forced to either quit your job or get fired or roast these pigs alive, and it's just so unacceptable on so many levels. All right, so yeah, there you have it. There, do you want to just let's see if there's any messages? Just 1 second here, y'all. So there's those folks that are locked down. You can sort of see them there. So we have Scotty and Cheyenne and Justin. And I'm just checking in on a few things here real quick, and I'm going to have the stream back up if it dropped out. I'm not sure if it did or not, but bear with me here momentarily. I'm going to be right back with you. All right, there we go.
Keep it on them?
Yeah, I'll be right here.
All right,
so we're going to see how this plays out here, folks. So as you can see, shine over. Don't shine it light in his eye, but
sure.
Shine over there and get. Here we have 2 sheriff's vehicles here. So we'll see what they're setting up to do. By all appearances, they're setting up to defy not only a very clear and obvious moral imperative to protect pigs from being roasted alive, but they're also apparently setting up to defy the law, where we have legal opinions saying that what's happening where they're roasting these pigs alive is unlawful. Frankly, any human being who looks at it for a split second and sees the reality of what's happening in these farms would say it damn well ought to be unlawful. And but these officers once again are preparing to defy decency, to defy the law, and to instead invoke the power that the public has trusted them with to arrest these brave, compassionate people who are putting their freedom on the line to try to do what's right. So so there you have it. So once again, please keep the pressure on. You can do that by sharing this live stream. You can do that by tweeting and contacting Iowa Select Farms to demand that they release even one pig here tonight. We have We have care ready to go. At Iowa Farm Sanctuary is very eager and willing to take in a pig. So there's no reason to not rescue, to allow the release of one pig here tonight. They could be here within, an hour or two. Next ask is to end this practice, to end VSD. We're calling on Governor Kim Reynolds of Iowa to put an end to this practice. We're calling on Iowa Select Farms as a company to commit to putting an end to this process. So please get their attention. And our final ask is, can we please just have a conversation? We're having, we've been cut off from having any real conversations with industry or with the governor, and we've been cut off, because this is a horror show and it's really pretty indefensible. And we've been relegated to speaking through the media and speaking through social media and not talking directly to anybody who's responding to us. But we send out our press statements and they send out their press statements, but they refuse any dialogue with us. They also refuse any dialogue with anybody at all who's not going to be supportive to them. They had no comment for Glenn Greenwald when he was writing his article. Now, this is a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist. Why are you, what's wrong with having, responding to an ask from a Pulitzer Prize winning journalist? If there's a credible journalist that wants to talk to you and you have nothing to hide, then have that conversation. Like there's no real excuse not to. And they know that this is just simply indefensible. And they were hoping through the crackdowns that have happened just over the past 48 hours, whereby I was in a hotel room and I was awoken at 5 a.m. The sheriff's deputies banging on my door and they hauled me off to jail. And they told me that I was going to have a $5,000 bond, and they transported me across the state and threw me in jail. And I was in jail for 24 hours. And I told the people at that jail, I said, I will not be paying any bond. And they told me it was $5,000. I told them I will not be signing any conditions of release, and I will not be eating any food until we get a satisfactory response from Governor Kim Reynolds or the Attorney General. Actually, within 24 hours, suddenly their whole tone changed. The $5,000 bail demand was gone. The routine of signing to as a condition of release to say that you will do certain things as a condition of release and not quote unquote do any law breaking was gone, and they effectively kicked me out of the jail. So my demands stand. I'm still on hunger strike and I have not consumed any food for going on 48 hours. I still refuse to pay any bail or sign any conditions of release, despite the fact that I've been released anyway. I do want to caveat this a bit. There is a COVID crisis going on that they're very much not wanting to have people in jail. So that's part of that equation too. But the fact that they withdrew the $5,000 bail and the fact that they didn't have somebody sign a condition of release, which I'm told by lawyers that's very rare and not a thing that they're really familiar with. Why would you not have to sign anything? And I think they felt the pressure and they felt, man, do we really want to stand by this? Do we really want to be standing up for this just absolute horror show? Do we want to be so clearly on the wrong side of history? I mean, these individuals are going to feel shame, and it's not to downplay the obligations that people have, the obligations that this individual has, or feel that you have to put food on the table for your family. I mean, that's a real thing, but you will come to feel shame if you are on the wrong side of this thread and you put people in jail because they're trying to not roast pigs alive. I believe that you will come to feel shame one day.
I didn't put them there. You put them there.
Well, but they're enforcing the law. If you decide not to enforce the law in terms of what's happening to these pigs, and you instead choose to jail the people who are standing on the side of moral decency and on the side of the law, that is something you will come to regret. You will feel shame for that one day. Very much the same. I mean, you look at the atrocities throughout history, all the horrible things that have been, met upon humans, met upon animals throughout history by people who are just doing their job. You're not a bad person. I can tell. Like you're not dismissive of what I'm saying. You're not being rude to me. You're not a bad guy. Like I don't think you're a bad guy.
There's no reason to be inhuman. I didn't put him in this situation.
Yeah.
I brought him here. I put him in this situation.
Well, they were brought to this situation by the compassion and decency to prevent pigs from being roasted alive. So that's an act of compassion. These people are heroes, and these people ought to be lauded for that, not scolded for doing what's right. And similarly, if you were to take a stand right here, right now, and say, I don't stand by this either. I cannot in good conscience move forward and take orders that are telling me to be complicit in the most horrific animal cruelty imaginable. I mean, I just like as bad as
Okay. So the three of us here are currently locked down in front of an Iowa Select facility that has been roasting pigs alive times, and we got a tip from the whistleblower that they are going to be doing it tonight. We're not sure if that was just a setup to catch us activists, but there is a possibility that they will be showing up. We have two officers talking to Matthew right now. We're doing pretty good right now. We got ourselves all chained up to the posts. Yeah, you want to say anything, Shane?
Yeah, we got here not too long ago. The officers showed up pretty quickly as soon as the new security guard here realized what we were doing. This fencing system behind us is all new. It wasn't here just a couple weeks ago. They put it up in response to the video that was released about the investigation done within here. And now, I mean, they've provided us something to chain ourselves to prevent them from bringing in any more animals to roast alive tonight. You know, as he mentioned before, this might have been a setup to just see if we would do anything, or it could have been very legitimate. Anyway, now, if it was legitimate, they now can't bring the pigs in here to kill them, and so they'll probably be forced to bring them back to the farm they were coming from. Matt is doing a really good job talking to the police officers. He's very impassioned about being here because, you know, what's happening is barbaric. It's cruel. It's something that doesn't happen very often in terms of the manner in which they're killing them. But regardless of if they were being boiled alive or killed in the slaughterhouse, these animals are being raised as property and murdered for the worth of their flesh. And that isn't what they deserve. None of us deserve to be seen as just a flesh suit that can be sold and consumed for other people. These animals are individuals that have hopes and dreams and feelings they can feel. And they can very much feel every second of being boiled alive for 4 hours straight. Justin, would you like to say anything?
Okay.
You're okay? Okay. We are prepared here to stay as long as necessary. Our goal is ideally the police will enforce the law and will actually look at what we submitted about how this place is breaking animal cruelty laws in terms of even with ventilator shutdown, there are still rules on how to make it less horrible, even though regardless, you know, essentially dying in a sauna full of other yous all screaming in agony is a horrible death, whether it takes 1 hour or 4 hours. But even under the industry standards, which are really bought for, they're not following the industry standards. And so this farm behind us is not obeying by the law. And so by us sitting here and stopping them from going forth and breaking more laws tonight and killing more innocent victims, we have put ourselves here. And unless the police prevent any pigs from coming here tonight, and you know, if they do show up, hopefully allow us to save one pig. If you're watching this, if you can message Iowa Select Farms on Twitter or Facebook, or find their email, really any social media, ask them to surrender a pig to us. We have a home for them at Iowa Farm Sanctuary, which is the only farm animal sanctuary in the state of Iowa. They're really an incredible establishment, and I think that they would be a wonderful home.
So
Okay, they already brought the bolt cutter. All right. Okay, so it looks like the police will not be enforcing the law, and they will instead be cutting us from where we are right now. We definitely didn't expect it to happen this quickly. This is really deeply unfortunate. Because, I mean, the police here, they're seeing us sitting here peacefully and engaging in conversation with them as more destructive than a farm that is criminally murdering thousands of animals. And, you know, pigs, they're intelligent, kind, loving individuals. They very much have hearts, and they are conscious, and due to, or according to a lot of studies, they're at least as intelligent as dogs. Would you put your dog in an oven for 4 hours at 150 degrees and think that that's
Can I just see your phone? Can I just see your phone? Do you have the, your phone, I was saying. Well, can you, do you happen to have a phone number saved for Cassie or Lewis? You probably don't, huh? Okay, let me give you that number quick. Go for it. All right.
I can hear you, Matt, if you just...
What's up?
I can hear you if you talk.
Okay. Okay, okay. Oh, sorry. There we go. All right, sorry about the glitch there, folks. I think we are good to go now. Yeah, so here we have it. These are the three folks who are locked down. Here we have law enforcement showing up there. He has that's a bolt cutter in his arms right there, in his hand right there, where they're preparing to cut these folks loose. Unfortunately, they're not going to be enforcing the law. They're not going to be enforcing common decency, and they are in fact doing the bidding of this massive corporation that is choosing, and I do mean choosing, to roast pigs alive. They have any number of alternatives, and there exists no alternative that's worse. That's for sure. It would be hard to fathom of an alternative that's worse. And before you had heard of this one, if somebody asked you the worst alternative, you would have very likely not come up with something as bad as what we're talking about here, which once again is roasting pigs alive. So please do share this live stream. Get the word out there any way you can. Yeah, tweet at Iowa Select Farms. Ask them, please release a pig. We have animals that are just get centered on them. We have Iowa Farm Sanctuary that's ready and willing to release animals, or excuse me, to take in a pig and provide a pig with lifetime care as the individual deserves. And we have our other ask is to simply end this process, this ventilation shutdown. You want to take this? Was that somebody talking?
Yeah, I'm hanging up.
Oh, okay. All right. The second ask is to simply put an end to this process, to put an end to ventilation shutdown. That's an ask of Governor Kim Reynolds and of Iowa Select Farms. So Kim Reynolds is the governor of Iowa, and she can do so at the statewide level. Iowa Select Farms as a company can choose to do so. Jeff Hansen can make the call right now and say this is over. We're done brutally roasting these animals alive. We're done traumatizing our employees, exploiting our employees who are just trying to put food on the table by telling them they have to be engaged in this horror show, and put it to an end. And finally, we just want a conversation. This is a horror show that's happening, and it's in Kim Reynolds' state, where she's the top official, she's the governor, and have a conversation with us. We've exposed this horror show that's happening right in your state. It's beyond unacceptable. I'm running out of superlatives, but something needs to be done about it, and nothing is being done currently. So as a minimal gesture of good faith, we ask the Governor Kim Reynolds have a conversation with Direct Action Everywhere. Give a phone call, give an email to Almira, DXE's lead organizer. She's the leader of Direct Action Everywhere, and see to it that something is done about this. That this is put to an end, because not only does this practice need to end, but there's so much else that's happening, where workers are being exploited, where animals are being horrifically abused. This is really the most egregious example imaginable, where animals are literally being roasted alive. But animal ag is rife with abuse and violence and exploitation, and it's time to have a serious conversation about how we deal with that and what the future looks like and how we can build a better future where we're not, destroying animals and destroying humans from the inside out, and we're not destroying the environment, and we're not ushering in the next pandemic. And furthermore, while in the course of doing that, we're sending massive subsidies to this horrific industry, sending billions of dollars every year to this horrific industry. So that's those are our asks. So please help us out. Share the live stream. Tweet at Iowa Select Farms. Tweet at Governor Kim Reynolds. Tweet at Tyson. Tyson Foods. Tyson Foods receives pigs from Iowa Select Farms and sells them as pork. They sell them under other names, and they obviously sell chicken bodies and so on. So any place where Tyson products are being sold should be a place that's hearing like, hey, you need to cut ties with this. You need to cut ties with Tyson, and Tyson, you need to cut ties with Iowa Select Farms. This is simply unacceptable, and we need to stand up and make that heard. So what y'all can do from a distance is there's kind of a checklist of things that you can do. Share this live stream, tweet at Iowa Select Farms, telling them release a pig and telling them to end VSD. Tweet at and contact the Governor Kim Reynolds and say, hey, end this VSD practice and sit down and have a real, genuine, authentic conversation. 30 minutes with Direct Action Everywhere. With Direct Action Everywhere's lead organizer Almira Tanner. And just make sure you're getting the word out there any which way you can. Also Tyson, similarly, tweet at Tyson, email Tyson, call Tyson, make sure they're very much aware of it. Also retailers, any of your local retailers, go and talk to them. Go show your video to local employees, to management, and say, hey, come on, we all know this is a horror show. Something needs to be done here. Either these retailers need to cut ties with Tyson, or Tyson needs to cut ties with Iowa Select Farm, because this is just so far beyond the pale, and it simply needs to stop. So we can maybe pan over here and see. So we're in Grundy County, which is kind of rural Iowa, kind of in the middle of nowhere. So thus far, they've dispatched out 3 sheriff's vehicles, 3 individuals with the sheriff's department. The unmarked one is also with the sheriff's department. We have another vehicle coming over the horizon. So we'll see what this looks like. All indications are that they do not intend to defend these pigs, to defend the workers of Iowa Select Farms, to defend common decency, to defend the law. And rather, they're going to defer to their corporate master, Iowa Select Farms, who is obviously very interested in continuing to roast pigs alive and continuing to somehow call this practice humane. It boggles the mind, but we literally have Iowa Select Farms and the Grundy County Sheriff's Department and the Iowa Ag Secretary saying this practice is humane. We have this veterinary organization that's funded by the industry is referring to this as euthanasia, which means a merciful killing, a painless killing, a quick killing, and it's just plainly the opposite of the truth. So please help us put the pressure on. Please help elevate the story any which way you can. You could even go and print off that intercept story and hand deliver it to these stores that supply from Tyson and supply from JBS. Anybody that has any Tyson products at all should be met with this and with a request like you have to cut ties. You simply have to. It just speaks for itself. So I do encourage people to check that out. If you have not already seen it, you can Google Direct Action Everywhere, intercept, ventilation. Maybe Google those 5 words and it should show up there. If you just Google Direct Action Everywhere, intercept, should be one of the top results where it talks about this. And you can pass that along. It was also covered in the Des Moines Register. It was also covered in Daily Mail. So if you just Google Direct Action Everywhere, it should be one of the top results that comes up here. So now we have another law enforcement vehicle here who's showing up. And he's driving right up to, let's take a look at that. So yeah, we see the vehicle there, walking right up to the folks, maybe moving, get like a shot.
Sure.
Rush to the side or something. So there we have this officer who's walking up there. They're, taking a pretty aggressive posture here, walking up there and
Batons out.
And oh really?
Yep.
Literally have their batons in their hand.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, because these activists who are here to stand up for pigs are worthy of that. So obviously that's a very deliberate gesture of intimidation on their part, of violent intimidation on their part to say, oh, we got this baton, better watch out, you better listen, you better unlock yourself right now. Obviously that's a really scary position for them to be in. So all the props in the world to Scotty, to Cheyenne, Justin.
Cheyenne, unmute yourself.
Cheyenne, unmute yourself. Okay.
Can you hear me? Yep, cool. We are being cut free and placed under arrest for trespass, despite the fact that the farm behind us is conducting criminal animal cruelty, even by the veterinary standards. They will be roasting thousands of pigs alive because we are going to be cut free. Dude. Like to state again, just like us, pigs are sentient individuals that deserve the right to their own life. They don't deserve to be kept in literal concentration camps by industry terms. They don't deserve to be selectively bred, raped, and murdered at just a fraction of their natural lifespan. They don't deserve to be enslaved and harmed and exploited. They deserve the right to life and liberty just like each individual here does. They deserve the right to legal protection and to their own life.
Well, this one has a padlock on as well.
In Iowa, there are over 10,000 registered concentrated animal feeding operations, also known as factory farms. Am I muted again? No, I'm not. That's fantastic. In this state, they breed, raise, sell, and slaughter millions of pigs each and every year. This is truly a horrific industry, and there are actions being taken against it. We right now in Iowa are at the heart of animal agriculture. And in this place, there needs to be profound action taken at the heart of this problem so that we can have a coherent, love-based solution. Myself and my partner Justin over here, we co-run along with another number of volunteers an animal rights center, vegan restaurant, and community event space in Fairfield, about 2 hours from here. There we are creating and selling delicious vegan food. We have educational pamphlets and materials to give to the public to show them that, you can have a wonderful life without consuming the flesh and secretions of another enslaved and harmed individual. It's actually much healthier. It's healthier for the environment. It's healthier for you as an individual. It's healthier for really the global collective and conscious mindset. But fortunately, due to essentially brainwashing from these industries, people believe that we need to be eating the flesh of sentient individuals for our health, when quite frankly, it is detrimental to our health and incredibly harmful. And so to argue that killing over 10,000 pigs, roasting them alive, is in any way, shape, or form necessary is quite frankly despicable, because it's not. We do not need to be breeding, enslaving, and murdering animals for our own survival. Why would we? We live in a world where a majority of people have grocery stores near them, where you can choose to purchase Beyond Meat instead of cow flesh. We have options where we are now. We have access to education and to a network of other like-minded individuals online and in person, just like us. And so in the center,
I do.
yeah, we do.
Thank you.
Mhm.
If you have identification, sir?
Oh, you're. I'd also like to state again, we fully recognize that, you know, the direct individuals who are going to be placing us under arrest aren't the inherent problem. I mean, yes, the complacency to violence is the problem, and it's going to start with a revolution of individuals and communities to transform this. But really, there's a systemic fear-based paradigm that is really prominent in our world right now that, you know, says that we need to be afraid of one another, that we need to harm others in order to be happy. And that just isn't true. And so, you know, with today, we are almost certainly at this point, they're having a hard time cutting us free. They've gone over here to convene about it. But, you know, we're almost certainly going to be cut and not released. We will be put in jail for a bit until we're released. They they actually ended up releasing Matt kind of forcefully. He didn't necessarily want to leave. He was on hunger strike and kind of making a whole thing of it. And they essentially forced him to leave the jail because they realized he wasn't going to pay bail and he was on hunger strike, and it was just really bad media for them. And so, you know, they might do that to us, or they might keep us until our arraignment, or at their arraignment, they might decide, wow, these are flight risks, which doesn't make sense. But, you know, they could do what they're going to do. Regardless, we are here to stand for peace. We are here to enact love. We are here to be the compassionate individuals that each and every one of us truly are, but in a very expressive way and in a way that is hopefully broadcasted to the world right now. And you as an individual, if you're seeing this right now, I want to thank you. I want to thank you for caring. I want to thank you for seeing and doing this. And even though we're not able to show, you know, the inside of this barn right now, or the direct footage of what is going to happen, you can look up the footage of the last ventilator shutdown that this farm had. And you can find that on DXC's Facebook or website. And you can see what it is that we're trying to prevent from happening yet again. Unfortunately, you know, this isn't the only farm doing this. This is just one of them. There are going to be, if there aren't already, at least hundreds of other farms doing similar operations. Myself and Justin, once again, recently, there was a chicken farm that the chickens were egg layers, and so it was an egg farm. And it's kind of, we're not positive exactly why, but somehow due to COVID, they didn't have the money to get the majority of the hens. So they were to get rid of, by get rid of, I mean kill or release anyone who wanted them, 130,000 hens. And so the farmer just put out a post and said, hey, you know, I'm going to have to kill these hens. So if you want them, you can come get them. And there were over 2,000 hens rescued by activists. And obviously, you know, 2,000 is a small amount compared to 130 or 140,000. But those are 2,000 individuals just like me or you. Yeah, they might not be human, but they're conscious. They can see, they can hear, can smell and breathe and feel pain and hopefully love and joy. And right now, we were able to get 43 individuals and bring them to Broken Shovels Farm Sanctuary in Colorado. And now those individuals, what I would like to think is joy and love and maybe some sense of peace. They experienced dirt for the first time in their lives and experienced hay and not being in
the switching audio.
So So there you have it, folks. We got some of the kind of the scoop from them. See what's going on there. And so the officers are now convening, trying to figure out. You can see they're a little dejected with their bolt cutter there in their hand. They attempted to cut these folks loose. So I just want to emphasize, let's just bring it back here to tell people exactly what we're talking about. This is the facility where thousands of pigs have been roasted alive. We captured this on footage. We got media coverage with The Intercept. We're preparing to do it again. So the company's response, you would think even from a profit perspective, would be like, whoa, this is very ugly. We need to end this now. But in fact, they've doubled down. They constructed this fence that's probably 8, 10 tall around the outside. It's electric. It has barbed wire on the top of it. They're just like, absolutely nobody gets inside of here. And they commence this practice. So tonight, they're planning to do it all over again. They're planning to truck in thousands more pigs inside this facility so they can roast them alive. So these brave activists have put themselves on the line, and they've said that we're going to risk our freedom. Okay, shoot.
Double tap here. I got this.
1 second. Okay.
Should be good now.
Is it better for me?
Hopefully, yes.
Is mine better?
Are we still on me? I don't know. I'm gonna operate as if we are.
Okay, there you go. Take it.
3 officers in front of us.
Okay.
Looks like they're trying to talk to
make sure the pigs are roasted alive tonight. They're trying to figure out any which way they can to not enforce the law tonight. So they can figure out any which way they can to do the bidding of this corporation that's roasting pigs alive. It's not only just the most heinous, obvious violation of common decency, but it's a violation of the law. We are supported by legal opinions.
What's that? Saying something.
Okay, I might have not been trusted. All right, so you can see that the officer is going up and down the road there, trying to figure out how he can find some way, any which way. What can we possibly do tonight to enable thousands of pigs to be roasted alive? That's the quandary faced by these individuals here who are supposed to be serving and protecting. They're trying to bring the meeting of the minds together to figure out how can we ensure that thousands of pigs are in fact roasted alive tonight. That's what they're worried about. That's fucking despicable. That's fucking shameful. Get a side shot of this here. Grundy County Sheriff. This is the Grundy County Sheriff's Department hard at work here. The Grundy County Sheriff's Department told me personally that what's happening to these pigs is humane. The Grundy County Sheriff's deputy, he's actually running to be the sheriff. He's the deputy now. He's running to be the sheriff. He's actually running to be the sheriff of the county. And now here we have another one of them coming up here. He's got his handcuffs. He's ready to do the bidding of his corporate masters. He's here to make sure that thousands of pigs get roasted alive tonight. Yeah, what do you have to say for yourself?
I was here.
I know you were here. Yeah.
You said here comes another one.
Yeah, well, whatever. And so this is the guy here who's super offended that I'm raising my voice, that I'm saying naughty words. That's the most horrific offense this guy can possibly imagine, or the fact that I might have made a mistake, that he was here earlier and he's here now. This guy's really serving and protecting what matters in this world. Grammatical errors, raised decibel levels of voices, people standing on the wrong piece of property. These are the crimes of the century that this man, this brave hero of the Grundy County Sheriff's Department is here to fucking serve and protect the fucking corporate masters. And he's here not to defend thousands of pigs being roasted alive. Like, open up your fucking eyes. What the fuck is the matter with you? Are you going to look at your families and say that this is okay? How are you going to feel going home to your kids, going home and looking at your dog and saying, I signed off on roasting thousands of pigs alive? What the fuck is the matter with you? This is fucking monstrous. This is fucking monstrous. You will live to regret this. You will all live to feel shame for this. One day you will feel shame. And the best day for you to feel that shame is today, right now, because you're not in that deep. You can do something better. Oh my gosh. All right. I don't want to lose my voice. So, anyway, the meeting of the minds continues. I think they're going to try to figure out they'll do whatever the hell is necessary to ensure that thousands of pigs get roasted alive tonight. Are they going to bring in a crane? Are they going to bring in a wrecking ball? Are they gonna fly a plane in here, a helicopter, to lower these pigs in, one by one, to ensure that business as usual continues and that we can in fact roast thousands of pigs alive tonight? And they're figuring out, how can we do it? Maybe they're coming up with other methods. Maybe they're saying, like, I got a fireplace in my house, so if we bring them in one by one and bring them in there, we can club them. Like, I can hold the door shut, I can stand up against it. Like, what are they doing? Like, how can we do it? All right. So does anybody have a fireplace in their home? Maybe we can roast pigs in your house. Can we roast pigs alive in your house? If any of you have a fireplace, I know you're trying to come up with creative solutions to roast pigs alive tonight. So maybe you can roast them in your own house in your fireplace. Maybe you can have a big pot of boiling water. Maybe you can just get a big vat and you can hold the pigs down one by one. I'm not. The word out. People need to hear about this. This is a fucking horror show. There's just no other way to describe it. I cannot describe in strong enough language how horrible this is. If you haven't seen it, check out the story in the Intercept. Google Direct Action Everywhere Intercept. There's actually another story that came out today, which is awesome, but it's actually not this story. But that's a good story to check out too. But check out that story. You're going to read all about it. You're going to see all about it. You're going to know exactly what we're talking about. Pigs roasted alive is what we're talking about. It's a moral atrocity. It's the most horrific thing you never thought was possible. You could not even conceive of something as horrible as this. And yet we have our government officials lining up dutifully, one after another, signing off and saying, yes, I will take whatever paycheck I'm getting, and I will completely sign off all fucking decency. Everything I fucking thought I stood for, out the goddamn window. I signed up to serve and protect. I thought I was going to serve and protect people. That's fucking out the window today because I got a fucking paycheck to worry about. God, that's just so fucking frustrating. How the fuck does this happen? All the way from the top, Jeff Hansen, hundreds of millions of dollars, is doing this for profit. He's not doing it out of necessity. He absolutely does not need to be roasting pigs alive. Completely untrue. Complete fabrication. Don't buy that shit for a second. Kim Reynolds, the governor of Iowa, who has taken hundreds of thousands of dollars from the owners of Iowa Select Farms, not a word to say about this. Not a word to say about this. And at a press conference the other day, she trots out her Secretary of Agriculture to do her bidding for her in this matter. So her Secretary of Agriculture at Kim Reynolds' press conference gets up there and says that the activists are disgusting. He says, we're disgusting. Us exposing this is disgusting. He said not a single word about pigs being roasted fucking alive. Like, I'm running. I don't know how many other ways to say this. This is fucking insanity. This is such an outrageous miscarriage of justice. You literally have these officers standing there calmly, getting all offended. One time I dropped an F-bomb. That was a naughty one. I bet he's in his car researching F-bombs. Is there a statute? Can we get somebody to? Can we call up Kim Reynolds and see if we can get a law pushed through in the next 5 minutes about cussing in public? Maybe we can get this guy in jail tonight too. That'll be great. That'll be fucking fantastic. God, get these people out of the way and start roasting pigs already. What the fuck? Come on. So once again, violation of the law. Obviously, just I kind of feel stupid telling people that this is a moral violation because, of course, it's a fucking moral violation. It's a violation of the law. It's a violation of decency, and these officers are standing directly on the wrong side of every goddamn thing they're supposed to stand for. All right, my God, I'm about to lose my voice. So right now they're calling in, somebody else. They're calling in somebody else who's got a bigger toy to play with, a bigger weapon of some sort to come in. They put the batons away. That didn't work. So when they first were walking up here, they're brandished. They got their batons in hand. Like, hey, better listen to us. Don't pretend like that's not a subtle or not so subtle violent threat. That's exactly what that was. And so, just kudos to those three who are standing up there. Who the hell knows? Honestly, who the hell knows? In the middle of Iowa, maybe if that camera wasn't running, maybe those batons get put to use. Like, they don't know that. The sheriff pulls right up there. The first time he came up here, he pulled up directly to them, like 5 feet away from them. They got this car driving right up to them, and then he gets out and he's got his swagger going and he's got his baton out. You know, we know what this is, right? We don't have to pretend like we don't know exactly what's going on here. And this is the powers that be. This is these corporate masters directing so-called law enforcement, so-called here to serve and protect, that are acting above the law, doing the most horrific thing. This is the most disgusting thing you'll probably ever do. It's going along. This is an absolute horror show. It's what counts to everything you watch this is good for. Law enforcement, serving and protecting, completely out the window. You ought to be fucking ashamed of yourself. When your family members see about this, hear about this, read about this, they're going to be like, what the fuck is the matter with you? This is not the person that they thought they knew. The day is coming when you will feel shame for this. That day will come. That day will come. And right now, you're not feeling it. Right now, you're surrounded by your buddies, and everybody's reinforcing, hey, let's just do the bidding of whatever this horrific corporate interests want us to do. But inside of your heart, you all know very well that this is a horror show, and you all know that you're on the wrong side of this one.
How about yours?
So, anyway, they're trying to do everything they can to beg and to plead and to try to get these folks to walk away peacefully to just permit thousands of pigs to be roasted alive tonight. And so one after another, they're falling in line, they're following their orders, they're casting morality and decency and the law by the wayside, just for the sake of a paycheck, for the sake of, getting a pat on the shoulder and a job well fucking done from their superiors. Maybe it'll get you a little closer to that next promotion. So next time you can be calling the shots and you can be dishing out the orders and you can be slapping people on the back when they engage in the most heinous fucking cruelty imaginable. There you go. Congratulations. Congratulations for being complicit in the most evil thing imaginable. Congratulations on achieving the most evil thing you've all ever done in your fucking lives. Oh yeah, sure. Let's go ahead and switch over to Cheyenne. Lewis, if
So
you can see
the
that.
phone that we're using to live stream is at 14%, so we won't be able to film over here much longer. If you're just tuning in now, my name's Cheyenne. I'm here with Scotty and Justin. They've already taken our IDs. All right, I'm gonna mute myself for this.
They're talking to Cheyenne right now. So she
Wait,
had to.
the
She put her.
cops?
Yeah. So she put herself on mute.
They asked her to? She shouldn't do it.
I don't know if she asked to or not.
You don't have to, Cheyenne. No, I mean in mute. You don't have to mute for the cop's sake. Oh, yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay. Well, mute for. I don't know if we're on it, but I can go ahead.
All right.
Okay, so they are. Am I muted?
I believe they can hear you.
Okay,
I mean, there's no indication that they couldn't.
All right. So yeah, Cheyenne jumped off real quick because she had to provide her personal information that she didn't want to put out there for the whole world. So whoever you are, wherever you are out there, I know there's a lot of Iowa Select Farms employees who are mortified and heartbroken by their employer, that their employer is engaged in this kind of atrocity. I certainly know that there are ordinary people everywhere who are looking at what's happening here and saying, "Oh my God, I want no part of this horror show." And there certainly are law enforcement officials saying, "That sure as hell isn't why I wear the badge. I don't wear the badge to be defending lawlessness, to be defending criminal conduct, to be defending the most heinous animal cruelty that's fathomable."
If you want to let her talk, she's sure, no problem. If you want to let Cheyenne talk, she is freed up, just so you know.
Okay. If she wants to speak.
Cheyenne, if you want to talk, go for it.
So our phone is currently at 10%.
So this is like a truck.
We're gonna be offline soon. There is a truck that kind of looks looks like a fire truck, perhaps coming in. Yep, it's definitely a fire truck.
Yeah. Oh, it's a fire truck. Okay. All right. So
It was the owner's flyers.
Have any like final?
Like the owner gave the cops
There.
his own.
Wait, what's that? The fire truck? Yeah, it is. It's unfortunate that it's happening this way. I'm gonna try to talk to some of the officers. Do you have something to say, Scotty, or are we locking arms, holding hands? Yeah, cool. Alrighty. If you happen to live in Iowa and want to try some food that doesn't involve mass cruelty, suffering, and slavery, and learn some things about animal rights, please visit Plant at 121 West Broadway Avenue in Fairfield, Iowa, or check out Plant by Peace on Instagram and Facebook. The firefighters have arrived. Obviously, they don't want to be spending their evening cutting people from a farm that's going to be roasting 10,000 pigs alive. There will be 10,000 pigs brought here and murdered tonight and tomorrow morning. They will be boiled alive at the facility behind us, which is literally called a concentrated animal feeding operation. Sound a little like a concentration camp because it is.
Obviously really sad and disappointing, and
they're going to be killing thousands more pigs in here. We've already gotten video that they are committing criminal animal cruelty, according to the veterinary association that is affiliated with their industry. We have proof of it that we've submitted to the sheriff's office. We understand you're just doing your job, but we want to let you know that it's not actually in accordance with the law in this moment. I heard my name. I didn't hear what you said.
Just flip the camera.
We have a lot of other things.
Give it again. Say that louder.
Slaughterhouse is way better.
Yeah. I think they're back.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they were back.
The firefighters here that are going to be cutting us. Wow, that's a. Are they choosing to cut the fence instead of this?
Giant ass fucking thing. A giant ass thing they're using to cut the chain.
Yeah, that's like not clear. You should cut to me.
Wow, that's impressive.
You wanna take that? Literally, they could send him to slaughterhouse. Hey, come here. No, I'm up here. No, they have capacity. Go back to California.
You're good.
All right. Yeah, so here you have it. This is the scene that Lewis was just describing here. So they're pulling out all the stops. We now got probably in the neighborhood of 10 government employees being dispatched out on a Sunday night to do the bidding of Iowa Select Farms to ensure that thousands of pigs are in fact roasted alive. To make sure that we can't find any better way to handle the situation than to literally roast pigs alive. And so they're firing up their equipment, and they are doing everything within their power to ensure that this atrocity continues. It's a fucking horror show. They have options. They're lying to you. Iowa Select Farms is lying to you. Law enforcement is lying to you. Everyone's fucking lying to you. Everyone's doing the bidding of their masters and enabling the worst cruelty, the worst torture fathomable.
They put a helmet on Justin.
The equipment that they're using, I guess they put a helmet on Justin because there's likely going to be some
projectile
stuff flying around. So that's pretty unnerving. So they might be injured. Obviously, I think there's a chance of being injured. They're not protecting the rest of their bodies. So pretty despicable. They're willing to put the bodies of these three activists at stake, to protect danger, for the sake of making sure that we enable pigs to be roasted alive tonight. Once again, people, please share this live stream. Make sure people see this. Make sure people are aware. Please tweet at, please contact, however you can, Iowa Select Farms. We just want them to release one pig. Release one pig tonight. See if they'll even do that. Do you really have to roast every single one of these pigs alive tonight? Or can you release one pig? We have Iowa Farm Sanctuary, such a beautiful place. Please support them. And they're willing to take in a pig if we're able to get one. What's it saying?
I don't know if they're saying anything.
Okay.
No.
And tweet at Kim Reynolds, demanding an end to ventilation shutdown and demanding that Kim Reynolds just have a conversation. Direct action everywhere. We've exposed this horrible cruelty. We just want to have a conversation. So, Kim Reynolds, we need to come to the 30 minutes. Have a 30-minute conversation with us. Contact Elmira Tanner, who's the lead organizer of Direct Action Everywhere, and let's figure out how we can deal with this, in a way that makes sense, in a way that's in the alignment with the values of ordinary people, ordinary Iowans, ordinary employees of Iowa Select Farm. This is just not something that people want any part of. I'm just checking my messages here real fast. So, anyway, we'll, we're gonna,
If you think that would be better.
we're gonna be with you here, at this place house, see what happens, and see, right now there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, either police or fire department vehicles here, possibly one of them is now, but certainly at least 6 police or fire department vehicles, is what they felt is necessary to make sure the pigs get roasted alive tonight. So please put that pressure on Iowa Select Farms, put the pressure on Kim Reynolds, put the pressure on Tyson, is a supplier where Iowa Select Farms sends its pigs to be killed and sold. So any place that is engaged with those needs serious backlash. You have a retailer like Safeway or Costco or Kroger's or others that are selling either JBS products or Tyson products. They need to hear about this, and they need to get a clear message. You need to cut ties with Iowa Select Farms immediately, or cut ties with Tyson, who's engaged with Iowa Select Farms. Whether it happens at the retailer level, where retailers are cutting ties with Tyson, or whether it happens at the next level up, where Tyson is cutting ties.
Oh yeah, there we go. Okay.
So please help us out. Please put that out there. We're thinking you can hear the chains rattling. You can hear their machinery at work. They are cutting these folks loose. So probably just a matter of time, probably not that much longer, and they're going to have them cut loose, and they're probably going to be spending a night in jail, which I know they're very, very willing to do. They're not eager to do, but they're very willing to do based upon what's at stake. And I can tell you, based upon the way Iowa Select Farms has done this in the past, that we are well past the time period when there would be trucks rolling in here. So we have certainly disrupted that, and they certainly have, someplace trucks are waiting to come in as soon as the path is cleared. So they're very much intending to continue business as usual, but this is going to continue to make waves, rightfully so, within Iowa Select Farms. We know that we've been in contact with Iowa Select Farms employees that are horrified by this, by them roasting pigs alive, that are horrified that they have to partake in that they're traumatizing and exploiting their workers and saying, hey, you have to be involved in this horrific violence if you want to put food on the table. So it's just despicable on so many levels. And let's see here, they got a blanket now.
I hear commotion.
So I think the blanket, I assume that the blanket is something they're gonna put over an activist to protect themselves from liability. So in case, some sort of injury were to happen to one of these individuals. They've shown clear disdain for the activists themselves, but they are wary of the backlash. So, that would lead them to taking some measure to make sure that the activists are not physically harmed in this process. So we'll see how it goes about, and I wonder how many of those people in the back of their minds, the stuff is really kind of sinking in and getting them thinking, like, hey, maybe I can think a little bit outside of the water cooler here. Maybe, I don't have to be like this macho tough guy that all of my, fellow men in uniform want me to be. Maybe it's not just the boys squad, and once in a while you can stick your neck out a little bit for something that's clearly the right thing to do. That remains to be seen, but I think that they have a lot of pressure on, when they're in this kind of setting to go along, to get along, so to speak. And obviously that's despicable. That's horrific. So I encourage people to get in touch with Grundy County, the Grundy County Sheriff's Department. We have an individual. His name is Kirk. His first name is Kirk. His last name is hard to pronounce. I don't know how to pronounce it, but he's running for Grundy County Sheriff. So you can look him up as well. That's Grundy County, Iowa Sheriff, and his first name is Kirk. You can look him up. You can look up Iowa Select Farms. You can look up Kim Reynolds. You can look up Tyson, and pressure all of them. Like, this needs to come to an end, and we do not need to be enabling this. This is criminal. This is horrific. This is inhumane, and it just needs to end, bottom line. So please, 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 the way we change this is through creating a major commotion around this, sharing this video, tweeting at Iowa Select Farms, tweeting at Kim Reynolds, tweeting at Tyson Foods. Get the message out there any which way we can. This is how change happens. The corporations don't speak the language of kindness and decency, but they do speak the language of money. And when their profit line is at stake, or they feel like it's at stake, they will respond. And likewise, our elected officials, unfortunately, don't speak the language of kindness and decency, but they do speak the language of political pressure. And so that's what we need to target towards Kim Reynolds, towards the Grundy County Sheriff's Department, and towards the Attorney General, Tom Miller in Iowa, to influence some sort of action. And so here's this individual who told me I need to go back to California.
Washington, wherever you're from, get out of here.
Okay. All right. So there's a public official.
Just answer me where you want us to do with these things.
Yeah. So I'd like to talk to you about that. All right. So he says he wants me to answer him that, and then he just walks right on away. So there's many options. Since he asked, I'll go ahead and answer it here. Many options of what we could do with all the pigs in this country and all the farmed animals. So first and foremost, what would be the ethical thing to do would be to divert just 2%. 2% of the United States GDP would give all farmed animals in the U.S. lifetime care at sanctuary. 2%. All right? So right off the bat, let's just dispel with any sort of fiction around this being a matter of what's possible, and clarify very clearly that it's a matter of what's prioritized. All right. So where it's prioritized is very different than what's possible. So knowing that there's not the political will for anything near giving the animals the sanctuary care that they deserve, then we can kind of work back from there and say, well, what's between there and here and there? What's possible? So maybe we're not going to give the animals sanctuary care. Maybe we're going to wind down animal agriculture. Maybe we're going to stop propping it up with billions of dollars in subsidies. These are steps along the path. But even, the far most horrific end of that spectrum of what we do with these pigs is this. This is the most horrific thing anybody can possibly come up with to do for these pigs. Literally sending them to a slaughterhouse is a much preferable option to this. And Iowa Select Farms and all these entities have lots and lots and lots of money to do so. And they're demonstrating that this is about profit. This is not about what's possible. They have lots and lots of possibilities. But unfortunately, they have lots of apologists like this guy who just continues to make excuse after excuse for this horror show that's happening right before his fucking eyes. So we'll see here. Maybe it seems like this is maybe not being so successful for them, which is fortunate for our cause, because this is going to spell more people paying attention to this, more eyeballs on this, more disruption in the system. And when the normal means of bringing your concerns forward have failed, when the system has failed us, and it's just a broken system that's not regulating this industry to any meaningful extent, and is actually reinforcing this industry, then this is what's necessary. It's necessary for ordinary, decent people to take action ourselves, put yourself on the line, risk your freedom, and And okay, looks like they have managed to cut them loose. So there's Scotty in handcuffs. So Scotty looks like he's headed to jail, and they're working on the others next. So yeah, that's really disgusting. This is a really disgusting display, and I do believe that these folks will live to feel shame for this event. Will live to feel better of it. This is fucking disgusting. This is disgusting. This is evil. You will live to regret this moment. This is disgusting. This is an injustice, and this is not why you got the job that you have. You are not serving the public. You are serving the wealthy. You are serving the powerful, and you are serving and complicit in evil. So fucking disgusting.
True shit.
So we'll see here. They're hauling them off one by one. They managed to, dispatch out big enough toys to accomplish their serving of their masters here today. So we'll see where that goes. We're gonna stay with you as this unfolds. As there are, presumably there's gonna be trucks rolling through here, and so we'll capture that and see what else we can capture on that. Unfortunately at this moment we don't have the power, the human power to physically put a stop to this. I know myself and the person behind the camera here, we've contemplated it, and you've got to weigh the pros and cons, and it's a really ugly situation to be in to have to make that decision. Yeah, I want to be around to do some of the communications work around this, press work and social media and that sort of a thing. So I'm personally not intending to get arrested tonight, although that may happen, but could be out of my hands, so we'll see. It's so fucking disgusting. So anyway, we'll hope to get the attention of Governor Kim Reynolds. She holds press conferences 5 days a week, and we may be able to have media people to ask her a question tomorrow about that and get a direct response from her, which will be very good. And respond to these people who are being arrested for standing up against this criminal, heinous animal cruelty. To get a response from her, from myself, who is jailed on a felony charge, standing up to this company. Myself, who is still, now almost 48 hours into a hunger strike, and I will continue that hunger strike until we have a response from the governor. That's very much the intention. So we're just going to see where this goes, and they're still working on getting the others loose. There's the taxpayer dollars hard at work. So we're probably, I think, between the 7 or so employees there, that probably adds up to $500 an hour, maybe $300, $400. I don't know what they're getting paid, but that's $300, $400, $500 of taxpayer money per hour dedicated to ensuring that animals are roasted alive. So Grundy County, I guess you have a choice to make this upcoming November. If this is the kind of thing that you want to stand up for, your sheriff's department to stand up for. And similarly, in Iowa, we have our elected officials, and so we can choose what we want to do about that. And also, as individuals, taking action. So I encourage people, wherever you're at, to take action on this, and remotely, the things you can do, which are also very important and very powerful and can create change. Share this live stream. Contact Iowa Select Farms via email, via tweet, etc. At Facebook. Contact Iowa Farms. Say, hey, release a pig to us. And say, hey, end this ventilation shutdown practice. Contact Governor Kim Reynolds via tweet, email, phone call. Contact Governor Reynolds and say, hey, put an end to this practice, and have a conversation. Have a real conversation with Direct Action Everywhere. Contact Direct Action Everywhere's leader, elected leader, is Almira Tanner. She's the lead organizer, so she can be contacted. She's very easy to find. And contact Tyson. Contact suppliers of Tyson, any grocery stores that are selling Tyson products, and say, hey, you cannot be affiliated with this company. You need to cut ties with this company. You need to cut ties with them now. You can also contact Tyson directly and demand that Tyson cut ties with Iowa Select Farms. This is just an absolute horror show, and it just simply demands action. So we really are calling for all hands on deck. Anybody out there, when you do these things, also comment in the comment section so other people see it, so other people feel compelled and inspired to be part of this surge to really put this pressure on these corporations and on these government entities to create change, because this is it's just something that nobody stands for if you're taking a good, honest look at it, and it really only serves, you know, those at the top, those who are just doing their job and want to tell themselves that they have no alternative.
Taking a minute.
But okay, so here's Scotty. You want to get your? So here's Scotty being arrested. You can see him being hauled off over here, being hauled off to the side. So let's get a look at that. So look at the. This is fucking disgusting. This is the most evil thing you've ever done. This is an absolute fucking horror show. It's not only illegal, what's happening inside of this farm, it's a moral atrocity. I hope you have a good long look in the mirror tonight and you really think about if this is why you got the badge, if this is what you really wanted to sign up for. All right, so they're back at it. You know, you see a lot of the faces of these officials, and they're avoiding eye contact. And you know, it's not, they don't avoid eye contact with people who are arguing about a speeding ticket, or people who are you know, who stole a car or something like that. They avoid eye contact when they're deeply conflicted, and that's a lot of what you see happening here. I mean, there was you know, the one guy who was just really deeply entrenched and you know, acted like he wanted to have a conversation and acted defiant and walked away when I tried to actually speak. But for the rest of them, they're avoiding eye contact, and I think that really says a lot. They don't want to be a part of this, but they feel compelled to by this violent system around them, by their violent role to play in that violent system.
Justin.
And so now we have another arrest happening here. So let's make sure you capture that. Try to I don't know if you can get photo at some point in there maybe.
No, yeah, you're right.
I mean, just try to get good video and photo, both. Yeah. All right, so they're hauling off the next person, who is Justin, and we're gonna follow that as that happens. So this is the second out of 3 people. They've already loaded in Scotty, who's like the fucking awesomest goddamn activist you ever fucking met in your life. Scotty, I can't even say some of the things that Scotty has done, but the amount of time and energy and sacrifice that this guy's made at the drop of a hat is just absolutely incredible. So he's already sitting inside of there, and now we have Cheyenne and Justin, who dropped everything really last minute to make it up here to be a part of this. You know, they weren't planning on sitting in jail tonight. They had no idea that this is what their night was going to bring. Even like 4 or 5 hours ago, they had no idea this is what's going to happen. But they are, you know, when the opportunity arose to make a difference, they did it. Come over here and get that. All right, and we see now the second of the 3 is being hauled off, being put in jail for defending what's right, for defending the law, for defending common decency, and they're being locked up. And here's Cheyenne hauled off, being locked up. She's doing what's right. She's doing what's legal. She's doing what's obviously moral. And these fucking monsters are locking her up. She's spending a night in jail because she's standing up for what's right. They're not even enforcing the law. They're sure as hell not enforcing common decency, and they're fucking doing the bidding of this billion-dollar corporation that's fucking abusing animals in the most horrific way imaginable. This is the most despicable thing you've done in your lives. This is not why either of you signed up to wear the badge. This is not why you did this. This is not what you thought you were getting yourself into, and you know that, and you know that in your heart. And that's why you literally are avoiding eye contact. You don't avoid eye contact with people who are arguing about a speeding ticket. You don't avoid eye contact with people who you know are wrong, who you know have committed a crime, and they're rightfully, being subjected to consequences for that. You avoid eye contact when you know that you are complicit in pure evil, pure fucking evil, and these people are lying. This is so disgusting. This is such a disgusting waste of taxpayer resources. This is such a miscarriage of justice at the highest level. These animals are going to be roasted alive tonight, and we have these paid officials, public officials, are signing off on it. So fucking disgusting. I cannot believe this. We love you, Cheyenne. That's the Grundy County Sheriff's Department, Grundy County, Iowa. Feel very free to contact them and tell them what you think about this. All right, now they're making sure that this fence is fully functional. No obstructions here. This fence is fully functional so we can be roasting pigs alive tonight. Fully ready to go. Got them. He says like if somebody open that, if, oh yeah. One, it makes no fucking. I'm not sure exactly what's happening over here, but they're very carefully ensuring that this fence continues to be operable. We wouldn't want anything to impede roasting pigs alive tonight. We need to make sure that that's possible. We need to ensure that the pigs are roasted alive, and we don't impede that. And that's why, apparently, that's why these people think they wear the badge. That's why these people think they went into what they may have thought was an honorable profession, and instead they're just carrying out the most heinous acts, the most despicable acts imaginable, doing it at the behest of this billion-dollar corporation, this CEO worth hundreds of millions of dollars. I have in fact a negative net worth, and if there was a dog that had to be put down that was in my care, I would have some options. I would make damn sure I had some options. I would be begging on the street before I'd be roasting an animal alive. All right? He has options. He absolutely has options. And anybody who's fucking lying to themselves to try to pretend that he doesn't, it's just disgusting. It's willful ignorance. You're fucking lying to yourself, and you're complicit in evil. And there they go. There they go. Grundy County's fucking finest. Right. Sure, now they've done the bidding of the corporate masters. Get those conscience out of the way. They're making sure the fence is well tended to. The fence is fully up. I got the barbed wire at the top. It's electrified at the top. Make sure that the motors are running. It can open and close properly to allow the vehicles to port in thousands of pigs that are then going to be roasted alive. We got that going. All right, this guy says clear path. Job well done. Job well fucking done. Woo! Let's get a hand for boys in blue. Roasting some pigs alive. Job well fucking done. Go pat yourself in the back when you go home. All right, man. Job well Oh, don't say a word. Don't say a word. Don't listen to the people who think that roasting pigs alive is a little bit questionable. He just said, don't say a word. Don't talk to those people. Don't even fucking think. Don't use your brain. Whatever you do, don't fucking think. Whatever you do, don't let a shred of decency enter anywhere into your brain. Don't talk. Don't think. Don't do anything. Just follow the orders of your corporate masters. Repeat after me. You are a free-thinking, smart individual. Don't talk to them. Don't talk to them. Don't talk to those people who dare to stand up for what's right. Don't talk to those people who dare to do the things that you tell your children to do. Don't dare. Don't dare. Don't dare to have a conscience. Don't dare to think outside the box. Don't dare to think outside the status quo. Don't dare to think for a second that fucking roasting pigs alive is a suspect. Congratulations, you're probably getting overtime. Overtime, baby. Sunday night. Getting that bonus pay to roast pigs alive. Woo! Let's party. Let's fucking party. Let's pat ourselves in the back for fucking roasting pigs the fuck alive. There they come. Job well fucking done. Job well fucking done, boys. We're roasting some pigs alive tonight. Woo! All right. You're standing on the side of roasting pigs the fuck alive. Don't talk to him. Don't talk to him. Don't talk to anybody who doesn't like roasting pigs alive. Don't talk to anybody who has anything bad to say about roasting pigs alive. You feel good about yourself? You tell your kids, maybe your grandkids that they should stand up for what's right. You know, they don't have to do the popular thing, but they should do the right thing. That's the sort of thing you probably tell your kids that, right? Sometimes if all the kids in school are peer pressuring you and they're saying, hey, go do this thing that's bad. You know, you don't have to do it just because everybody else around you is doing it. You should think for yourself. And you should think about what's right, not just what's popular, right? Those would be the things you tell your kids and your grandkids. Now, what are you doing right now? You're doing what all the cool kids around you are doing. You're doing what all the bullies around you are doing. And you're turning a blind eye and you're walking the fuck away from what's right.
The owners were circling.
Well,
we might run into him later. I don't know.
Yeah, well, you know, I think we're gonna hang out here for the time being.
All right.
And see what happens, because I imagine it's not gonna be long until it's gonna start rolling in. Until the trucks start rolling in to commence the horror show, to commence the sheer evil of this practice, and it's just simply unfathomable to see that this continues. You know, time and time again. You know, in the face of what we exposed, in the face of this reality. But this is how change happens. We know they're feeling the pressure because they removed after they found out that activists were here. They removed all of their equipment to try to throw us off and be like, oh, let them think they've won. Let them go back to California. Let them, you know, go away. But then once they figured out that we had more determination than that, and that we were smarter than that, and that we heard about what they were talking about, that we were still around, they went and spent a huge amount of money to build this mega fence. This is like a 10-foot fence. It's electric. It has barbed wire, and it's you know, a major imposition to say, hey, don't, you know, to anybody who's trying to do what's right, to stand up against roasting these fucking pigs alive. But they have this guy's getting some mega overtime. This guy's going to be here all night, I bet, to ensure the pigs are roasted alive. So I hope he feels best of all about himself for his complicity in this, for his defying the law, defying decency, and standing up for roasting pigs the fuck alive. you agree that you should probably not always do what's popular and you should do what's right instead? Yeah.
I have no comment.
There we go. The old no comment. I would suspect that he has comments to somebody that says "fuck you" when they're driving 70 and a 55. I don't think he goes with no comment on that one. So no comment. No comment is when you're defeated and when you're ashamed of yourself and when you know that you're a puppet in evil. And that's exactly what he is. And so we'll see. I guess he's getting out of here. So this must be the night watchman here. This must be the watchman of the pig roasting right here, because I know this is a sheriff's vehicle as well. So I think this is going to be the person who's going to stand by here and ensure that these pigs are in fact trucked in by the thousands to be roasted alive. So we'll wait and see how that goes. How much battery you got there?
Let me check. Try 4%.
Okay. All right. So speak on live. So Lewis, if you're seeing this, we're gonna quick switch out phones. So yeah, if you want to just jump on real quick, and
Sure, I can jump in. So, hi everyone. If you can see me, it's Cassie here. I'm an organizer with Direct Action Everywhere, along with Matt. And if you haven't seen the investigation already behind the action that's happening today, we just broke video footage from hidden cameras inside this facility from working with employee whistleblowers at Iowa Farms. Video footage of the ventilation shutdown process, in which these pigs are shoved inside of these sheds. The ventilation is shut off, hence the name. And instead of letting the air out and keeping it cool inside, the heat is cranked up to above 140 degrees, and steam is pumped into the facility. So these pigs for hours are just burning and roasting alive inside of the exact farm that Matt and his team are at today. And that is what's going to be happening again tonight, which is why activists went out to Grundy County, Iowa, and these Native Iowans are there to speak out against that cruelty and to say the public does not support this. We don't want pigs to be roasted alive. We don't want our government to stand behind the industry in this. We want to see them take a stand against this violence. And that's why we're asking people to share this live stream and to contact Governor Kim Reynolds. You can tweet at her, you can email her, you can call her office, but whatever we can do to get public pressure and to show that this is not something ordinary Americans support. This is not something we want our government to stand behind. So while they're switching out their phone because the battery is dying after hours of being out there, just bear with me because they're going to be back. And I think it's possible that we could possibly pull something up on the screen here to show you some of the investigatory content that these activists, along with employee whistleblowers, were able to get publicized. And if you haven't seen it, this groundbreaking expose in The Intercept that was published just a couple of days ago on Friday has been reaching hundreds of thousands of people, and we need more people to see this and to speak out against ventilation shutdown and to speak out against the violence that necessarily ensues from treating sentient beings like objects, treating them like trash and dumping them, mass killing and dumping them as completely wasted animals during the pandemic that we're in right now. Are you back?
Yep. Here you go. Put this in your pocket.
Yep.
All right, just 1 second here, folks. I'm gonna get situated. So,
Ditto. Let me just get the light on you. Yeah.
All right. So we're here at the site, and actually, everybody literally just left. So, that's. I mean, I wouldn't really say it's a good sign. I'm not sure what happened. I'm not sure if it may have been the case that ISF called this off. But I am a little bit surprised that they didn't leave a sheriff's deputy here with us. So we're gonna wait and see if there are slaughter trucks on the way. We'll try to have a conversation with those folks and try to see if we can get them to stop what they're doing. See if they have the reinforcements of the local sheriff's department with them. So we're going to kind of wait and see what happens here. I do expect the trucks to continue I suspect they probably will continue, but there is a chance that they've called it off for tonight, which would be a minor victory. I think the bigger victory that that I know is already taking place via all of you out there is the victory on the communication side and the PR side. And when we're putting a big stain on this company and calling attention to this horror show that they're continually engaged in, and showing them that we're not going to back down, we're not going to be scared, we're not going to fight, or we're not going to back down from the fight, then they know that we're coming back. And they thought they were sending a statement, by arresting me.
Truck.
There was going to be this intimidating thing where I was going to be arrested in my hotel room yesterday, and they thought that was something that would scare us. But in fact, myself, with the support of you all behind me, stood up and said, no, I'm not playing your games. I'm not paying your bail. I'm not signing off to be released. And I am invoking a hunger strike until some action is taken on this. And then furthermore, we now have these 3 individuals who have just been arrested, Scotty, Justin, and Cheyenne, who have, let's see what we got going on here. All right, I think that was just a civilian vehicle, not a sheriff's vehicle. So, yeah, we'll see. Not sure what that was about. But we've responded, not by running away, not by getting, tired of the fight or anything, or getting intimidated, but by doubling down on the effort and coming back right here. Instead of just being me, being arrested, we've now got 3 more there. And if they want to keep this going, we're going to keep going, because behind the scenes, there's also a lot more on their own team that are coming forward and saying, what the heck is going on here? How is my company doing this? My company that's got all this flowery language about how well they treat their people, how well they treat their animals, and so on. And anybody who bothers to open their eyes is seeing that it's opposite of the truth. So we're going to see how that plays out here. But I think we should hang out here for a while longer. They may have a lot of trucks kind of in holding, where they are, they're waiting for us to leave or something like that. I'm really not sure, but I think it's certainly worth our time to hang out around here for a while. And if in fact our presence here is making them hold up trucks, then that's great. And if it's not, if they've already canceled it, it's certainly not the end of the world for us to spend spend another hour or whatever it takes out here, longer than an hour. Shouldn't telegraph any intentions like that. So we'll wait and see on that. Once again, just want to repeat our asks out there. I know there've been a ton of people engaging and a ton of people putting the pressure on social media, but never enough. Greed is good in this sense, in terms of maximum pressure, maximum visibility, more shares, more tweets at ISF, more tweets at Kim Reynolds, more tweets at Tyson. Go into your retailers that are selling Tyson, that are selling JBS products, JBS pork, going to them and demanding, hey, you need to cut ties with Tyson. You need to cut ties with JBS. Or going to Tyson and JBS saying, you need to cut ties with Iowa Select Farm. How can you be in support of this? Going to Kim Reynolds and saying, Kim Reynolds, put an end to this horrific ventilation shutdown tactic. And Kim Reynolds, have a conversation. Take a half hour out of your day and show some human decency and have a conversation with these folks at Direct Action Everywhere who exposed this horror show happening in your state. Just have a conversation. Contact Almira Tanner, DXC's leader. She's DXC's lead organizer, and make that happen. That would be a very good gesture to do that. And contact Iowa Select Farms and say, hey, you're telling us how much of a tragedy this is and how heartbreaking this is. Well, right here, right now, we have a sanctuary lined up that wants to take, at a minimum, one of these pigs and give them a home. That's Iowa Farm Sanctuary. Give a shout out to them. Please check them out. Support them. They're doing awesome, awesome work, and it's not easy to be doing that kind of work in the middle of Iowa. I know they've gotten a lot of grief and a lot of harassment from the authorities just for simply, giving animals a good life. And I know there are a lot of Iowa Select Farms employees who are, literally are there because they care about animals and because they want to help animals, and who, are helping the piglets. In many cases they're killing piglets. Now they're killing all piglets that aren't deemed perfect at Iowa Select Farms. And so I know there are Iowa Select Farms employees who just want to help the piglets, and maybe they, can try a little harder to help these piglets so they don't get killed right away. So I mean, these are employees of Iowa Select Farms who care deeply about animals and who want to who want to see animals, you know, living the life they deserve, you know, on a place with green grass and fresh water where they can roam and play and be free. And that's what they want to do. When pigs have the chance, like they're just like dogs, and it's beyond heartbreaking, you know, to see what's happening here and to see kind of the normal course of business where you have, you know, at any moment 200,000 pigs, 200,000 individuals, sows, mother pigs that are locked up in Iowa Select Farms, and they're locked in these tiny, you know, whether they're in a gestation period or whether they're in a period where they're nursing with their young, they're in these, they cannot literally not even turn around. So that's their entire lives. And you just look at these individuals and it's just like the saddest, most defeated look in their face, just one after the other after the other. It's the most heartbreaking thing you've ever seen. And it's just unnecessary. It really is unnecessary, particularly in this day and age. We have all these alternatives. We have the rise of Beyond Meat, and yet our government officials, like Kim Reynolds, like Donald Trump, like Steve King, who's the congressperson who's this is in his district in Iowa, and they just double down and they just say no. Rather than moving on to alternatives that are superior for animals and superior for humans and superior for the environment and are superior in not ushering in the next pandemic, they say, no, we want to double down on this horror show. We want to double down on the catastrophe of animal agriculture and throw billions of dollars at you know, ensuring that this industry is profitable and that it can just continue on indefinitely despite every reason not to. So yeah, we're gonna see kind of how this plays out and see what happens here. And you know, we have some whistleblowers that are giving us some useful intelligence. And you know, if are they gonna try and do this again tomorrow night? Do we need to go through this again tomorrow night? We're very willing to do so. So I hope that Iowa Select Farms is getting the message that there are a lot of people who care, and it sure as heck isn't, you know, as they thought, you know, well, let's get Matt Johnson out of there, and then the problem goes away. And as they've seen tonight, there are lots of people, and you know, most of them are not within, you know, driving distance of Grundy County, Iowa, but a lot more might be getting more motivated to do so. A lot of people out there really care about this issue, and I mean, I shouldn't even say a lot of people. The vast majority of people, they see what's happening to these animals, when they see what these workers are being forced to participate in. The vast majority of people just say absolutely not. I want no part of this catastrophe. Maybe Cassie or Lewis, you want to jump on real quick so I can sort of check my messages and see any updates on what's going on here, and give you all an update on any of that.
Yeah, sure, Matt. That sounds good. Thanks for talking. While also hunger striking, it's going on 48 hours now, and just getting out of jail after constant investigatory work and press work and everything. Of course, you know, the most important thing is that we get exposure on this issue so we can shut down the abuses that are happening, both for animals like these pigs who are being roasted alive and for the workers who have to go through that traumatic experience. And it definitely takes an emotional toll on them. And one of the excuses that the industry will give for actually putting pigs through this situation is that it's more traumatic potentially for workers to have to bolt gun and shoot each of these pigs individually, one by one, to kill them all, which certainly would be traumatic. But so is knowing that these pigs are inside these facilities screaming for hours, dying in the heat that's over 140 degrees while steam is being pumped inside these facilities. And so we need to get the message out there that we don't have to pick between these horrific alternative methods of murdering these animals. We can shut down these facilities. We can transition our food system away from animal agriculture. And there's no better time to start getting that message out there than right now, when we're seeing the effects of an animal agriculture system that has become industrialized, when we're seeing public health pandemics and no action being taken to address future pandemics that we know are breeding inside these facilities right now among these sick animals crowded in confinement. It is animal agriculture that causes pandemics. And then when pandemics like the COVID-19 crisis hit, it's animal agriculture that then again abuses the most vulnerable members of our society, the animals themselves who are screaming and whose screams are being ignored, and the workers who in many cases are low income, undocumented immigrants people who don't want to be doing this work, of course, but have no better option. And so we need to elevate the message for everyone's sake, including everyone around the world who is threatened by public health pandemics. And you can help us do that by sharing the live stream and by following all the asks that are being commented to raise this message out there as loud and clear as possible. You can tweet at Kim Reynolds, the governor of Iowa, and use hashtag #CancelAnimalAg, because it's not enough to be canceling events right now or to be practicing social distancing or to be killing pigs in different ways. None of these things are real solutions. What we really need to do is to address the underlying systemic issue of animal agriculture in the first place. So tweet at Kim Reynolds, you can email her, you can call her office, you can call and email ISF, Iowa Select Farms, as well. And we just want to show you why this is so important. No one has showed the video yet, but I think it would be great if we could pull the video up on here for you all to see the original footage that was released from inside this very facility where Matt and his team are today, to show you what was documented during the ventilation shutdown process. Lewis, do you want to pull up the video and show it for people? Great. So the article published in The Intercept, Glenn Greenwald, a Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist who is intelligent enough to recognize that this is a catastrophe and to publicize for the world to see what's happening inside these facilities. It's so horrific. The employees themselves are turning against this company, turning against
this.
Yeah.
Let me know if the video's coming up here. So everyone's perfect.
what are the personal and professional risks that you feel like you would face if you actually came forward on the record in your name? Like,
Hey, Lewis, it seems like people can't hear the audio.
You feel
not
like
sure.
you can comfortably do.
Right.
Coming forward would cause a lot of pain and anguish with friends and family. And it's because this industry encompasses everything that is home. It was just, I guess, affecting me more and more every day. Feeling the compassion and the empathy with these animals. What I've been witnessing with these pigs being killed, it's profit over everything.
I pushed the Y button. How about
All
now?
right. So yeah, I hope people were able to get through that video. Obviously, it's not a pleasant thing to watch, but it's a motivating thing to watch. I think in terms of taking action, in terms of what's where we go from here, that sort of a thing. And the tide really does seem to be turning. As much as we see the horrors of animal agriculture, but at the same time, we're seeing ordinary people, we're seeing employees of animal agriculture coming forward, speaking up, speaking out, and saying, no way, this needs to stop. This is just flatly unacceptable. And frankly, we're seeing the kind of misconduct that the industry has been engaged in for decades is really coming to the surface in a way that they can't hide anymore. So I mean, for decades, animal agriculture has been lying to us about how humane they treat animals and this sort of a thing. And now to have them, literally roasting pigs alive, the least humane thing you could possibly pretty much conceive of is being branded humane, is being branded, euthanasia, which is a term means, a quick death, a painless death, a mercy killing, that sort of a thing. And it's anything but. It's the complete opposite. So people are rising up and taking action, and this company, like, we'll see what happens. I am actually feeling kind of hopeful, at least in the context of tonight, that this practice has been possibly delayed for tonight. What was scheduled for tonight has been delayed, or it might have been postponed one day or something like that. And they're going to have a meeting of the minds tomorrow and say, well, now what do we do? Do we get all our truck drivers set up to be coming out there again tomorrow night and deal with what's next, and deal with the next wave, and deal with all the people who might reach out to us right now or tomorrow and say, hey, I want to come out there too. So, hey, if you have the means, contact me. You can contact me personally and set this up. If you're an Iowa Select Farm employee, we want to hear from you. We will absolutely respect your anonymity. If you're an ordinary person who can get to Grundy County, Iowa and take action, we want to hear from you too. So you can contact me personally. My email address is matt@directactioneverywhere.com. So it's just matt@directactioneverywhere, 3 words.com. Matt@directactioneverywhere.com. I will definitely be very attentive to anybody who is able to help, but any way you're able to help. Everybody can do something. So I just want to repeat what you can do from afar via social media. Share the video, tweet at Iowa Select Farms, email Iowa Select Farms, telling them to end this practice, telling them to release a pig into sanctuary life with Iowa Select Farms. Excuse me, I mixed that up. Iowa Farm Sanctuary is the farm sanctuary in Iowa. And contact Governor Kim Reynolds. You can tweet at her and say, hey, you need to put an end to this ventilation shutdown practice, and have a conversation with Direct Action Everywhere. Have a conversation with Elmira Tanner, DXC's lead organizer, the leader of Direct Action Everywhere, who's DXC's elected leader. And let's talk about, some real solutions. Let's get somewhere on this, so it's not just talking past each other in the media, but we can actually, move forward to solutions that are better for everybody. And Tyson Foods, similarly. Tyson Foods is where about half of Iowa Select Farms pigs go. We actually don't have specific data on it. It might be maybe as low as 30%, but it's a large portion. It could be more than 50% too of Iowa Select Farms pigs go to Tyson slaughterhouses. So yeah, contact them, put pressure on them, and also put on the retail side. So go to retailers, go to your retailers that are selling Tyson products, whether it's pork products or whether it's chicken bodies or whatever the case may be. Talk to them and say, hey, you shouldn't be supporting this company. You need to cut ties with this company if they're continuing to do business with Iowa Select Farms. This is just a horror show, and you got to make a stand on this issue. And so those are things that anybody can do to help out from afar. Is those things kind of virtually. If you have the means, we appreciate any donations. DXE is a very small grassroots group, and I just to be like as real can be, I think DXE is doing the best work in the animal rights movement and doing it extremely efficiently. And I mean, efficiently in terms of our human resources, efficiently in terms of cost. I'm not trying to throw shade at other groups. Lots of groups are doing lots of great work. But the reason that I'm here today and the reason that I've dedicated, feels like my every waking moment for years, it's not because I'm getting rich off of it. All right. It's not, the reason is why is because I believe in the work that we're doing. This project right here, which has caused as much of a shakeup as it has caused, cost, kind of depending on how you calculate it, certainly less than $10,000. And the impact is just so far beyond that. So I say all that to say that if you have the means to support our work financially, it is very, very, very much appreciated. We have a generous donor who is matching all donations at this time dollar for dollar. So you can go to dxe.io/whistleblowers. I believe it's plural with an S, and that'll take you to the Facebook fundraiser. DXE, the URL you can type in is dxe.io/whistleblowers. Anything you're able to donate is very, very much appreciated. And there's some perks that come with that. There's some donor calls. I know there's a donor call coming up on Sunday, I believe. Whenever June 6th is, maybe that's Saturday, that I'm going to be a part of. And so very much looking forward to that, to talking to our donors. And there are other tiers. Maybe somebody can help me out in the comment section, Priya, if you're watching this, and kind of break it down, like what you can get as far as perks in addition to just supporting this work. There are various levels. If you're what's known as an open rescue ally, that's somebody who's contributed $1,000 or more. That it just goes so far. $1,000. That's 10% of making a project like this happen. So anything you can contribute at all is very, very much appreciated. We're not a group that's cutting deals with corporations, for example, which I don't completely, again, not trying to throw shade, because I think that there's certain value in collaboration in certain aspects, but it can certainly, can have undue influence in ways that are negative. So DXE is absolutely not that. We are not the friend of corporations. Iowa Select Farms and Tyson and Whole Foods and Costco and Safeway and the list goes on. They're not our friend. And I think our messaging and our history demonstrate that. And so this work only is possible through the generosity of ordinary people. And yeah, I feel like every dollar is just stretched to the absolute maximum. So whatever people can do to make that happen, you are just powering some extremely useful work. I mean, I can tell you that, even in the course of this project, and I think this is very rightful, the conversations that are happening about, how much are the hotel rooms adding up to? Like, how much is it? It's getting up to be $2,000, and now it's $3,000, now it's $4,000, and those are, and I say that as a compliment to our culture, where we value the contributions that people are making in terms of their time, in terms of their energy, in terms of their freedom, in terms of their financial resources are very much valued. Even if, we don't, stop and say like, well, if somebody else did this, it could cost them 10 times as much, or some other group or something like that. Maybe we say that a little bit, but ultimately it doesn't matter if we're doing incredible work and we're doing it incredibly efficiently. It's like, can we do it a little bit more efficiently? Like, let's take a look at that. Let's see how, it's just continual improvement. And it's such a beautiful thing to be a part of. And I'm so honored to be a part of it, because I wake up every day and like there's just no question that I'm surrounded by people who are just diehard, 100% committed to the mission at hand. Nobody's getting rich, I mean, for damn sure. And you just find some of the hardest working people. I mean, I've never worked close to as hard as I work for DXE for any job I've ever had before in my life. And it's this intrinsic motivation of people that just truly believe in what they're doing. And I mean, I just can't say enough about everybody who's involved with DXE at all the different levels. So please support in whichever way you're able to. So once again, virtually, you can share this video, tweet at ISF, tweet at Kim Reynolds, tweet at Tyson, say this VSD is a horror show. Financially, it's dxe.io/whistleblowers is where you can go to support this. And in terms of taking action, you can, if you're in the vicinity, if you have the means to get to Grundy County, Iowa, I would like to hear from you personally, and we can talk about next steps. It is a very encouraging sign. As much as they're doubling down, and as much as they're putting up this giant fence, and they're saying, no, we want to continue roasting pigs alive, it looks like we scared them off for tonight. Because according to their prior schedule, they would have been loading pigs in here like 3 hours ago, and it isn't happening. And the fact that the sheriffs are gone kind of indicates that they may be done for the night. Now they might be trying to pull a little pump fake on us and try to get us to leave, and then everybody comes back in. That could be what's happening. So we're not going to take that for granted that they're done. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, at a minimum, we're causing a major disruption. We're causing a major PR stain on them. And so that can only lead to good things the more that happens. So definitely let me know on that. Louis or Cassie, do you want to, I mean, are there any questions or anything in particular from the live stream, or any comments or thoughts or anything like that?
There is a lot of support, and someone saying they just donated today. So thank you so much. Like Matt said, all the donations are being matched.
Yeah, it's simply incredible, and I'm just so humbled and honored to have been given this opportunity with Direct Action Everywhere. Where I mean, a little over a month ago, I'm in Berkeley and heard about this horrible thing that's happening, this ventilation shutdown, so-called, and was in contact with this brave whistleblower who came forward, and and through the support of you all, I was able to basically just drop every damn thing I thought I was going to be doing and fly out to Iowa, and I was afforded the resources and the support to play my role in making that happen. So it's, I can't say enough about that. So thank you so much for all your support that everybody's putting in all the various ways, and never, ever, ever think that what you're doing is too small or is not significant, because we're stretching every dollar to the max with Direct Action Everywhere, and that social media pressure, that makes a difference. Like, that's what makes the world go round right now. So those shares, those tweets, those emails, phone calls, on and on, like, that's the stuff that matters. When they find out that, people care enough to do that, they're assuming, rightfully so, that for every person that's making the effort to reach out to them, there's 10 people or 100 people or something like that, people who feel the same way but weren't quite motivated enough to make that tweet or make that phone call. So it's really a very worthwhile thing to do, to be doing any of that. So.
And you can follow Direct Action Everywhere on Facebook, and you can stay up to date with everything that's unfolding in this campaign and all our other rescue and investigatory work. This live stream already has 1,000 shares, and other footage and videos posted around this have around 10,000 shares. And like Matt said, everything that you can do to follow the work and help us expose it is so incredibly helpful. You want to stick around here and just make sure that they're not coming, and that ventilation shutdown is not happening tonight, and that this message gets to the industry. But I think it's fine for you to start wrapping up, because we've had so many people help and take action, and we also have more things to do on the ground. I know you have more to do on the ground in Iowa. Press to contact and friends and allies to pick up at the jail, and so much more. But please follow Direct Action Everywhere on Facebook and Instagram and Twitter and everywhere you can. help us get this message out there, because people who are risking their freedom, who are locking down, who are investigating, and who are rescuing animals right now are counting on you. And it might not feel that important, but when you click share, when you donate $5, when you do whatever you can multiply that by so many people. It's what's going to convince the governor of Iowa, it's what's going to convince these companies that there's enough public pressure that they need to change. And right now is the best time to do that, because the world is in a turbulent moment that is full of change, where we're recognizing things are possible we never knew were possible before, at least not this soon. But I have more confidence now, thanks to Matt's work and thanks to all of you, the 1,000 people still watching this live stream hours in, that we can seize this moment and make change for animals, for the workers, for the planet right now. So if you haven't already, please share. Please do all those asks for tweeting Kim Reynolds, emailing, calling, etc. If you can spend 10 minutes on all of these asks today, it will be so helpful to people like Matt, who is facing a felony charge right now for exposing ventilation shutdown to the public. Matt, I don't know if there's more that you want to ask people or share with people, or just how you're feeling going this long.
Well, am I good?
I believe she can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So, well, first of all, I want to say I don't feel incredible. It's incredible to hear that there's still 1,000 people watching right now, bearing with us on this. So I'm inclined not to shut it down, personally, just because there are so many people, and because you know that Iowa Select Farms is watching this live stream right now. Their management is watching this right now, and they are, determining, how dedicated are these people? Are they going to pack it up and go away? Is the viewership going to go down? Are they going to stop sharing? Is there going to be less motivation around this? And so on and so forth. And so we are sending a loud and clear message, even though it's kind of me just chilling here in the middle of nowhere, with my cameraman. And, it kind of, I guess maybe on the surface level, it doesn't seem like something, but I mean, it absolutely makes a difference. Fuck.
Your light died.
Phone. Oh, the light died. Okay. Okay. Well, do you want to get the flashlight going? Yeah, sorry, everybody. 1 second here.
Here it is.
Okay, just 1 second. Okay. So I'm gonna get a replacement battery here for. We got these big old lights here. It's like this is already ready to go. 1 second. Okay.
Good to go.
Yeah. So, gosh, I can't remember exactly what I was saying, but yeah. So thanks so much for hanging in there, everybody. If you have questions in the live stream, I think there's probably a lot of comments flying by, so we'll maybe do our best to see them. If somebody has, a particular question, I know there are a ton of supportive comments that we cannot, personally acknowledge, but thank you so much for that. Even literally that actually helps the engagement. Like, more comments makes it more visible to more people, so more people are seeing it. Like, literally every like, every comment, every share adds up to more visibility, which adds up to more pressure on this company. So thank you so much for that. I guess I can talk about sort of a little bit of the behind the scenes on this project, without saying too much, because there are, given the law enforcement response here, we have to be thoughtful about, how much people are being implicated and that sort of thing. But I can speak in broad strokes, that we had this whistleblower who came forward to us several months ago, and this is before coronavirus was, really exploding and becoming a big thing. And this whistleblower contacted us simply to, I shouldn't say simply, but contacted us because Iowa Select Farms was engaged in routine, horrific overcrowding of animals. And this was after the investigation that I led inside the pig farm owned by Iowa State Senator Ken Rosenboom came out in January. And this individual saw that, and he felt compelled to reach out to us and say, hey, you saw some overcrowding at that senator's farm, and that was bad. But actually what Iowa Select Farms is engaged in on a regular basis is much worse than that they're packing in pigs, much tighter than what their permitting allows, and nobody's doing anything about it. The state refuses to take action, and it just keeps happening. And so this individual reached out to us, and we had some good conversations with that. And then suddenly this coronavirus thing hits, and one conversation leads to the next. and it was like, yeah, they're doing this ventilation shutdown thing. This, just unfathomable horror show is happening, and it actually blossomed into a friendship, I would certainly say by now, with myself and this individual, and with some of the other people who were doing this work on the ground. It was just a really great thing to see, and it led to, it led us to where we're here today. It just simply would not have been possible. This is not, the product of us wandering around to random farms and hoping we find something. It was a very deliberate, intentional investigation, and even then, even with the extremely beneficial intelligence provided by this individual, it was extremely challenging and difficult in ways that I guess I'm not at liberty to discuss right now. But it was very demanding project overall, and we had so many individuals who are unsung heroes at this moment for the sake of their own legal risk and personal risk and career risk and so on, that have sacrificed so much that, driving through the night just at a moment's notice practically, and staying up all night to try to make sure that we're collecting footage on this. There's just so many people. It's just so incredibly inspiring. So many people are so passionate and so committed and so willing to give whatever they can give, whether it's your time. Yep.
Beth Lim on the live stream is saying, I will fall asleep with the laptop on, leaving it on this page. Please let us be with you all night. So people are loving the information you're sharing and the actions you're taking, and definitely want to support and stay in touch. And people can sign at dxe.io/cancelanimalaG to join the campaign and stay in touch.
Yeah, all right. That's so great to hear. Thank you so much. Beth, I think you said it was a name. It cut out a little bit. I didn't hear.
Beth, yeah.
And so I'm seeing off in the distance right now. I'm not sure what to make of it because there's a lot of trucks driving by, but what looks like one of these slaughter trucks that kind of slowed down and
Can't be sure that's coming this way.
Kept driving. It might have been nothing. Hard to tell, but certainly reason enough for us to stick around out here. I know that they have what is in the neighborhood. I can't even remember. At least 10 truckloads that they use to load in here. So if us two sitting here means that there's 10. They're paying 10 truck drivers to wait around. I guess that's what it's going to be. And 10 truck drivers who will be sitting out there somewhere and pondering, what this is all about and which side of this they're on, and, pondering their circumstances. And do you really have to be signing off on this? When your own employees, not employees, but your own coworkers are coming out, and linking up with these people who your employer wants you to believe are the enemies. They want to cast this as us versus them. They want to cast us as the extremists and, talk about themselves as being humane and this sort of a thing. And their employees are wising up. These are smart people. They're not stupid, and they're not lacking in compassion the way that those at the top are. So we're gonna stay with you on this one, and I don't see reason for us to be walking away from this right now. That's the last thing I want to be doing. And maybe that means that we hang out here until I don't know, until dawn. I'm not even sure where this is gonna lead, but
I got till 6. Work at 8.
The cameraman has till 6. I have longer than that. The cameraman has till 6. So yeah, we'll wait and see on this. So I know we're up over 1,000 shares already. That's awesome. You can also share this into groups. So that's another thing. If there's any sort of animal rights groups or even the contrary, like farmers groups or social justice groups or any groups you can think of, that's another great way to help us get the word out there, get more visibility on this. Please make sure you're sharing this live stream, and once again, tweeting, emailing, calling Iowa Select Farms, Kim Reynolds, and Tyson to say, hey, you should have no part of this. You need to distance yourself from this practice right away. And if the companies that you're involved with are not distancing themselves from it, then you need to cut ties with those companies. And that's how change is really going to happen. It's clearly they're Iowa Select Farms is not speaking the language of decency and kindness. They're speaking the language of one thing and one thing only. And so we need to make it hurt for them financially. And that's what happens when they get exposed for this kind of a thing, and then we expose them, and their response is to construct, this fence, this massive, that had to cost tens of thousands of dollars to build it with the barbed wire and have it electrified. It's just ridiculous. And this isn't even Iowa Select Farms property. This is property owned by somebody else that Iowa Select Farms is, going to be, intending to use temporarily for the purpose of roasting pigs alive. And yet for this, property that they're just renting, they felt necessary to invest in this kind of security.
Matt, Laura Ray, a big DXC supporter, saying she shared throughout Boston's animal rights groups, and she also said that you look cold. Brr. Are you cold? Would you like to comment?
Oh man, thank you so much, Laura, for getting the word out there. This is a little bit chilly. It just became put the hood up weather, but yeah, it's all good. We'll stick it out for sure.
Bonfire weather.
Yeah, bonfire weather. In another life, this would be bonfire weather for sure. So yeah, we'll see what becomes of this. I know that we're already in contact with others in the media with future stories to come. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Governor Kim Reynolds has her press conference that she's been having 5 days a week. So we're hopeful that someone in the press is going to put a question to her, asking her, what she has to say about what's going on in these farms, what she has to say about these ordinary people risking their freedom, risking their future to stand up against this. What they have to say about the way that the law enforcement has lined up in subjugation to this corrupt veterinary industry group. It's these veterinarians in this group that have been heavily funded by the industry that are now touting this is so humane and this is euthanasia and so on, when it's just a matter of being human and opening your eyes and just being open and honest about the reality in front of you and saying, no, this is a horror show, and whoever's trying to tell me it's not a horror show is got something going on, or whether they're under some undue influence from money and power, or whether they're a straight up sociopath. Those are basically the two options for people who are defending what we're talking about here, roasting pigs alive. So yeah, we'll see. I guess that probably wasn't this. I think they're probably kind of watching from afar to see here, and I imagine those employees are getting a little even if the prospect of roasting animals alive isn't getting to them, I think the prospect of sitting around and being up all night when you thought you were going to go to bed earlier, maybe that will, and maybe that will cause them to go to their employer and say, hey, maybe we could do practices that don't make people compelled to put their bodies on the line to stop us. Maybe we could rethink that kind of a thing. Maybe we should do practices that aren't exploiting our own employees that we say we care so much about, and aren't the sort of thing that our own employees rise up against us on.
Matt, Brandy Marie Gump is saying, I shared with as many people as possible on my feed. So people are doing your request for sure, and please keep it up. And if people have questions for Matt, I can also share those if anyone wants to comment any questions. Thanks, Lawrence, for commenting the tweet to Kim Reynolds in the comments there.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much.
She's a veterinarian and strongly supports your actions. So there's a vet who knows that this is not humane. And you should definitely email Hillary.
Yeah, thanks so much for that, everybody. And I think it's, when you talk about, veterinarians, have a real conversation with an actual veterinarian and ask them about this practice. Instead of going to somebody who is bought and paid for by the industry, talk to someone like, I'm sorry, I missed the name, Laura or something. I probably messed that up.
But this is Hillary.
Hillary.
Whoops.
Yeah. So, it's getting a little late. I think that really says it all, and it's so it's just so humbling and so inspiring to see all these people rising up. And when you have this kind of pressure, I mean, I don't know how many, 100,000, views or whatever this is going to get up to. That's going to make an impact at some point. That there's going to be a profit calculation that's made, and they say, okay, this isn't worth it. We need to, we need to figure something else out. And by let's not kid ourselves and think that they don't have the means to figure something else out. They literally have barns that are being left open while they're telling us how overflowing their supply chain is, and they have these slaughterhouses that are running at reduced capacity, but many of them are just running where they're basically trucking pigs in and killing them and dumping them. So that's not a solution that anybody thinks is wonderful. But I will say that is an improvement over literally roasting thousands of pigs alive. But that would be more expensive to transport them and to deal with that than to go on with this horror show that they have set up here behind us. So we'll see. It's looking pretty dead, which is encouraging. Doesn't look like anybody's waiting to pounce, waiting for their moment to come flying in here, right? The moment we're done. But we'll wait and see on that. And we'll also be hearing back from our friends from the jail shortly, I imagine, and see what the prospects of them are. I imagine it'll be seeing a judge in the morning at around 8 or 9 a.m. And we'll be getting them out and deciding kind of where we go from there with them. And I imagine we'll be doing some sort of a live stream or other update on what's going on with them. If I were to guess, I would say that they probably have similar prospects to myself, where the powers that be want to come in and really kind of strong arm and try to scare you. I mean, again, you saw that cop roll up here and literally drive his car like directly at them and stop like a few feet in front of them, and then he gets out and he's got the whole strut going, and he's literally got his baton in his hand. I mean, here's these people like laying there with a chain around their neck, like they're not going anywhere, and it's just like how much more disgusting can you be, So I mean, and that's just sort of a microcosm of the system overall and what they're doing. When I get arrested, when the police storming through my hotel room door at 5 a.m. to arrest me and haul me off to jail and tell me I have a $5,000 bond and drive me across the state to this jail. But then what happens when you push back against the system a little bit, when you flex your rights and when you stand up for what's right? Suddenly the $5,000 bond is gone. Suddenly the requirement to sign off on your release is gone. Suddenly that hunger strike seems like it's making a difference. And again, I want to caveat that with the fact that the COVID crisis also has them not wanting to keep as many people in jail, but it's also not common for them to tell you have a $5,000 bond and then it turns out to be a $0 bond. And it's also not common for them to not require someone to sign as a condition of release. So I think that they're kind of bluffing at us and trying to make us think the system is big and scary and intimidate us and make us go away. But then, when even a small amount of people take action collectively and stand up to the system and stand up for what's right, we find that we have much more power than we tend to give ourselves credit for, frankly. And so I think we should draw a lot of inspiration from that a relatively small amount of people have, so far, Iowa Select Farms were quite confident that they have not engaged in a VSD action since the one that we've caught on camera. We can't be quite positive because you never know, but this is not a small production for them to set up and to get going. And, they retrofitted this building. I don't know how much people are aware, but they take these barns, which are actually, this is normally a chicken farm, and they retrofit them. So they build interior within there. They build this interior fence inside of the barn. And we have video that's out there that people can see. And that's because they know damn well what happens when you turn on the hoses and you turn on the heat. These pigs are just freaking out. They're just struggling for their lives. They're screaming out loud and they're struggling. And so they put up this interior fence so that the pigs aren't just like destroying this building from the inside, so that they can only, they're only coming up against this interior fence. And they have the steam that's pumped in with the pipes from the outside. and they have a wall built in on the interior with a plexiglass window so that people can come up and people can watch this horror show as it's happening in front of their eyes. And so, anyways, that's not a small undertaking, and we're confident with the intelligence that we have from the whistleblowers within Iowa Select Farms that this probably is the only place where they're doing this. And once again, pretty sure that it has not happened in the, how long has it been? 2 weeks or close to, I think it was Tuesday. So I think it's been 12 days. So in 12 days, they haven't done it since then. So that's, some measure of a victory. But I think more broadly, the way that we've rightfully stigmatized this company and this industry is what's really going to have those widespread ripple effects. And that's what's, going to be even much more powerful than the disruption of Iowa Select Farms. As powerful as that is, I mean, literally, if we save this from happening in one instance, that's thousands of individuals who, however they have it, don't have it nearly as bad as literally being roasted alive. So, I mean, that would be, at an absolute bare minimum, what we have accomplished, and with all of your support. And I think that we've only got the momentum to do so much bigger and better things. And I think these other companies are counting their blessings that it was Iowa Select Farms that was busted on this and not them. And they're thinking twice about, their cost-cutting measures and saying, boy, is it really worth it for us to be roasting pigs alive? Man, if we, somebody catches wind of that, we're gonna be facing some real heat. That's a horrible way to say that, but
Matt, Beck is asking just how many people are there with you right now? Just the two of you?
Yeah. So right now it's literally the two of us, and literally the two of us seem to have put this whole thing on hold for right now. It's a question as to whether they've actually called it off for the day or whether they have sort of put it on hold and they're kind of waiting for us to leave so that they can start business as usual. And we are not about to give them that opportunity, give them that opening as far as I'm concerned. So I'm very happy to stand here all night long to ensure that they have in fact shut it down. And then, maybe they're going to try and do it tomorrow. We'll see who I got in my email inbox that wants to come here and do this again tomorrow and do this every single day and keep up the pressure. And maybe tomorrow it's not 3 people, maybe it's 10 people. And then if they, keep it up, be on the wrong side of the law, be on the wrong side of decency, and just keep getting people fired up and see where that lands you.
And Matt, can you let people know who was arrested here earlier if they missed the live stream?
Yep. So we had Scotty Gilbertson, Cheyenne Holiday, and Justin. I believe his last name. I don't know Justin super well. My apologies. I think his last name is Jeske, Jeske.
I'm bad at names, like last names. I know all the first names, but the last names.
So anyway, these are Scotty's from Albert Lee, Minnesota, just north of the Iowa border. I think it's not that far north. And then the other two are either in Fairfield or near Fairfield, Iowa. So we have 2 Iowans and 1 person north of Iowa and Minnesota. So, and I definitely know we have the support of fellow Iowans. And so I already have a list of people that I can contact who are similarly willing to put their freedom on the line. And if they think that, a trespass charge, a night in jail is a deterrent relative to what these pigs are going through, what these companies are up to, I think they're in the process of learning better than that.
Wow, this is pretty nice to hear. Angelica Leoforda is saying he is not alone. We are all with him. And some other folks are asking if they can come out to Iowa or hoping people will.
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is just evolving, and it's a very dynamic situation that involves, seeing what media pickup looks like and seeing what police officers come storming through your hotel room door at 5 a.m. and seeing what the consequences of things are. So, I mean, I don't really know what the next few days even bring. I didn't know if I was going to get arrested tonight, if I was going to get arrested tonight and locked up until trial in a few months. Like, literally, that's just the nature of it. But what I do know is that this is it's horrible, but it's promising in the wave of momentum that we can see building around us. And so as far as I'm concerned, we just have every reason to double down. We have no reason to pack it up and go home. We have every reason to keep increasing the pressure and keep escalating. But the support we're seeing on social media, the support we're seeing of more people wanting to step up, the support we're seeing financially, which definitely matters. You know, when we're talking about people having to travel and people having to stay in hotels and people having to, have legal support. We're blessed in that with the legal support side of things, that we have a lot of passionate people who are attorneys who are representing DXE activists either for free or at a reduced rate. So obviously, all hands on deck to make this happen, and just a very extremely inspiring top to bottom effort we have going on. So I don't know what time is it. Can you see real quick what time?
Yeah, I could check.
Just 1 second, folks.
12:39.
So it's 12:39 in Iowa. So yeah, so we're easily 3 hours past when they would have. Well, yeah, going on about 3 hours past when they would normally have started loading in pigs, and when they would have planned on loading in pigs tonight. To do this ventilation shutdown. I know that last time around, it's already was hot and humid in there the night before, but when they really kind of got to it and were really cranking up the heat and cranking up the steam was at 4 a.m. So that was when they had all the pigs loaded in there. And by now, there's no way they'd be on schedule to do that with what everybody was scheduled to do tonight as far as unloading pigs into here, and with what people were scheduled to do tomorrow in terms of actually following through and doing this horrible work of actually roasting these pigs alive. I don't know, this kind of makes me feel like we should just have somebody here stationed 24/7. It's nice to think that the two people can keep them away. Somebody just sitting here with a light and a phone and a battery that can live stream it and show the world what's up. If that's enough to keep them away, then I think, we have more than enough passionate people to keep that much of it staffed. So, hey, who's out there? All right, do we got some names? We got some commitments on who's ready to drive to Grundy County, Iowa within the next few days? Cassie, you got to be keeping track because I'm not seeing it.
I'll try to fill a bus.
Yeah, fill the bus up. Yeah, that's so beautiful. And just looking at such a relatively tiny amount of money, tiny amount in terms of time that people have put. Certainly not a tiny amount of dedication, but the amount of actual hours put into it. There are plenty on an individual level, but as a collective, the amount of impact that we've had with a very small investment of hours and of money and so on is just got to be inspiring to anybody out there, just to look at it and say this is the power that we have when we come together and we harness our collective power. So I don't have a specific plan in mind, but I think trucking more people out here to put an end to this and draw more and more and more attention to it sounds like a very, very good plan. So, email me, Matt, at directactioneverywhere.com. Please email me if you want to get involved in some way. I'll get around to it. It's going to be a long night, and there's a lot of other press work and so on to be done, but it's obviously a top priority to make sure that this campaign continues to have the success that it's already had, and continues to put an end not just to this ventilation shutdown practice, but to all the catastrophic harms of animal agriculture. Let's keep talking. Let's keep thinking about it. Let's keep figuring out how we can, creative ways to help work it and make this collective change happen. So, Cassie, do you think you could jump on real quick and I can check my messages?
Yeah, that'd be perfect. There's some people who want your attention. So thanks so much for the comments. And if you have questions, you can comment your questions as well, because I'm looking at the live stream and I can send those to Matt. But if you haven't been here with us the whole time, Matt and other folks have been here for hours, and like he said, 3 people were arrested doing this lockdown at the gate, which we think may have prevented trucks from coming and bringing pigs, but it's an evolving situation, and obviously the fact that this groundbreaking expose was published in The Intercept 2 days ago. All this public pressure, all this media attention came out about the horrors of ventilation shutdown, and the company's still going forward with it and still doing it and acting like it's a humane method of, quote, euthanasia. The fact that that's still happening means we have our work cut out for us to effectively shut this down and to take a stance, get the government to take a stance against the industry to protect workers and to protect animals instead of protecting big business. So we definitely have our work cut out for us. It's not the work of one night, but we are aggregating so much people power right now, and you're a part of that. So thank you for commenting and thank you for sharing. Christina Bowers asking, so how many people have left? The 3 activists who did the lockdown have been arrested and taken to jail in Grundy County, Iowa. Just 2 folks are left there. So that's who we're with right now. And they're sticking around at the moment to see that no trucks come and that they're there if they do. But in Iowa, it's 2 hours later than it is for me here in California. And it's 12:44 a.m. So it seems unlikely that the trucks are going to come to this location where they are at this point. They're obviously very aware of the actions. The sheriff came out, he called the sheriff themselves, who've been emailing and reporting to the sheriff and to the DA and to everyone who can this evidence of animal cruelty for a long time now. People definitely know who Matt is. So if Matt's at a farm, they're worried because they know that he likes to come and create a storm and get the media attention involved and get the public paying attention to what's happening inside these facilities and to elevate the animals' story to the masses. And so, Matt actually was doing an investigation in Iowa where he found his own photo posted on the wall. Warning, this is an activist, don't let him come inside. Ironically, it was too late because Matt was inside and took a photo with the photo. But even more ironically, the posting of that photo was actually led, in part, one of the employee whistleblowers at farms to reach out to them, to do the opposite of what their higher-ups were warning them and to say, no, I'm going to reach out to this person who's an activist to help elevate the story of what's happening. I'm seeing a lot of support for that. If you want to see the post, it's posted on Direct Action Everywhere's Facebook page. That's a great place to follow everything that's happening in this campaign in Direct Action Everywhere. The Intercept article is posted on our Facebook page, and the video where you can see more of Matt's investigation team and the rescue of a piglet named Gilly, who one of the whistleblowers, another whistleblower, actually named because they wanted to be able to name this individual who was rescued. And we're seeing so much compassion flow forward, and we're following all of this story on our Facebook and our social media channels. So please follow Direct Action Everywhere. And if all of you, if 1,000 people do that right now, and 1,000 people, sign up to our mailing list. If you're not already on it, go to directactioneverywhere.com and sign up to our mailing list and join this campaign to take down a violent, vile industry and to protect workers and animals. Then we can make so much change happen, not just in our lifetime. In DXC, that's our tagline. We say animal liberation in one generation. We're going to achieve revolutionary social and political change for animals in our lifetime. Let's speed it up even faster, because we're in a moment of political and social turmoil. We're in a moment where change we never thought was possible is happening much more quickly, and that's really scary sometimes. We see some really scary trigger moments happening around us in all these movements and all these facets of society. But one thing that unites all of us is that we see that this is a moment great for change. And so whether you're joining an online webinar or live stream or taking action from home or getting out there in person to do investigation work or go to a vigil or sound the alarm, however you can, maybe honk in a car protest. There's all kinds of innovative ideas coming out for how we can take action right now during the pandemic and how we can get more attention on these issues right now. The industry is feeling threatened because the public attention on the problems within animal agriculture is so heightened right now due to COVID-19 and the slaughterhouse shutdowns of facilities where workers are getting sick, including facilities owned by Tyson, which Iowa Select Farms supplies to Tyson and therefore supplies to many supermarket chains. And one thing that we can ask is for these chains to cut ties with at least these suppliers and to say, maybe they're still selling animals, and we know ultimately that's what needs to end, is the exploitation and objectification of animals completely. But who can look at this footage and justify it? Who can defend ventilation shutdown? This is the epitome of everything that is horrific about the animal agriculture industry. This is the result of deeming sentient beings mere objects. This is what we can allow ourselves to do to animals when we deprive them of their animality and we just say, they're trash, they're wasted. You know, we can't send them to slaughter. We can't get a profit off of these animals anymore. And if all you're thinking about is profit, then you're going to kill them in a way that maximizes profit. And that might be the most torturous way for these animals to die, but that's not what these companies care about. And so anytime they're saying that they care about animal welfare or they're using humane methods, that's absolute crap, and all they care about is maximizing profit. And normally we have to try so hard as animal rights activists, as animal advocates, as people speaking up about this, to get people to understand the humane lie and to question what the industry's saying. But right now they're making our job so easy by saying that ventilation shutdown, literally roasting pigs alive for hours until they finally die. And in some cases, they're still not dead and they get thrown out alive. That is being called humane by industry-funded veterinarians is showing the entire world how full of crap they are. And so, you know, the fact that this is happening right now that is so horrific, it's also something that we need to elevate, as hard as it is to look at, as terrible as it is to hear those screams. I actually mute the audio when I listen to the video of this action and investigation, because when you hear those pigs screaming, you that's your reaction. You want to turn it off. You don't want to hear it. That's how those employees feel too. That's why they're feeling the emotional weight of Iowa Select Farms' decision. But what we need to do is amplify their screams and to take more action. So yeah, please keep helping us do that. Share this video with someone who needs to see it. Tag your friends in the comments, tag family members, tell them about what's happening, because I think if they read the article in The Intercept, they're going to side against this gruesome way of killing animals. And it's going to beg the question, well, why are we in this situation in the first place? Why are we in a situation where we have to decide how to quickly, massively kill off animals who can't get into the supply chain? Animals should not be being bred for exploitation in the first place. It's not our job to interfere in species' lives and to disrupt and modify them genetically and create all these problems in the first place, spreading disease in the first place. You know, we can cancel animal agriculture and clear a whole host of problems just with one swift action like that. So thank you everybody for taking action. You can share the live stream in all kinds of groups. I know a lot of you have done that. You can continue to tweet at Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds. You know, she's a Republican governor who has stood behind the industry before, but pressure is rising now in ways it never has before. Iowans have been asking her for a moratorium on permitting new CAFOs, new factory farms in Iowa. There's already a lot of public support for asks like that, but now we're in a moment where we can push the Overton window, push this possibilities of what we can actually achieve right now to something even more radical. And we can ask for the shutdown of this industry, not ventilation shutdown. We need to shut down the industry that falls back on these horrific practices in times like this and pave a better future. Irene Stiles is saying hi to me. Hi, Irene. Thank you so much for staying with us, everyone, for so long, and hopefully taking action the whole time you're watching this. Or I think someone said they're washing their dishes while they're watching this. That's fine too. It's so important to be connected and get this information and share it with more people. You're helping even whatever you're doing right now. So while Matt's figuring out his next, yeah, are you there?
Yeah. All right. So we just got some info because these folks with, you know, we have these employee whistleblowers with Iowa Select Farms who are working with us, and it seems as though actually near us, a few miles away, or I'm not sure how many miles away, but maybe like 5 or 10 miles away or something, there are in fact Iowa Select Farms trucks with pigs that are loaded up and pulled off on the side of the road, and there are the trucks that are carrying the heaters, the industrial heaters. I'm not sure if they also have the water, the steam pumping machines, but yeah, they are intending to wait us out. That is their hope. So they're paying all these truck drivers to sit there and to wait for us to leave. So right now, I'm actually now here by myself. standing in front of this gate, and we actually have Devin, who is with me, is now left, and now he is going to be going to that site and going to walk by right there and show you all these pigs lined up to be roasted alive and to document that. Iowa Select Farms has no clue what they're up against. They have no clue of the determination of the activists. They have no clue how much their employees are not with them and are standing against them. And they think that, you know, we're gonna get a little tired, we're gonna get a little bored, we're gonna, you know, decide not to worry about these pigs because they're just pigs after all, that kind of a thing. And they're gonna learn, like, it's gonna start to sink in pretty quick here. And I don't know how much uglier it needs to get for them, for their PR, for you know, just exposing this horrific reality. But this is, you know, so
I left my wallet.
Oh, just 1 second. Cassie, can you jump back on?
Yeah, and your camera's still off. I don't know when you're there alone if you're going to be able to turn it back on, but that's a terrifying update. But I'm so glad that you all didn't leave and that you're still there, so that when you get that update, you're able to respond, and that there's two of you. So maybe your plan is, maybe you can explain it again, but your plan seems like to split up to make sure that there's someone watching at both these places. It's amazing that just the presence of one person is what's halting and stalling this entire operation. They're clearly running from the exposure. They don't want to be caught on camera. They know what's happening is wrong. And yet Iowa Select Farms is still waiting with these pigs in these trucks right now, just waiting. And that breaks my heart. I know everyone there is saying you're feeling sick and heartbroken about this. Well, there's nothing good in this industry. There's nothing that doesn't break your heart whether they're waiting in a truck or waiting in a farm until their slaughter date, or in the facility or in the slaughterhouse being killed. There's nowhere good for these animals to be. They need to be rescued, and they need to be given the lives that they deserve. So maybe this is a chance, Matt, to continue the ask to release an animal to us, to release a pig to sanctuary. You know, they have all these pigs there pretty close to you. I'm not sure how far they are from you, or how long it's going to take one of you to get there. But if you can go there and confront the people who are waiting in person, confront the truck drivers, or confront people who probably want nothing to do with this and don't want to be in this position right now, then maybe you can get a response from them, or get someone to release an animal to you. But if people can please share this live stream if you haven't yet, or even if you have, share it again, share it in more groups. It sounds like we might be jumping back into action again a little bit, and we need all of your help to get this out there and get more people to see it. Matt, I can see you on camera now. I don't know if you're ready.
Yeah. And can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, great. So what I was saying is we have this information about that these slaughter trucks are lined up on the road somewhat near here, waiting for us to leave. They're hoping to wait us out, and they have this heat, this industrial heater. So they're very much prepped to truck these pigs in and roast them alive whenever we give them an opening to do so. So that's what they're prepping to do. And so right now we have the Devin, who was with us, is now going to be going over there and finding these trucks that are sitting on the side of the road, and is going to walk alongside of them and document this and show the whole world this shameful reality that's happening here, what this has really come to, where they literally have all of these truck drivers backed up, just waiting, doing anything they can to avoid exposure, and hoping that we're gonna get bored, we're gonna get tired, you know, whatever the case may be. And you know, we're gonna show them very differently. So we're, you know, looking forward to, I mean, I don't know, maybe that's a weird way to say that, but you know, we are going to take advantage of every opportunity to further stigmatize this industry and this practice, and to expose what they're doing, and expose, you know, how horrified they are about exposure. I mean, if we walked up to a strawberry patch and we had our cameras out, they'd be like, "Oh, hey, are you you know, that's so cool. Take pictures. Yeah, this is great. People love it. Post them on our Google review or something like that, you know." And the fact that their reaction is very differently, is different. That speaks for itself. I mean, we saw it. If anybody watched the Intercept video, it included some of our audio that we captured where these employees are talking about, they found these cameras and it's like, oh my God, what did they see? Did they see pigs dying? Did they see this? And it's like, well, why are you so worried about pigs dying? You sent this email out to your employees talking about how humane this all is. Like, what are you so worried about? Come on now. So, yeah, it kind of speaks for itself, but it's so inspiring as it's just getting later and later and later at night that people are still with us and still spreading the word and still drawing attention to this horror show. And and we're making an impact. It's not going to be immediate. It's not going to always be visible or fun or what have you, but there's no question that there is a rising tide of pressure that is being felt head on by Iowa Select Farms and by this industry. So thanks so much to everybody for everything, for the social media engagement, for the financial contributions, for taking action. And actually, I can't believe I forgot to mention this as much. There are getting to be some serious sounding conversations about people trucking out to Iowa. The enthusiasm that's happening behind this, what has really turned into a campaign is really inspiring and really gratifying. And keep your eyes and ears open because, yeah, I can't quite speak for the resources that it would take to make this happen within DXE, but I can speak to the momentum and the enthusiasm that's both behind the scenes and very much in the scenes in terms of the comments section here and so on about making this happen. So yeah, let's do that. Yeah.
Your mom, Pam Johnson, is saying, yes, I am here keeping an eye on my son and supporting that.
Oh my gosh, that is so sweet. I was supposed to call her. I was trying to call her. I was in a jail cell and somebody, I don't even remember who it was. I talked to so many people. But anyway, somebody was supposed to send me mom's number and then I went to sleep and I didn't get mom's number and then they kicked me out of jail. I tried to stay in jail and they booted me out. So mom, maybe you can give me some suggestions on how I can more effectively stay in jail because I know you have a lot of those.
She said he makes his own choices, but I'm so proud of him.
Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, what a sweet one she is. So anyway, let's escalate. Let's escalate the hell out of this thing. I think that this is just it's just proving to be, this is a campaign that's resonating with people. The amount of engagement that we've gotten on this, like, let's do it. I know everybody doesn't have the means and COVID is a thing. And, if you're not in a position, if you, people who are immune compromised and so on, not everybody's in that position. But if you are in that position, if you have some time and some money, the resources that would take to make it happen, I think this is the place to be. I mean, the eyes of so many people are, you just saw it from this live stream that we just kind of threw together in the course of a few hours, the amount of attention that it's generated. This is the real deal, where people are, coalescing around this horror show, coalescing around this movement. And we just need to seize the moment as they come to us.
So Matt, it's Darren who is going to try to film over where the trucks are. Devin.
Yeah.
And are we going to be able to call Devin in or?
Yeah, I think Devin's on the same, I gave info for the same Skype call, so that should be good to go when they get there. I'm not sure how far away that is. That could be like a half hour or something. I know that the place where they usually have the pigs before that they sort of hold them before they bring them in here is like an hour and a half drive. So it could actually be, yeah, I'm not sure. Actually, I mean, if people could Google for me real quick, maybe, and just Google Applington, Iowa to Eldora, Iowa, and tell me what that looks like. I don't want to click off of here right now, but that's a general idea. Applington, Iowa to Eldora.
And do you know when he gets there if he's going to try to ask about a rescue and see if they'll release someone to him?
Oh, it's a good idea. I didn't mention that.
It's a 33-minute drive, it looks like, from Applington to Eldora, or vice versa.
Yeah, so that's a good general estimation. So I think it's been like 5. Well, then he had to get to the car too. So yeah, probably I would say within a half hour we should we should have some info on that. So that's so inspiring to see, like some random person on Facebook, jumped in to tell us about this. That's really cool. That person, I didn't catch the name there, but you can come out here and join me too. At some point, I'm gonna, I don't know. I guess I got battery power for a while, but not for forever. Yeah, we could definitely use more support here at the front lines, here at the driveway entrance, for anybody that can make that happen. By all means, please do. Yeah, quite an interesting choice of tactics for them. We got the footage the first time as they moved all the equipment out to try to make us give up, and now here tonight on a shorter time scale, they're doing the exact same thing. Like, okay, everybody's leaving, we're all good, and you heard the sheriff's deputies telling their people, like, don't talk to them, don't engage. It's just like, all right, let them calm down. They did their yelling and shouting, like, let them go home so we can commence roasting pigs alive again. I know they're still trying to convince themselves that this is just angsty, whatever, angsty rebels without a cause, or something like that. Liberal sentimentalism, and it's unfortunate. I think people in Iowa aren't used to people who are taking the rights of animals so seriously. So it's kind of hard for people to grapple with when they're really just kind of met with it in such a stark way.
AP and Kelly are both saying stay strong, Matt. A lot of people checking in on you, and a lot of people who want to help. Yeah,
that's great. I think the stakes alone, just thinking about that, are enough to stay strong. Like, all right, how long do we have to wait it out for? How long are they gonna, whatever, I'll sit here till tomorrow morning.
Diana Navon says, I wish I could drive there and bring warm coats.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a misestimation on my part, I suppose. Oh, so it's hit 1:06 a.m. So we have hit. I've officially hit 48 hours on my hunger strike. So got that working for me. Well, they say that it hits the peak at 24 to 48 hours, and then after that, your body goes into a different mode where the hunger is less intense, which I think is accurate. I think I'm noticing that. All right, well, I'm just going to repeat again here because exposure is so important. What our asks are, and as far as what you all can engage in. So number one, share this video, share it on your Facebook page, share it in Facebook groups. Lots of options to do that. Thank you so much for everybody who's already done so. The other things you can do are to engage on social media with Iowa Select Farms, with Iowa Governor Kim Reynolds, and with Tyson Foods, which Tyson is where Iowa Select Farms sends so many of its pigs. Say that ventilation shutdown is a horror show, that you demand that it ends, and that any of these entities need to distance themselves from this and disavow it immediately. You can also go to retailers who are selling any Tyson products. And Cassie, can you help me out with who some of those retailers are? I can't remember which ones are Tyson or other companies.
Yeah, definitely Safeway, which goes by a lot of different names. There is a connection to Costco, and I know there were other places on the list I don't have on the top of my head. I can check, but Safeway, Bonds, and so many other things, and Costco for sure.
Yeah. So tweeting at Costco, emailing Costco, calling Costco, tagging Costco on Facebook, that sort of thing. That really that makes a difference for sure. I know, for example, when there was a lawsuit that was filed against Wayne Xiong, DXE co-founder, who he was in Whole Foods and asking them where they sourced their meat from and if it was sourced from factory farms, and they threw all sorts of charges at him. But then it was one viral video that totally changed the course of it, and they went from making all these outrageous charges to him to, really just begging him to accept any sort of a plea down, and he accepted nothing, and eventually the charges were dropped outright. So that really is the power of, collective, collective action like that, and whether that collective action is something in person or whether that's in the form of, blasting on social media. It's a similar concept and has similar impact.
Venny is saying shared to many groups. Thank you, Venny. I'm not sure I'm saying your name right.
Awesome. Thank you.
Emic Echo shared again. 2 shares from Emic.
All right.
Neil is saying, I hate all these corporations. There's a lot of connections between them, certainly. The more you look at the supply chains and how many companies just have different names.
Yeah. So I'll give people, I know you can't, boy, I don't even know if it's hardly even worth showing people here, but anyways, so we're at this Iowa Select Farms site where this is where they've roasted pigs alive previously. This is where we exposed this happening, and we have a scene here where it previously was loaded with sheriff deputies and with firefighters, and the scene is now cleared out as the 3 individuals who had locked themselves to the gate have been arrested, and the sheriff's deputies and the firefighters have cleared out. And what we have now determined is very likely a tactic on behalf of Iowa Select Farms to try to wait us out, to try to make us bored or defeated or even victorious. Whatever feeling we have that correlates with us leaving is what they did. I'm actually pretty sure there's still some employees in there, because I think when we showed up here, it appeared that there were employees who were, let me get this thing turned around. There were employees inside of the gate, and I don't think they left. So I literally think they have employees waiting inside to do this roasting of pigs alive, and that there are these trucks waiting, down the highway to bring the pigs in and roast them alive. So we can definitely play the waiting game. If they made the calculation that the guy who was hunger striking in jail and was not accepting bail because he wanted to sit in jail for the cause, if they thought that, an extra hour or 2 chilling here in the middle of the night was gonna do us in, then they'll figure out better way of thinking on that one. And if they think that, one person taking one person out, which I know I've heard through our whistleblowers, that they were thinking, they amped up their security, specifically like, well, they have to keep their security amped up as far as who gets into farms and who has access codes and that sort of a thing. They took all these, enhanced security protocols, and they were just doing it until literally me leave the state. That was what they were telling themselves internally. And now they're learning, like, oh, maybe this is bigger than just one guy. And, throwing him in jail and dispatching out the sheriff's deputies to do your bidding and barge into his hotel room at 5 a.m. Maybe that doesn't do the trick. And in fact, it spurs greater outrage and greater backlash against you. And you just need to actually be compelled to do the right thing. So, yep. So we shall see on this. I don't know if they're just thinking they're just literally going to wait as long as it takes and pay people to chill out as long as it takes. And I think they're giving their employees the same orders as what the sheriff's deputies were telling their folks, like, hey, don't talk to them, don't engage, don't do nothing, because you might start having real conversations, and you might start thinking, and you might start not just towing the line like we're trying to get you to do.
Leaf is saying it's going to be light there somewhat soon. I don't know, maybe still several hours, but do you think in the light of day that they wouldn't come if you're there until the morning? Would the trucks just turn around at that point, Matt?
Yeah, it's hard to say. To put myself in those shoes. So then you have the workers that were supposed to be here during the whole ventilation shutdown process. So that would have been, that was supposed to be early in the morning. These workers were scheduled. And so now you're getting into the afternoon time. So yeah, hard to say. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to be hard pressed to leave even when it's light out. You know, if we have the info that they're, you know, still doing their thing over there, you know, I can't really see leaving.
Well, people are watching from all over: Birdland, Minnesota, New Zealand. Angel is sharing in many groups. Still so many people watching.
Oh yeah, how many? What's it at now?
It's jumping around the low 800s.
Yeah. Oh, that's so awesome. Oh my gosh, all these people taking time out of the middle of your busy, or I don't know if you're busy in the middle of the night, but you could be sleeping in the middle of the night. So that's so awesome for everybody doing that. I guess, yeah, you get the crowd in Europe where it's early morning, so maybe that's a little less, you know, taxing to do. So that's really cool. But yeah, it's starting to look like we're just gonna, I don't even know where this ends, but if having, you know, one or two people in place makes a difference between thousands of pigs getting roasted alive, then we can do that indefinitely, I think. Yeah, maybe that's what we should start making plans for. All right, who is in Iowa that's going to take over from me when I literally can no longer hold my eyes open in about 8 hours? That's what we should start. So Cassie, watch the comment section and figure out who those people are.
All right, anybody in Iowa? I'm seeing Helia is from Orange County. You should get connected with DXC San Diego. There's an incredible chapter near you. I'm not seeing anyone saying they're in Iowa except your mom, Matt. Amanda's in Kansas. Amanda's all the way.
Yeah. Mom's in Wisconsin, but somewhere over there.
Somewhere around there.
Yeah, I mean, by the time we get around to 8 or 9 in the morning, then we might have the folks that were in jail are coming out. So maybe I can tag in for them at that point.
Forever. I think there's a 8-hour limit on live streams on Facebook, but not if you're doing an open broadcasting source like we're doing. So you can beat the system. You can stay here forever and until they come up and release all of the pigs.
Yeah, absolutely. Why not? Yeah, no, this is actually like really, I mean, it's a horrible situation, obviously, on the face of it, but it's really useful. I mean, especially, you got 800 people watching, sharing, spreading the word, getting more visibility on this. And so it's like, why the heck wouldn't you? Like, this is, you know, other than the fact of me being a little chilly and a little tired and a little bored or whatever, which actually not even that bored. I'm talking to you. Like, this is, you know, like they think that this is wearing us down. Like, they're just wrong. So.
Frank says you're a great entertainer, Matt.
Oh man, okay. I appreciate hearing that. I'm literally, the things going in my brain like, okay, what am I? Let's come up with something else to talk about. What else can we say here? Yep. Man. Yeah, thanks. I mean, everybody I know out there watching right now, there are probably some Iowa Select Farm employees. You know, so I guess some Iowa Select Farms employees, I guess, watching with differing perspectives. There's probably some people who still have kind of a, you know, dug in perspective that are, you know, kind of representing Iowa Select Farms and doing what they want to do. But then also there's certainly Iowa Select Farms employees watching who are not okay with what's happening and that are feeling you know, a crisis of consciousness. And my heart goes out to you. And I want to support you however we can in bettering yourself and your own situation, and bettering the situation of your fellow employees, and in bettering the situation of these poor animals. So again, please reach out. You know, you can do so via email, matt@directactioneverywhere.com. That's probably what I'd recommend, doing it that way. You can also go to the DXE website, dxe.io/whistle, which is where whistleblowers can submit photos and videos and their own testimonials and your information. We absolutely hold that anonymous until explicitly told otherwise. So please do come forward. I mean, we've just had somebody on the live stream that blew the whistle on where these trucks were hiding literally tonight. So it takes a lot. You know, we don't have a lot of money. We don't have eyes. Well, we ourselves don't have eyes everywhere, but via, you know, the social media audience, we're very fortunate to have people with eyeballs all over the place that can report stuff, and we can work together and all do our part.
Matt, I'm seeing a comment now that's different from a lot of the supportive ones that might be more fun for you to respond to. We have Michael Lewis Russell saying, unfortunately, this group is not going to stop the slaughter of animals. You guys are fighting a losing battle because why would I give up something that I enjoy so much? I wonder if you have any response.
Well, I think that the world already is changing, fortunately, and we've seen change throughout history, where change has been, not immediate, not as fast as it should be, and not in a straight line. But, the world is, generally speaking, on a positive trajectory in terms of the rights of individuals, the rights of, you look at the rights of, civil rights, gay rights, women's rights, et cetera, et cetera. Things are very far from perfect, but things, have generally trended in the right direction, particularly in the first world. And I think that, there's no reason to think that animal rights will be any different, nor has it been any different thus far. So we see that, you see that, tonight, like literally tonight, look at how many people tuned in and are motivated and taking various forms of action to be in support when they see this horror show that's happening to animals is right here. And certainly with the rise of all these alternatives, at some point the public is going to come out there and say, hey, what the hell are we're not only allowing this horror show to continue, but we're actively funding it. Why is our government propping up this industry with billions of dollars when we have these, we could very easily make the switch and find our good friend was the name Michael or whoever you said just now. You can find something else you like very much too if you try these alternatives, Beyond Meat and cashew ice cream, and there's just alternatives to everything out there that are delicious. It just boggles the mind, even from a kind of a selfish human-centric perspective. It's just like they're better for animals, they're better for the environment, they're better for the future of this planet, they're better at not causing a pandemic, they're probably a bit better for your health overall. Like, why the hell not? Literally, even if you don't give a damn about animals, like why? What is the reason for this to continue existing? And it's a function of power and status quo and habit and so on. And it's not a product of rationality or decency or any of the things that we would normally say we stand for. So
I think you answered Michael's question because he hasn't commented anymore, and there's a lot of other people responding with more information too. Yeah. Even on such little sleep and no food, still give a good answer to a question that's so easy.
Yeah, that's the easy ones. Yeah.
Amanda says, "Hope Matt has some water at least." Do you have water there, Matt?
Oh, I don't think I have any here, but I definitely made a very deliberate effort to get some water. So the thing is, when you're not eating, because you get a lot of your water from food of various sorts, and so I had to catch myself and be like, oh, yeah. So I deliberately drank a bunch of water before we headed out this evening. So I think I'm pretty good. In this weather, I'm certainly not sweating anything out too much. So, yeah. So I think we should be almost getting to the point where Devin is on site. I didn't check what time it was, but I think it's getting kind of close to that time.
Well, you're using a phone, so I'm assuming you don't have another way to easily call him. Is someone else going to do that?
Well, he has the Zoom link, so it should, or the Skype link, so he should, just pop up here, I would think.
Okay.
Let me actually, once you put yourself on the screen, and I'll make sure on that, okay?
I think Lewis is going to have to do that, but I can start talking, and hopefully they can put me on. If you don't know, my name is Cassie. I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area chapter of DXC, and I'm an organizer of DXC. I'm just as inspired as Matt by all the support that this investigation is getting from you all, and so grateful for people who are up this late or early, depending on where you are, and showing the world what's happening and still sharing and connecting and uniting, because right now, when a lot of people in the world are feeling really isolated and going through some scary things, the more that we can unite and come together, even online, the more power that we have. There's so much people power to be had. So I'm going to message Lewis and make sure I'm on. But please keep tweeting at Kim Reynolds. Please keep emailing and calling, and at Iowa Select Farms too, because they're probably already watching this live stream, honestly. So you can direct your message to Iowa Select Farms right in the comments as well, and they'll probably see it. But we want to reach them as many ways as possible and show them that there are hundreds of people, literally 800 people right now, whatever time it is, whatever else they have going on in their lives, that are willing to reach out to them and to speak up for the pigs, that these are not worthless animals who, because they can't be slaughtered for food, suddenly have no value. They're individuals who have immense value inherently because of who they are, because they're individuals who want to live, and they're just like us in all the ways that matter. So they might not recognize that yet, but I think even Kim Reynolds, the Republican pro-industry government official in Iowa, even these people at the top of Iowa Select Farms, the very wealthy few who run the company, they have hearts. They care about animals. They wouldn't want to have to watch the footage of what's happening in the ventilation shutdown that Matt filmed and exposed. They wouldn't want to have to sit and watch that every day before they consume animals or before they go to work. They practice cognitive dissonance and they shut it out, and they even apologize to the world about the difficult decision it is to do this to these animals. So, we already have the truth on our side. We already have the right values on our side, and good people like all of you who are watching this live stream and who are sharing, we have already on our side everything that we need. We just need more of it. We need more people, and we need more exposure and all these things that are working in our favor. Transparency is a great weapon to the industry. A camera is one of the greatest tools that we can use against them. Being able to share this with the world in whatever small ways you can do right now, whether that's sharing the live stream or signing up to join the campaign and stay involved at dxe.io/cancelanimalaag. Any of those small measures you take today snowball and have a huge effect when we can bring people together to take action for animals. We don't need the entire world to be at this farm with Matt. We don't need the entire world to even necessarily agree that ventilation shutdown is wrong, even though the vast majority of people do. We only need a small percentage of people to take direct action. And that's what past social justice movements have shown us, that when even in many cases of many historical movements, a fraction of a percent of the population in a country is mobilized with a specific demand, we can achieve our goal. So look at the women's suffragette movement, less than 1% of people were mobilized in their largest mobilizations, and they achieved astounding change. And we can do the same thing in our lifetime, in less time than anyone thinks, but we have to take action. So, we need to take action, whether that's online, like it is right now, because of the situation we find ourselves in, or taking action like Matt and Scotty and other folks who were just arrested tonight at this facility. Whatever action we have the privilege and the ability to be able to take, that's on us to step up to the plate and to take that action. So Rocky's saying, well said, Cassie. I'm glad you think so, because it's getting late. Even though I'm eating, I'm not hunger striking, and it's 2 hours earlier for me than it is for Matt, and I'm not out in the cold. I'm sitting at home in my room. I'm still getting tired, but even for Matt and for anyone else who's staying up late, that's so little compared to these pigs who we've just learned are in this truck right now waiting, terrified. Imagine how we feel hearing that they're waiting and they might be trucked in to be killed right now in a gruesome method like overheating and suffocation. Imagine how they feel. They have it's their lives at stake, it's their fate, and they're just waiting. They're terrified, not knowing what's going to happen. And maybe one of them will have a lucky story if we're able to have someone released to us. But for the vast majority of the animals in the industry right now, they're going to horrific fates. And that's the story that we need to elevate most of all. That's the story that we need to get out there is here's what the industry is doing to these animals. And instead of that, here's what's possible. Shiloh was mentioning the rescue of Gilly, the piglet who was rescued in this investigation of Iowa Select Farms recently, whose name was given to her by one of the company whistleblowers, an employee at Iowa Select Farms who was so moved by what was happening and the horrors of VSD that they wanted to get involved in exposing this, and so moved by the rescue of Gilly that they asked specifically to name her, to name this piglet. You know, that's the transformative power of rescue. So we need to elevate what's happening to these animals, as horrific and hard to watch and hard to hear as it is, hard to even think about. And we also need to elevate the vision that we have for every single one of those animals to live out their lives in peace the way that Gilly is now. Thank you to Matt and everyone involved in helping her. And thank you to all the activists who take in animals around the world who are making that vision stand out in the world for other people to follow and to know what kind of world is possible. It's so important that we provide a roadmap and that we also tell people where we're going. This is what the world looks like when we cancel animal ag. Here's the world that is possible for every single one of these animals if we take action together. And so I think Open Rescue really has the power to change the world because it shows you that clear, stark contrast. And to do that, we need to support whistleblowers. We need to be on the ground or online showing our support, donating, tweeting as much as we can do to make it possible for whistleblowers like Matt and also like the employees at Iowa Select Farms who came forward to be protected and to have a ground swelling of support behind them when they do speak out, to seize the moment and to get it out there. So while Matt's checking in on his phone, he's still there. He's still holding his ground in Grundy County, Iowa, at this farm all alone at night, which is not the best situation for him to be in. It could be a life-saving decision for a pig tonight, possibly. There's another activist who's heading to the truck, an area where a whistleblower has just now told us that there's a truck with pigs heading over to that location to see the pigs and to see what's happening. And this Donatello is saying this is streamed on ABC News. I'm not sure where that is. I haven't seen it, but we've been tweeting this at the press. If that's true, then please help us by commenting the message and getting it out there even more. That ventilation shutdown is just the epitome of everything that's wrong with the animal agriculture industry, with subjecting these animals to extreme cruelty, subjecting the workers to horrific conditions, to getting sick inside slaughterhouses, and to the emotional trauma of killing these animals for no reason at all in gruesome ways. So please help us get that message out there and join the Cancel Animal Ag campaign if you can. Matt, are you there?
Hey, yeah. So quick update here. So there's these other vehicles lined up, and we're not sure. It actually sounds like they might be trying to improvise and do a VSD at some other place. I don't know if they have set up like that. Cassie, I'm going to jump off and get this sorted out and jump back on as soon as I can. Okay?
Okay, thanks for the update, Matt.
Yep.
So we are not totally sure of the situation as it's unfolding. We just found out this information about the location of the truck with pigs while we're already live at this other facility, the original facility that the expose and the intercept came out with the hidden camera footage of ventilation shutdown. And we know now that the company, Iowa Select Farms, is continuing to use this practice, VSD. We've heard from whistleblowers inside the company, but we're trying to figure out where it is. And now that they know that there are so many people who are paying attention and whistleblowing employees inside their company, they're obviously being a lot more careful about who they're sharing this information with and how many people know what time and where this is going to be happening. So that's why right now people are trying to figure it out, and they have minimal resources to do it. There's one car, and Matt and some other folks are all split up now. So just wishing them the best luck, and for the sake of these pigs too, hoping that we can get there, we can document, we can continue to elevate this story, because right now is such an important time to be exposing the horrors of the animal agriculture industry. It's the animal agriculture industry that got us in this mess in the first place. the exploitation of animals in extremely overcrowded confinement of the same species, all bred to be in the same sort of genetic characteristics because we've modified them, and to put them in their own filth and feces and around everyone else's filth and feces is just the perfect breeding grounds for diseases, for viruses that start in the animals but can become transmissible to human populations. And that's what we've seen happen in the case of COVID-19 coming from animals to humans. It's what we've seen with most emerging infectious diseases. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention says 3 out of every 4 new and emerging infectious diseases comes from animals to humans. Side note, humans are animals, but the CDC isn't quite as smart as they think they are on some of these issues. But the point there is that animal agriculture is what's bringing us into this situation in the first place. And now they have the audacity to respond to the COVID-19 crisis by throwing their own people under the bus, forcing them to come to work and get sick by the hundreds in single facilities, hundreds of workers who are sick. In one facility in Edmonton, Canada, 1,000 workers were sick, infected with COVID-19. And to stand behind that and say, well, you know, Americans need their meat, Canadians need to eat meat, but that's absolutely untrue. Meat is not essential. What's essential is the exact opposite. It's shutting down these facilities. That's what's essential to protect the human population, the animals as well, and to protect public health for the future of all life on this earth, to protect our planet. But the industry's spinning this absolute fabrication in the opposite direction and having the audacity to stand behind that and to continue to kill these animals now in exceedingly gruesome ways. If you haven't, and if you have the stomach for it, I would really encourage you to watch the video that has been exposed just a couple of days ago, published in The Intercept, with footage of ventilation shutdown from DXC's hidden cameras. If you can please share that with someone else who needs to see it. There is no better way to make it worthwhile, the sacrifice of the people who got that footage, and, you know, Matt, who's now facing a felony charge for it. And for the animals, there's nothing that you can do better for them than to make them not die in vain and to share that footage with the world so that we can prevent this in the future. So you can see the Intercept article at dxc.io/VSD for ventilation shutdown. Read it, share it with everyone you know, get it out there. Someone can comment that here, maybe, dxc.io/VSD. I'm seeing support from Denmark and from lots of places. People talking about the swine flu, absolutely another example of the problems that come from animal agriculture, and just one of so many reasons on the list why we need to cancel animal agriculture. That's been our message from the start of the COVID-19 crisis, but it's only gotten stronger now that we have been able to get this firsthand footage from inside these facilities and how they're responding to the COVID crisis with these mass killings of sentient beings who scream in anguish. Pigs are as smart as 3-year-old human children. Scientists agree on that fact, and the things that happen to pigs in these facilities, there's overwhelming evidence of the cruelty and the pain that they experience. And yet this is literally being called humane, a humane method of euthanasia. And if you saw the live stream hours ago at this point, when the sheriffs were there confronting Matt and arresting the lockdown activists, then you heard them saying, Matt telling them, if that's humane, then what does humane even mean anymore? And saying, you know, have you read the dictionary? Do you know what these things are? It's incredibly powerful. I think you can rewatch it later, and hopefully you will, because that confrontation was just everything I would want to say if I was there, and Matt said it so well. Wow, someone's saying they just donated $100. Thank you so much for donating. And right now, all our donations to DXC are being matched. So that's actually $200. I'm not sure if you knew that. But if you can donate any amount at dxc.io/whistleblowers, then you'll be supporting the continuation of legal support for people who blow the whistle and media support for getting these stories out there and making all the work that we do really possible. It would not be possible without you. So I'm seeing a lot of messages come in, but I can't pay attention to them. I hope Matt's figuring out what's happening here. I don't know if you have any update, Matt.
Yeah, so it seems as though they are setting up to do a VSD at this other site. So, I mean, in about 15 minutes or so, the folks that were in the car that left and were getting gas and stuff, and we're going to head to this site, they're actually going to loop back and get me, and then we are going to together go to these vehicles and to monitor whatever's going on with them, wherever those vehicles are going. But we now believe that they're actually are elsewhere to where they're attempting to do this. So yeah, we'll see.
So do you think you know where they are though?
Yeah, we have a good. So there are multiple whistleblowers within ISF who are providing us this information because they're so horrified by what this company is up to. Yeah, we have a good beat on where that location is. People are paying attention, and people are not. Not wanting to be about it, not wanting to support it. So we'll wait and see. Yeah.
So what's your plan? What are you doing right now, Matt?
I'm still holding down this driveway for now and chilling. And but based upon the new information we have from the whistleblowers, that this site, there's nothing happening here as of now. So they are, whatever. Nothing seems to be happening here tonight. And the plan is, they've changed their plans around, and they're now looking at some other site to do the VSDing. So
they could just be changing locations all night if people keep letting us know, and if we keep following them. AP is saying, don't tell, or Kelly is saying, don't tell your plan, Matt. But I think we're fine with them knowing what we're doing, right? Because we want them to know that we're trying to find them and we're trying to help the pigs.
Yeah, when I think that, I guess the fear could be that it's like, well, if we tell them like we're leaving, then they'll like duck in behind us or something like this. But I think that it's such a big, we have allies on our side now within ISF who are telling us what's up, and you can't just move like a big operation with all these trucks full of pigs and this giant heater and so on. That's just not a super flexible thing to keep zigging and zagging all over the place when you have, people who are, have enough people with good intel that are out there working to thwart that. So, yeah.
Well, we still have a lot of support here on the live stream too, around 750 people watching.
Oh my gosh.
I'm saying all my support from Mexico. So people all over the world are watching.
Yeah. Oh, that's so fascinating. That's so, not fascinating, but that's so fantastic, I meant to say. What'd you say?
I said they're similar words.
There you go. Yeah, they got me.
Matt's loving the F words tonight, right?
Oh, well, I've heard that's very offensive. That's a horrible thing when you say those naughty words, then it's very naughty, and it's the naughtiest thing possible, in fact, to get worried about. So
the sheriffs seem to think that was even worse than ventilation shutdown was use the F word.
Yeah. So what do? You can't please them all. Some people just want to roast pigs in quiet, decent company.
Well, there's support from Australia, from Mippy Valentine, and from the UK, from Debbie, and from California as well. And from some names I recognize, folks who are staying up late.
Awesome.
Your mom says F-bomb is okay after midnight.
That's when all the decent people have gone to bed, and it's only the rousers like us. And once you get past midnight, that's the usual way that works. Just not before dinner. Before dinner, especially, that's the most offensive time.
Good to know the Iowa manners I'm learning.
Oh yeah. All right. So who's down for the Iowa Liberation Bus? Let's rile that conversation back up. Who's in the comment section? Who's coming to Iowa? Who's able to get on a bus to Iowa? Who's able to rent a 15-passenger van and get out here? Because this is gonna take some doing.
Well, Frank is asking how you're feeling after not eating for 48 hours.
That part of it actually isn't. I'm feeling a little chilly and tired at the moment now, but the not eating part, I kind of don't even think about it until like somebody mentions it. Because
why'd we mention it?
Well, but it's yeah, like I guess I mentioned this before too. It's like the hunger is like the worst, like after like 24 to 48 hours, and then it actually goes down a little bit to where it's not that intense, or your body's just kind of, I don't know, whatever, used to it or something. So yeah, it's not so bad.
Aaron Yarmel is saying the Wisconsin crew is with you.
Yeah, get on over here. Let's film. Let's get what Buck Bennis or whatever, our new favorite conspiracy theorist, is out there, and he probably has something to say about VSD, I imagine. That's Aaron. Aaron does like a little, skit role character guy that he's just been posting some videos of. Buck, I think it's Buck Bennis, I think is his name. So we are starting to get.
Skinny Vegan is down to go.
Yeah, get on out here. I don't know why he ever left too. I was talking to him earlier today, like, why did you leave? And he's like, I don't know. So we are getting a little bit of precipitation here all of a sudden, which hopefully my ride shows up somewhat soonish. But yeah, it's starting to sprinkle a little bit. We'll see how that goes.
So you don't know how far away your car ride is?
No, they're 15 minutes or less, I think, right now.
And then you think when they scoop you that you'll be able to stay live in the car?
Yeah, we can do that and head over to the next site and see what's going on over there. That'll be the plan.
What are you looking around for, Matt?
There's trucks. I don't think it's nothing related to any of this, but yeah, just checking on what's going on around there. Yeah, but hey, if everybody's not on the DXC email list, we should probably give that plug. I think dxc.io/sign-up. Is it sign-up?
Sign up without a dash will work. They probably will both work, actually. And if you want to sign up specifically on a page where you learn about this campaign that's undergoing, you can, or I guess underway. I use words that I'm not sure the right words. When it's almost midnight, but it didn't start with an F, so it's okay because it's not midnight for me yet, so I'm not allowed. 46, but you can go to dxc.io/cancel and tag. Learn more about the campaign there and sign in the campaign. That's another way to get on our mailing list.
Yeah, and that'll keep you alerted to the developments with this situation.
Matt, sorry, sort of important. Tina Holiday is saying, can we find out who was arrested? My daughter might be among them.
I suspect that is the case. That is not that common of a last name. So yeah, Cheyenne is currently arrested. And I hope you feel as good about it as the rest of us do. We are taking good care of her as best we can. I haven't heard officially on the charges, but every indication that we got was that it's a misdemeanor trespass charge. So hopefully, pretty minor. And I personally will see to it that she is supported in terms of being picked up and bailed out and etc. as necessary. And furthermore, DXC is going to support her moving forward. We'll see what becomes of this, but yeah, we're very grateful for everything she's done for the movement, for the animals, and for DXC. And yes, she was arrested tonight, one of the three. Shoot, I hate it when that happens. I had something really interesting and I was excited to say, and then I lost it. Oh yeah, but so as far as for signing up, yeah. So I suspect there will be an email that will go out tomorrow once we all kind of get a little more settled on our plans as far as what sort of getting people to come out here, getting people to collectively take action against this stuff that's happening. So yeah, that's one thing right away to sign up on that email list for, to keep an eye out for, and see what's happening. There might be something in your vicinity where people are organizing a 15-person bus to make a trek out here, that could totally be in the cards. So, plus just like our ongoing work, the investigations that we're putting out, the animal rescues that we're doing, and so on. So all the reasons, dxe.io/sign up or dxe.io/cancel animal ag, I believe.
Susana Soto is letting people know that you were actually released earlier today from jail. Do you want to fill people in who maybe haven't heard what your day has looked like today?
Oh, yeah. Boy. Well, let me just back up slightly further. So we released this investigation exposing this ventilation shutdown, and I was thanked with a felony warrant, felony arrest warrant, 3 agricultural trespass arrest warrant on that as well, and 1 what they call wiretapping, which would be for allegedly planting a hidden camera. One thing that's noteworthy about that we just figured out today is that ag trespass is actually under Iowa's ag law, which has been nullified by a federal judge, but the prosecutors or whoever it is in Wright County, Iowa, decided to go forward with it anyways and try to, prosecute on a law which is not enforceable at this time. But anyways, that's what happened, and we thought, I could turn myself in a day or 2 or something like that. Well, we didn't have that opportunity because the powers that be came barging through the door of my hotel room at 5 a.m. yesterday, and I was arrested, and I was told I had a $5,000 cash bond, and I was driven about 2 hours across the state, or up the state, I guess, and put in jail, at which time I respectfully enough informed them of my intention to not pay any bail, to not sign off on any conditions of release, and to not eat any food until Kim Reynolds gives us, some sort of, adequate response on this ventilation shutdown, this horrific torture of pigs. And all of a sudden, what began as a $5,000 bond and breaking through the door of my hotel room and so on, 24 hours later, after I'd sat in jail and made these demands, turned into, well, you don't have to worry about the $5,000. And in fact, we're not going to even ask you to sign anything. We're going to tell you, we're going to kick you out of jail. And so that's what they did. And so it's, not that people should be willy-nilly and reckless about these sort of things, but when done in a sort of thoughtful and deliberate way, you can really kind of exert our power to draw attention to these sort of things and apply political pressure, and the system will give way in some surprising ways at times. So that was encouraging to see. And I would suspect with the others who are in jail now that they're going to be released without any sort of bail in the morning. That's fully what I expect to happen at, probably 8 or 9 a.m. just around the corner here, which I guess it's looking more like I'll be awake at that time.
Thanks for the recap, Matt.
Oh man, okay. Well, those folks should be here to grab me. So once again, to keep people up to speed here, there are these trucks that are parked a little ways away from me, where they are holding these pigs, and there's also this industrial heater that's all prepped to be brought in, apparently to some other site where they're trying to do this mass extermination of these pigs. So we'll follow up on that and see what's going on. We have information coming in from multiple whistleblowers with Iowa Select Farms who are letting us know where this is happening, and that sort of a thing. I know that somebody was actually messaged me and said, oh, this looks like a fake profile that was made that was sending this information out. And in fact, it is a fake profile. And it's because this is a person who is an Iowa Select Farms employee who is concealing their identity. And for good reason. When you look at what's happened to me for exposing this ventilation shutdown is, a felony warrant and police barging through my door. And so, as an employee, what do you think that's going to look like for you if you're blowing the whistle on your employer? So there is someone out there who, through the grapevines behind the scenes, we kind of think we might know who this person is, but we are respecting, their obvious wish to remain anonymous. And we are obviously very appreciative of the information, and we will be following up on it. So they should be getting here, I would think, within a few minutes' time, which
is asked, when you see the trucks, are you able to give food and water to animals? I don't know that you know what to expect, but do you have any thoughts about that?
Yeah, so we actually haven't had the experience with this investigation of actually being up close and personal with any of the trucks, because originally it was a hidden camera investigation where you're capturing footage from afar. And now tonight we haven't seen any trucks that have come up here at all, other than police trucks. So this will be our first, encounter with these actual trucks up close. So we will, I guess we don't have any water in hand right now, but we'll document what's happening, and if there's ways we can offer comfort to the pigs, definitely we'll be looking to do that. So we'll just kind of have to see how it plays out and deal with it kind of as it unfolds there. Cassie, can you take over real quick? I'm just going to check and make sure, see what's going on. Is your video, are you cutting to video of you, or is it always video of me?
No, we've been cutting to video of me when you've had other things to go deal with.
Okay, cool.
But, I'm just in my room at home. It's not the most exciting video, but I can let everyone know a little bit more about the work that DXC is doing right now. We are supporting whistleblowers inside Iowa Select Farms in trying to bring their stories to the public. And it's been very threatening to the company, because not only have we had this first but it's apparently, stirring things up there and getting people thinking and thinking. There's obviously people who are really concerned about what's happening within Iowa Select Farms and don't want to be a part of this. I just want to make sure that I'm on screen for everyone, if you can see me, even though, like I said, it's not that interesting. So yeah, if you can, please keep sharing and keep tweeting at ISF, it's Iowa Select Farms, and at Kim Reynolds, the governor of Iowa. That's at Kim Reynolds IA. That's her Twitter. We just want as many people as possible to show her that they don't support the cruelty of this industry to animals or to workers. And if we get enough people speaking up, then we might get our asks met and actually get a response from Kim Reynolds about that ventilation shutdown and about steps we can take right now to protect workers and protect animals and move in a positive direction out of all of this change and chaos and uncertainty right now. What's happening right now is a great way to keep the pressure up, to show that there's hundreds of people on this live stream, that there's people on the ground in Iowa, in the counties where these factory farms are, to go and say, we're going to expose this even just by standing here, just by live streaming, just by being on Skype. We're going to get the message out. That is amazing industry, what we're doing online tonight. So even if you're getting tired, if you can take a few minutes to help elevate this story more, you can tweet at Kim Reynolds IA and ask her to stop protecting the industry and start protecting workers and animals. All of our fates are interconnected. They're all aligned right now, and her taking this kind of action to oppose these gruesome procedures and oppose the cruelty is going to help everyone immediately right now, to help pigs, and in the long term to help all of us. So, if you care about the animals, if you care about the workers, if you care about your family and future generations, then she should care too. That Kim Reynolds is a mother and a grandmother of 10. So I can't imagine any grandmother of 10 saying that they don't care about the future when they have so many family members who are growing up in the next generation and want a world that is clean, that is healthy, where animals and all life is being respected and treated well. I think we all hope that future a better world, inherit a better world than ours. But if it's up to us if we move in that direction, or if we leave a worse world behind, or any world at all, to be not even dramatic, but just to be honest. So in the midst of this crisis, this is a moment we need to take action more than ever. Nat in Peru is saying that she's awake. So thanks for being awake, and thanks for being on. Samantha shared again. Thank you so much. It's really, really inspiring that people are on here sharing twice, and sharing in all the activist groups and all the local groups, or any groups that you're in. Everybody should hear this story. This is a story for the history books, because this is a pivotal moment in the industry where we want to force a moment where everyone has to pick a side. Which side do you stand on? Do you stand in support of cooking animals to death in 140 degrees with steam being pumped into these facilities, hearing them shriek, and then scraping their bodies off the floor with a bulldozer and dumping them in the trash, some of them still conscious? Or do you want to stand on the side of the people who are sounding the alarm about it, who are risking their freedom, and who are staying up all night to try to get this message out there any way that they can? You know, the split that we're showing is very clear, and I'm so grateful all of you are on the side of making history, and that you're helping. It's a hard side to be on sometimes, when we have to expose ourselves to these horrors, and sometimes it's easier to not think about it and to not really be present in the moment with how these pigs are feeling right now, or how the pigs in the video that was exposed were feeling, because it's so awful to try to go to that place. But it's really important that some people do. It's really important that we confront it and we expose it to the rest of the world. So if you're able to help us do that, then please just get this message out there. We are only able to do what we do because of you. And I'm really inspired by the actions that people have been taking and adapting and innovating in the crisis. We just pulled off the first online international coordinated open rescue during our online conference, the Animal Liberation Online Assembly. It was 7 weeks of trainings, of social media actions online, really cool photo challenges that we did to get attention and on the issue and put pressure out there, and also panels with people like Glenn Greenwald and Hadar Avaram, and she's a legal scholar who's studying open rescue specifically, and the legality of the right to rescue. And it was also a place where we took action together, including in the last Aloha event, a mass action for animals just this last yesterday. Actually, it just feels like forever ago at this point, but just yesterday in the last assembly event, 18 individuals were saved, 18 lives were saved from slaughterhouses and farms and open markets, because activists came together. They pulled off a coordinated international open rescue with hundreds of people joining online, similar to what's going on right now with all of you, with all of us. And they shared that story. They took to social media to elevate the stories of the 18 individuals who were rescued, and of open rescue and the power to change the world if we cancel animal ag, and we end this industry, and we transform it, and we create a future that doesn't rely on cruelty, that doesn't find its foundation in abusing animals and workers and public health. That's affecting so much of our world right now. It's where viruses like this come from, and it just changes the way that we see the world and the way that we think about others. When we delegate animals to the position of objects, we lose so much of what makes us compassionate, caring beings. And so when we can change that, we can flip that narrative, we create possibilities for a more beautiful, compassionate world than we ever can think of as possible until we make that change. Seeing the actions that were taken rescuing animals online, and seeing the sacrifices that people were willing to make tonight to continue to expose the industry's mass killing of animals by locking down at the gate, by preventing it, by delaying the entire schedule for the night and delaying these trucks, and then continuing to follow them, which Matt is doing right now. It's so inspiring, and we just have to keep doing that. When times are hard, we can't sit it out. We have to take action even more in those times. Matt, what's your update now?
Yeah. All right. So, I'm now in the vehicle. have been picked up, so we are on our way to where these trucks are lined up, apparently. So we're going to check it out. It's about a 25-minute haul from here. So we'll be with you all as we're on our way there, and I'll update you on anything we hear along the way. And keep an eye on that Facebook chat. The way that our setup is here, I can't actually watch the Facebook comments come in as as we go. But I know that we've received some anonymous tips there that have proven helpful, and we've verified basically one whistleblower's account with another, and it's checked out and seems very valid. So, so that's been helpful. It's starting to rain. Boy, I got picked up just in time for that because it's really starting to come down pretty good. So yeah, we'll see what it looks like when we get there. This is so incredible to see so many people hanging in here in the middle of the night. Yeah, man, so good. This just fills me with so much hope to see this kind of enthusiasm around helping with this sort of thing. So,
Matt, are you going to be able to manage the live stream for a little while now? If I have to jump off and jump back on in 15 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, I can't control who it jumps to, but if it's just on me, I can go for a while.
Yeah, are you good for the drive right now?
Yeah, yeah, that sounds good. Somebody else is driving, so I can chat for a while.
Cool.
So cool. All right. So I guess we'll just to get people up to speed for now. So we are. So we had the first site where the ventilation shutdown was set to happen tonight, based upon the whistleblower information that we had, and we had 3 individuals who locked themselves down to that facility and who were eventually arrested. Police officers and firefighters came in them loose, and they tried a bolt cutter and I think tried some other method, and eventually they had something very I don't even know, something very powerful that was hooked up to a generator. I think it might have been the jaws of life that's usually used to get people out of like a scene of an accident. But they used it to cut these activists free so that, this farm was free to go on doing what it does. And those 3 who've been arrested. And so we will be following up there to help them any which way we can. I suspect that they're going to be released in the morning. So we'll wait and see on that. And that was Cheyenne Holiday, Justin Jeske, Jeske, I believe is his last name, and Scott Gilbertson. So huge shout out to them for what they're going through. I'm sure right now it's kind of cold and miserable inside a concrete jail cell. So appreciate them subjecting themselves to that for the sake of creating some exposure around this horror show. So right now we are en route to the next site where we have been informed that there are a bunch of trucks lined up that are looking to do this ventilation shutdown, and with the trucks full of pigs and another truck hauling this industrial heater, this massive heater that heats up the barns where they kill these poor pigs. So we're going to go check that out and see where they're going and what they're up to, and draw attention to that. And we hope that a lot of you will join us because we're a little under resourced, I guess. We have just a few of us here, and it's getting late, obviously, and people have obligations to get to and so on. So yeah, I would love to really see this blossom and have more and more people get involved in whatever way that you're able to. Obviously we've had thousands of people that have checked in tonight, or I guess maybe tens of thousands total that have checked in and have gotten active on social media, sharing this video and tweeting and so on, and putting pressure on Governor Reynolds, on Iowa Select Farms, on Tyson, which slaughters and sells a good portion of the pigs from Iowa Select Farms. So putting pressure on all of them and demanding change. And when we have this kind of numbers, this many people that are taking action on this and drawing attention to it, that's where real change can happen. And we've seen plenty of examples of it. And with the enthusiasm around this campaign only building, our results, there's just no reason that we can't have bigger and bigger and bigger results that go well beyond getting ISF to think twice about doing ventilation shutdown, but making the entire industry think about ventilation shutdown, making the entire industry think about all the horrors that it's involved in, and what we can, and how we can find a better path in some way. And you look at today, Counterglow. This is this online platform with a map of all these factory farms, and it's just kind of all these different aspects are coming together to shine a light on this industry, which has been so dependent upon staying in the dark and so reliant on you look at Iowa Select Farms, where they literally are deceiving their own employees and at times lying to their own employees about what they're engaged in, and it's just as a matter of their own existence. This industry would not exist if it were forthright about what it's engaged in, and if it were forthright about the devastating impacts that it has on not just animals, but on its own workers, on the environment, on antibiotic resistance, and ushering in really the next pandemic, because we see in most cases these infectious diseases that pop up are coming from animal sources. They are zoonotic diseases, and so the case is right there. It's the case basically makes itself as we just show the world the realities of this brutal industry. And so thanks so much to everybody that's done that, that's done the sharing of the live stream, that's tweeted at Kim Reynolds, tweeted at Iowa Select Farms, tweeted at Tyson and retailers that sell Tyson products. So this has been really good, and I'm really enthusiastic about what comes next, what comes tomorrow and in the coming days. Hopefully, getting a lot more people to join us. Frankly, let's shut this place down. The next time they're going to do a ventilation shutdown, instead of having 5 people out front, let's have 50 or 500 or 5,000 people that can just physically stop this from happening. Because I think the support is clearly there. Consumers and the public are clearly outraged, and so what's the only thing that's we just have to organize collectively and pool the resources that we have and make it happen. So pool the funding for people who are able to contribute in that way, pool the human resources for people who are able to physically show up, and for anybody anywhere, pool those resources virtually in terms of a lot of people sharing and tweeting and emailing and that sort of a thing. And that's what we're seeing tonight. So thank you so much for everybody for doing your part in that. All right, now I think we are within maybe 15 minutes or so of the site. So bear with us. So it's south of Eldora, I think. So maybe more like 20 minutes. So we'll see how that. So I think it's south of Eldora. So it's south of Eldora on S65 and I-75. I don't know if you route it to Eldora for now. That's sorry, we're trying to figure out where we're going here, folks, specifically. So we should be coming up on these trucks and these the truck, and then there's like the industrial heater they use to pump in heat into these facilities where they're killing these pigs. So Iowa Select Farms is really going, this is really becoming quite an imposition for them to try to dodge activists, to try to, route things in a different direction and use other facilities and that sort of a thing. And that's what it's going to take. You really just have to, basically speak their language, which means the language of profit. And if we can, basically draw enough attention, enough criticism upon them, it becomes more profitable to do the right thing. And so that's what's necessary, and that is what our intentions are. And we intend to only escalate our campaign against them as they continue to dig in their heels and want to continue forth with this horrific torture of animals. It's just simply untrue when they try to tell us that they have no alternatives, when they have no options, that they're so heartbroken over this. I think there's a lot of people who are heartbroken over it, that are people who don't really have the power to do a lot. People who are employees or who are ordinary people. But for the people at the top, for someone like Jeff Hansen, who's worth at least tens of millions, but more likely hundreds of millions of dollars personally, he has alternatives, and he's not choosing them, not because his hands are tied, but because he is committed to enriching himself much more so than to doing right by his workers, doing right by the animals, and so on. Sorry. Yeah, been a long day here, but we're gonna make our way over there here fairly shortly. Gosh, maybe we stop off and get a coffee. Wait, is that breaking a fast? Coffee is like five calories. 5 calories. I don't know if that. There's different kinds of fasts. I don't know. This is making me think a little bit.
Your call.
I don't know. I don't know if there's an official rule. People have like a juice fast or like a water. Certainly, you got to drink water, I think, on a fast.
Check the comments.
Yeah. Well, I can't see the comments with the way I got it set up here on this Skype call, but yeah, I think that's a thing. I think drinking like black coffee while on a fast preserves the purity of the fast. I think that's legit. So I don't know, if we see a gas station, maybe we'll dip in. So I apologize, folks, with the way this is set up. Whatever comments are coming in, I'm not seeing them right now, because I'm calling in and the screen is being shared over to a separate feed. We do that to ensure that. We do that to ensure that it does not go down, so that if my phone was taken away,
Matt.
Something like that.
Matt, can you hear me?
Yep.
I'm gonna jump in because Cheyenne just called me from jail, and I have her on speaker, and she just wants to give you an update. Go ahead.
Hey, so it's 2 a.m. here. I'm in a jail a county over from where I was arrested because they only did men at the jail in that county. We will all be seeing a judge in the morning to hear if we are going to be released on bail or not, since we were just arrested on a simple trespassing charge. We'll most likely be released in the morning. That is all the update that I have.
Thanks, Cheyenne. I think your mom was on the live stream earlier asking about you, so I'm sure she'll be happy to get that update. How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty well. Everyone arresting us was really kind, and the firefighters made sure that we were safe and they cut the chains. And I had a really nice talk with the officer on my way here. He agreed that he didn't want to be doing that, and he said that ethically he didn't agree with it.
Wow.
That it was the worst thing when he has to kill deer when they're hit on the side of the road, but they don't die yet. And we had a really good talk about just animal liberation and the police force, and also the protests that are happening right now in other cities.
Wow.
So yeah, I'm doing really well actually, and I think I had some really good enlightening conversation.
Well, thanks so much for jumping on the live stream and sharing that with us. We'll be in touch with you too, because if you've got a hearing tomorrow, we'll want to hear how that's going, or if you're out to get you picked up and everything else.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, thanks so much.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing this, and thanks for everyone listening.
Yeah, absolutely. So many people are sharing. There's overwhelming support. So keep sharing for Cheyenne, and thanks so much for jumping in. We can jump back to Matt.
We lost Matt's video, so maybe keep going for...
Okay, well, we lost Matt's video, but is there anything else that you need to share with me?
We got Matt. Matt, you're back.
All right. Yeah, so that's good to hear. We'll have to check. I guess I didn't catch what county she's in, but we'll have to figure that out. And so obviously we can be picking them up in the morning when they figure that they'll be released. So right now we are, somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 minutes away from this other site where there are these trucks lined up and so on. So we're going to get caught up on that and see what's going on there, document that, and, see what we can do to raise awareness for it around this issue, and see, if there is anything that can be done in terms of stopping it from happening. We, obviously have a little bit of a limited capacity to do this tonight, where it's just a few of us. 3 people have already been hauled off and sent to jail. So we'll wait and see what this looks like here. But yeah, that's we're within 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes, it should be, of that site now, based upon the information that we have here. So things might be moving along a little bit, and that sort of a thing. So we'll just have to play it by ear a little bit and see what it looks like as we get closer.
Reaching outdoors, seeing signs for south.
Yeah, so can I just see it? You said just follow it for that long. All right, folks, I'm just going to be doing a little bit of mapping here and trying to figure out what's what here. So I-75 and 65. All right, so we're just trying to piece it together here with the comments, the tips that have been sent in anonymously to us. So maybe on this road, I think, actually. All right, folks, just bear with me here 1 minute. We're trying to piece this all together as we speak. Okay, sorry, I just had to check on S75 south of Highway 175. All right, I'm coming right back to the video. All right. Okay, there we go. So, so I'm just working right now to try to figure out the location based upon the information we have. S75. Okay, this might be it. Yeah, so I don't know. We're gonna have to do a little searching around here, but we should be in the vicinity of where these trucks are at. So this is not any sort of a small undertaking for Iowa Select Farms to just up and sort of shift and be moving this to a whole other operation in direct response to us. So, we're certainly, interfering with their profitability. So that's one good sign. We're also undermining their employee morale, which is a very necessary and beneficial prospect to see with something like this. when we have these employees that are kind of creeping up out of nowhere to assist us, that tells you that we're on the right track, and that history is on the right track, and that companies like Iowa Select Farms are going to have to reckon with the reality of the harms that they're causing. We got a dear friend, two friends that are deers crossing the road. Okay.
3 deer friends.
Whoops, yeah.
Right in the middle, that one.
Oh,
It's Bambi!
No, you missed it. Too late.
Sorry, I'll go slower next time.
Okay. Well, should be any minute here now, I think. So we'll see here what this looks like. All right, and a reminder for anybody who has not, and I know we're getting a little persistent with this, but just because exposure is so important with something like this, please do share this live stream. Please tweet at Iowa Select Farms. Please tweet at Kim Reynolds. Please tweet at Tyson and tell them to end anything they have to do with this horrible practice with ventilation shutdown. Tell Kim Reynolds to end the practice in Iowa and to have just a conversation, literally just talk to Direct Action Everywhere that has exposed these horrible practices. Kim Reynolds ought to be thanking DXE for exposing this, and she ought to be taking action against it. And Iowa Select Farms, really they ought to be doing likewise. They shouldn't be a company that, if they're out there claiming how much they care about animals and about their employees, this shouldn't be the sort of thing that they're engaged in the slightest. So definitely get their attention, and Tyson Foods and any companies that sell Tyson products should be made aware of this and should say, hey, either Tyson needs to cut ties with Iowa Select Farms, or we as a retailer need to cut ties with Tyson. And this is how this change happens. Iowa Select Farms is not going to make a change away from BSD out of the goodness of their heart, but they could well make a change out of for the sake of profit. That is a language that they're very fluent in. So, all right, we are in the town here. So we're going to the right. I think, yeah, we're gonna have to cruise around a little bit. So we are in the vicinity of where these trucks are, I believe. That was like an hour ago that we got that note, so it's a little bit tricky to see. Make sure you're not speeding. 35. Okay, yeah. So we will be keeping an eye on this. Cassie, can you just can you handle for now?
Sure. Sure. I can't give the best updates of what's going on there because I'm not there and I'm following along like the rest of you, trying to keep track of what's going on. But it's amazing to have people on the ground who are so dedicated that they're out at 2:30 in the morning, 2 hours later than it is for me, just trying to find these trucks based off the tip of a whistleblower who shared this information during our live stream at the last facility, the last Iowa Select Farms facility. And to have people speaking up and uniting and sharing this information right now to take action immediately is so inspiring, because we need to take action right now. We can't wait. It's tempting to just see how things pan out after the investigation that came out, but right now in the immediate aftermath of that is when we have the ability to escalate and to get even more eyes on this and to get even more pressure on the people who have the power to make the change right now to end ventilation shutdown, and in doing so to signal to the industry that there is increased scrutiny right now, that they're not going to get away with something like that, and that the public has the power to pressure and create change. And that's why we've been asking so many times to please contact the government in Iowa, and specifically Kim Reynolds, who we have reached out to previously, called and emailed and tweeted, and many of you have now too joined us in those efforts to get her to stop protecting the industry and to stop just taking in donations from Iowa Select Farms, having this cozy relationship with them, and not actually questioning the criminal animal cruelty that has been exposed at their facilities. So what we really need you to do is to get this message out there any way you can. You can share it with your family at home. Just sit them down tomorrow and show them this live stream, or if they're awake with you, then pull someone over and show them what's going on. Ask them to tweet at Kim Reynolds. Just anyone who you think should be watching this, comment their name in the comments of the live stream and help us get more than even the 700 people who are watching right now to join the live stream, to hear about this and to tweet and elevate the story. And another ask that we're hoping to make tonight is directly to Iowa Select Farms. If Matt and Devin and other folks are able to track down the truck where these pigs are, just to ask them to release one individual, just release one or two pigs from these thousands of pigs that they're sending to slaughter right now, just to be thrown in a landfill, just to be composted like trash, because they don't have a use for them in the backed up supply chains and the shut down slaughterhouses right now. Literally no reason for them to deny these animals the chance of a great life when someone is offering it to them right there, and when we have placement at a sanctuary in Iowa right now who's willing to take in those pigs. There's no reason for them not to release those animals to care, and it's something that would probably benefit the workers greatly too, because I'm sure the individual who's driving that truck is not someone who goes to sleep at night loving the job that they have and thinking that it's worth all the hardship that they have to go through. They're not at the top 1% of this company making all the money. They're someone who's driving the trucks at 2:30 in the morning to bring pigs to a horrific death that's being exposed and criticized by people all over the country, and all over the world, because we have people on the live stream everywhere. I've seen how everyone's calling in from Australia and New Zealand and Mexico and everywhere else. And when that many people are speaking out against this cruelty, it's not a joyful position to be in, defending it. And they probably don't want to defend it, but that's their job, and unfortunately that's their livelihood. And for their sake as well, we need to transition this industry. And so now is a moment to seize, to get this issue out there for everyone's sake. And I'm really hopeful that Matt and Devin are able to talk to someone, able to have this conversation and share it with us. I'm not sure that that's going to be what happens, because they're just in a chaotic situation right now and we don't know what's about to happen. But if they can find a truck and if they can have a conversation with someone, that's how we change hearts and minds and save lives. Just looking at the live stream comments, Maya's saying thanks for all the work even this late. Thanks, Maya, for all that you do, and you're up this late too, so hey, what are you doing? Sharing the live stream, hopefully. And Anna says, because they're nobody. I'm not sure what that's a reference to. I should probably be following these quicker, apparently. Mendez is saying, cancel animal ag. Absolutely. That's the simple catchphrase slogan that we're using right now to demand an end to this industry, that there's no reason for it to exist. There's no good reason to be torturing animals and breeding pandemics, sickening workers, and any industry that has to thrive in the darkness, any industry that has to stall in the street corner with these individual pigs who want to live but who are being trucked to their brutal death and they have to hide it. That's not a good industry if they have to operate in the dark. If they can't come out and be transparent and live stream everything that they're doing and have a conversation with us, then there's probably a reason for that. There's probably a lot that they don't feel good defending, and if it came out in open conversation, the public would see what side they want to be on. So that's the theory of change we're operating on, is to get the issue of animal rights on the table, to get this issue out there, to show the dichotomy between the two sides and to spark a conversation and spark thought and get people to decide which side they want to be on. Because once the issue's on the table, that's the hard part, right? Getting the media coverage, getting the attention, getting the issue on the table. Once we do that, things fall into place around us. People recognize the truth. It's staring them in the face, and they share the same values as us, and they love animals. And when they can hear this in a way that gets them thinking, and when they can learn about what is happening, what ventilation shutdown is, that animals are being roasted alive and it's being called humane, they see that they can't trust these lying, deceptive, profit-driven, power-hungry companies, and they have to trust the people who are willing to put their freedom on the line and to give all that they have and their tireless energy, even when it's heartbreaking, to try to create change. And so when we split the issue like that, it's very clear for people what side they want to be on, in the same way that it is for you. I'm sure, because you've picked the side of making history. And Jane is saying, you speak so well. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. It's fortunate that these are talking points that I have had in my mind for quite a while now during the Cancel Animal Ag campaign. Otherwise, I might be saying whatever else is in my mind this late at night, and it could be something kind of ridiculous that's stuck in there. So I'm glad that I know these talking points so well, and I hope that you do too, that you can just explain to people why there's nothing worth salvaging about this industry. There's no good reason to defend it. All the individuals in this industry are good people for the most part who just need help, but we can transform the work that they're doing. And there's a great piece in The Intercept that came out today. It mentioned our Direct Action Everywhere's expose from the previous day with The Intercept, but it was about a new project by a group called Counterglow that is documenting where CAFOs and slaughterhouses exist throughout the United States, and creating an online map and just shining transparency all over this industry that operates in the dark, and showing people where they are, what kind of facility it is, and any information, including potentially photo and video information from that facility. So the word is getting out there, and people are able more and more, because of increased technology, to just look up where these places are, find out that there's slaughterhouses and farms near them, and learn about the practices that are happening in many cases in their own backyard or just hours from where they live. And people don't feel okay about that. Nobody wants to live near a slaughterhouse. Nobody wants to live hearing the screams of pigs experiencing ventilation shutdown down the street. People want to run away from that, and there's a reason. And we shouldn't have to run away from that and leave people with nowhere else to go in those positions. We should just shut down that industry and transform it completely. And you're all helping us do that, and you're all a part of the Cancel Animal Ag campaign right now. But the best way that you can be a part of it is to sign on and let us know you're interested, and go to dxe.io/cancelanimag. Maybe somebody can comment that link who knows it. I see Mayra here. Pascual is saying shared. Thanks from Spain. Thanks so much for joining us all the way from Spain and sharing it with a different community. We all have different networks online, so if we can all share the video and invite different people to watch it and the groups that we're in, then we're all going to reach a different audience. And even more people see your videos and your posts online than actually like them. You do have to build up your page and try to get a lot of friends and everything, but more people are seeing your posts than you think, because there are people I have that I'm friends with from high school who don't engage with anything that I post, probably because they're maybe cautious about liking something that's a little radical or something like that, but then who message me and say, wow, your videos and posts are really making me think about animals. And they're seeing them, even if they don't like them. So definitely share it and get it out there, and try to add friends too, because there is a chance, if you have no friends, that no likes does in fact mean no one is seeing it. So that's also important. Carol's saying injustice for many people and animals every day. Absolutely, so many individuals, and we're all united in that way, that we can experience injustice, and that we can suffer, and we can feel pain, and we dream of something better. And so that's what we want to give to all these animals, and hopefully we can do that tonight. Thanks, Sahar, for posting dxe.io/cancelanimag. Matt, are you drinking some caffeine there?
Yeah, we actually had a long debate here over, I was like, well, coffee, I think it's like 5 calories per, I don't think this counts as breaking a hunger strike if I drink some black coffee. So did that, or got that going. Anyway, we are, so we have more information on this site. So we are now within I think less than 10 minutes of this site, and we're headed there. And we have had some sheriff's deputies that are circling us and in our vicinity and so on, which is not surprising. So we'll see what this looks like as we get closer. But yeah, it seems like within about like 8 minutes or so, we should be on site and we should see what's going on and be able to clarify at a minimum. So we'll see. Their MO has kind of been to put a stop to things basically whenever we get close to them. That's been their whole thing. So we'll see how much they kind of continue going forward with what they're doing. But for now, it's I don't know. We'll just wait and see when we get there. All right. So thank you so much. It really is just so incredible how much people are hanging with us at this hour after so long, and it's so late and it's so exhausting. But we are really making a difference here. They're really on the run from us. So we'll wait and see on that. We just passed a sheriff's vehicle on the side of the road. So I put the phone. I guess I didn't really need to put the phone down, but I did. So yeah. So keep going here. I'm sorry. I'm gonna the camera is probably gonna cut out momentarily here because I'm just gonna have to check the map. So just please bear with me as I check that. All right. So you got another 3 miles. So just try to remember that or watch your odometer. Okay. All right, thanks. So, yeah, here we go, and we'll see what the sheriff's deputies are all about, because we've had a couple different ones. Like, this is the whole talk of the town right now. Obviously, is how do we defend roasting pigs alive? I mean, it is interesting to hear. Like Cheyenne was talking about. I guess I didn't quite catch everything she was saying, but it sounded like she was saying something about. She talked to a sheriff's deputy who said, like, yeah, I don't really like this, this kind of a thing. And so, we're kind of making the right kind of progress. And, over the course of time, and this is what the social science has told us, is that you chip away at these pillars of support, internally when you have turncoats, as they call them, people who are, part of an industry, part of the status quo, that just get to a point and they're just like, okay, this is not what it's supposed to be. Do you see that deer? Oh, I just passed another deer. Yeah. They're off to the side. So, yeah, just a few minutes now. Probably within 5 minutes, we'll be right up along this site, and we will be seeing the not exactly sure what, but I think the trucks lining up and the equipment, and looking to move forward with this ventilation shutdown, I guess. I think they just referred a name.
Because I've heard them say Devin. They were talking about Devin.
Oh yeah.
They know who I am now.
Yep.
All right. Wait, can I plug my Instagram?
You're one of us. All right, here we go. Say hi to Devin.
Hey, how y'all doing? If you want to follow me on Instagram, all right, or link up, do some activism in Iowa, follow Vegan Apostate, VEGAN APOSTATE.
I love it.
And I'm friendly, and yeah, that's what it is.
There you go. So Devin's been for most of the night, been the camera person behind the camera, also capturing some good photo and videos for us to use later, because the live stream quality is sufficient but not fantastic. So we'll be able to do that, use some of Devin's handiwork in future materials for the media, social media, and so obviously appreciate what Devin's done for us here tonight. So how far away are we now? Until that turn, were you watching your? Oh, okay. Well, all right. I'm gonna have to turn off the camera here momentarily, folks. Thank you for bearing with us. So it's 0.5 miles. Yeah. All right. 1 second here, folks. Oh wait, actually keep going. Yeah. So you will keep going. 1.8 miles. Yeah, we have. I mean, we just didn't have an exact address. We had this like highway that we're looking for, but no, I think we're actually good now. So, as good as we're gonna be for now. Like we just have a general vicinity, and it was from like an hour ago, so not positive. Yeah. And I'm serious about this this Iowa stuff. So anybody out there, like, please send me those emails. If there's anything you can do in terms of being here, in terms of helping people get here, that sort of thing. Or if you're somebody who's willing to come here, if you had a ride, that's what we need. We need more numbers, because I mean the 3 people who got arrested and the people who, Devin and his girlfriend in the back there who kind of dropped everything to get here. That's fantastic, but there's only so much you can do with a few number of individual people. It's getting late, so definitely want to see ways in which we can continue to escalate this campaign, because it's when it's horrible, it means it's advantageous for us. So it's kind of this cuts both ways type of a thing. And sorry, I just turned the light off here because we're crossing a vehicle. Yeah, is this it? 1 second here, folks. So, that was it. So let's get turned around and go check that out. Okay, yeah, so it's your next left up there. All right, sorry folks for the bad signal quality here, just trying to make do. But yeah, I think within a few minutes here, we should be up on the site, where they have all these vehicles lined up for an apparent ventilation shutdown that they're going to be doing shortly. So we'll take a look. Mm-hmm. No, it's probably 55. Yeah. All right, folks. So we have a sheriff vehicle who is turning around to follow us. So that's not too surprising. I don't know. I don't know if there's a law about having your dome light on while you're driving. So I just decided to turn that off. So sorry, we can't really see anything. But well, don't give him try not to give him a reason to stop you. What?
I don't know the speed limit either.
Dude, just go like 45. All right, so sorry you can't see anything, folks, here, but we have a sheriff's deputy trailing us, and so I'm not sure that I seem to recall there being some sort of a law about having a dome light on at night. I might be totally wrong about that, but I don't want to turn it on right now for that reason. This is a guy who's obviously looking for any reason to hassle us, obviously looking for any reason to give us a ticket, and ultimately looking for any reason to be an apologist for pigs being roasted alive. So we'll see this situation play out. So there, I guess you can see a little bit. I don't know how well you can see it, but that's our rear view mirror, and that's the lights of a sheriff's deputy who's following us as we are trying to locate this site where they're roasting these pigs alive somewhere along this road. And he crossed paths with us and quickly made a U-turn when he crossed paths with us so that he could get behind us. And now he is just harassing us because we are trying to shine a light on pigs being roasted alive. So this is the sorry, pathetic state of affairs with the political power of animal agriculture. So I'm sure he's coordinating with all his buddies and saying, hey, do what you can do to make yourself be invisible. But it may not be possible when it's a whole bunch of trucks lining up to be roasting pigs alive. They might not be able to hide. So we'll see what it looks like coming up here. We don't have perfect information. We don't know exactly where stuff is, but we have a general idea. And there are some lights up ahead. I can't really tell yet if those lights are vehicles or buildings or what, but we're going to keep moving forward with the accompaniment of this police officer. This may well have been one of the police officers, one of the sheriff's deputies who was at this prior site where we were. And I can now see another vehicle in the distance, so we may have two sheriffs accompanying us / trying to intimidate us. Cassie, maybe you want to, I don't know, my video doesn't look like much in it, so I don't know, maybe you just want to jump on for now, and then I can jump in if we see anything kind of worth seeing.
Sure, I can jump in. Just keep us posted, because if the police are following you. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Great.
They can hear you.
Okay. I think all of you could hear me and Matt couldn't or something. There's a lot of levels to the tech, but I don't have to learn them all tonight or ever, potentially. There's tech people for that. Tech people are great. So I don't know what's about to happen. I'm not sure if the police are following Matt to pull him over, or if they're just following to see where he's going and be prepared if any further actions happen. Matt just got out of jail this morning after being in there for around 24 hours, a little more than that, and they might be trying to send him back if they can find reason to, but it's unclear what their motive is at the moment, because Grundy County let him out this morning without any bail required, without any signatures on any agreements even required, so they're not asking for very much. It seemed like they wanted to get rid of him, which is surprising because Matt's such a joy to be around, but apparently they wanted to get rid of him, and I think it's probably because of a lot of the pressure that we're all bringing to the case. to this issue, just exposing it in not only The Intercept, but everyone's timeline who's sharing it online, and other articles. It got picked up by the Associated Press, so it was in the Chicago Tribune and New York Post and a lot of places, and other articles coming out as well. Front page of the Des Moines Register, this investigation of ventilation shutdown was right there on the front page of the largest newspaper in Iowa. And yeah, Matt is very well known and in some places very well liked, and others he's got some enemies for sure, like the people at the top of Iowa Select Farms who are certainly not happy about this right now. The people who run that company are huge funders of the governor of Iowa, Kim Reynolds. They've donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to her campaign, or in donations to her, and you know, that works. It gets them this relationship where she turns the other way when they're doing these really brutal, horrific things to animals, and lets it be deemed humane by industry vets and ignores it. So they want to sweep it under the rug. They don't want any attention, but there's Matt and team and employee whistleblowers and people like Scotty and Cheyenne, who we just heard from, and Justin?
Devin?
No, Devin's in the car, but Justin, I believe, is the other person who's in jail. And the three of them all have a hearing tomorrow. That's what Cheyenne was just telling me on the phone, that they'll have a hearing tomorrow before the judge, and they expect to be released. So it seems like even though the authorities are protecting the industry and arresting people who are blowing the whistle and trying to expose animal cruelty, they end up releasing people. We'll see tomorrow and keep folks posted, but they end up not actually wanting to elevate these cases or to keep good people in jail, especially right now, probably during the pandemic. And that makes sense, but then why don't they want to take action to support whistleblowers and to protect the animals when we're exposing criminal animal cruelty, when we have presented them multiple times now with a legal opinion from a former federal prosecutor at the federal level who's saying this is criminal animal cruelty, even according to animal cruelty laws in Iowa, which aren't as supportive of animals as they are in other states like California. There is a lot less rights protected by the Iowa's criminal animal cruelty laws, and there's a lot of exemptions for what things qualify for certain animals because of the huge influence of the industry in that state, because it's donating to Governor Reynolds so much money, and because of that power that they have, it does affect the laws, it changes them. But we know it works the other way, and we can affect and change the laws as well, and so that's why all these folks are taking action and seizing the moment, and that's why we're already seeing some results, and not just in the media, not just in Matt getting out of jail, but in all of the 612 people who are watching right now. And I think Matt just left Skype, so might try to call him. Oh yeah, that makes sense. So can they see nothing? It might have ended the live stream then.
I don't think it did. Okay, but it must just be a blank screen.
Well, can you?
I can see.
Ooh, I don't know why I'm joining on that.
Oh god. Okay, we got Matt. We got that. Oh no. Okay.
Should I check?
Join and then mute the audio and yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm in there, no?
Are you?
Am I in there?
Yeah, you're in. Okay, we got this. We got this. Okay, you're live.
Okay, we're back. Wow, Skype ended, but apparently the Facebook live stream did not. I don't understand how the world of tech works, but okay, hopefully people are still there and still sharing this live stream. It's been a long time. I'm sure some of you have already shared hours ago, and I know some people have shared twice because they told me, they commented and let us know they were sharing again, which is really helpful. And some people might just be joining now if it's morning hours for you where you are, people watching all over the world. So please share, please help us get this message out there, especially because there are police right now following Matt and Devin. That's part of the reason why Matt just threw the live stream to me, is because they're being tailed by the police and they're not really sure what is happening over there, but they're still following this tip from an anonymous whistleblower who joined our live stream and shared information with us about where these trucks holding the pigs are located right now. And although we have reason to believe that person, we also don't know exactly if we're going to be able to find that truck, because that message came in about an hour ago, I believe, and they hit the road when they could, but they had to drive a ways away to get from the first facility where they prevented VSD from happening, we think, to this new location where supposedly there's a truck. Lisa Carbonara is saying, still here, we stand with you. Thank you, Lisa. Nat Improves saying 3 a.m. here. Wow, thanks so much for staying up, Nat. And Pascual here again, shared from Spain. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's amazing to see this many people joining. And we also have this live stream cross-posted both on the Direct Action Everywhere Facebook page and on Now This Politics Facebook page. So we're reaching a wide audience of people who are politically engaged but maybe haven't heard that much about what's going on in the animal rights movement or in the animal agriculture industry. Although right now most people are hearing about what's going on in the animal agriculture industry because there's so much attention and so much criticism of this industry for sickening workers and for using mass killing methods to dump and dispose of animals in the first place. Matt just joined, so that's good news. I'm not sure if he's there yet with an update, though. I can see the car.
So, yeah, we've just been stopped by the police. So they were
harassing us for many miles, and then finally we stopped and pulled off. And they're harassing us, and there's, I think we all understand what's going on here. This has nothing to do with whatever supposed violations of the law they're going to try to get us on. This has everything to do with shielding and protecting animal agriculture. This is just such a disgusting display. And so here they are, and we'll see what excuses they've come up with to do their apologetics for roasting pigs alive. So I don't know what sort of excuses they have for us. So, yeah, is there a problem? What?
No, sir, you're not. I actually left my license in my other car, but I can pull up my USA insurance and give you my name and information. You can look up my license. You have a brake light on. Top brake light's on.
Okay, so they're really concerned about a brake light here. I'm sure that's really the core of the issue here. Is these officers are just so upset about a brake light. A brake light is just the reason they needed to harass us and chase us for miles, and they needed to cover for animals, for pigs literally being roasted alive. These officers are so concerned about a brake light. That's almost as good as the officer earlier tonight who is concerned about my naughty words and my aggressive tone. And these are the crimes of the century that they're here to serve and protect. While there's criminal animal abuse, while there's pigs being roasted alive, we have these officers who are standing here and pretending like they give a damn about, oh, there was a brake light out. Oh, they're pretending they give a damn about, you said the F word. Do you really have to speak in that manner? Why can't you just calm down? So fucking disgusting. It's a fucking disgusting. You're a fucking disgrace to the badge. This is disgusting. Yeah, we got that shit. So fucking disgusting. This is such a fucking shame. This is not why any of you got the badge. This is not what any of you stand for. And I encourage you to stand up and do what's right instead of just doing the bidding of your corporate master. All right, let's find this. So I know at the behest, you don't just up and decide to have two vehicles chasing somebody for miles and miles and miles over, they had potentially a tail light. One of your tail lights was out. Brake light was out. Yeah, that's what it was. So it had nothing to do with the fact that they're roasting pigs alive and we're drawing attention to that. You just both. But did it have anything to do with why you decided to start chasing us and decide to nitpick over one little thing? Oh, nobody's chasing us. You are so fucking full of shit. How can you? You know what? You're just lying your ass off like any good cop would. So congratulations on that one. All right, and that is an old one. I mean, the registration you can pull up off of the tags. All right. Yeah, it had nothing to do with it. So it had nothing to do with the fact that they're roasting pigs alive and we're drawing attention to it, right? Is that what you're saying? That's what you said a minute ago. Now you suddenly got real quiet on the matter. No, yeah. Well, why were you pursuing us? Why are you? You're not sending 2 deputies to chase for 10 miles somebody who every car that comes by that has a brake light out. All right. There's a very specific reason, and if you're gonna sit here and insult our intelligence, then I guess that's what you're gonna do. But it's real fucking dishonest, and you know it's real fucking dishonest. So fucking disgusting. So we literally have pigs probably at this very moment being roasted alive, and these deputies are real worried about a brake light. Crime of the century, brake light being out. So you can look up registration based upon the. Okay. Oh yeah, there's registration. We can see all of that. Fucking apologetics for the worst heinous animal abuse I've ever heard of in my life, and you all are signed on to not only accepting it to happen, but actively defending, literally roasting pigs alive. Criminal activity, the most heinous thing that anybody can even fathom existing, and this is what y'all are standing for. All right, here's the insurance. All right, let's see if we can nitpick anything wrong with that. Let's see here. All right, we'll hand it over there. Come on, find something. Let's see what he can come up with. All right, let's see what he can come up with. All right, see what they can concoct. I said some naughty words. I spoke up. It's probably disorderly conduct. I raised my voice. Fucking jackasses. All right, well, there you have it. And he said it with a straight face. He's like, oh, that wasn't the reason why. No, it's because of a brake light. This is the way we always fucking engage on, 15 miles worth of, hassling people over a brake light. We always get 2 deputies on the case and whip a sudden U-turn and do all this shit, over a brake light. That's the normal course of business, right? Y'all believe us, right? Yeah. So I don't know. I guess we're probably going to get whatever the maximum ticket allowable is for a broken taillight or for having a brake light out. And I don't know if not carrying the license on you is a thing. If it is, they're going to make it. They're going to definitely make it to the fullest extent of the law. And if they could write me a ticket for making them look like fucking idiots, they'd be all over that one too.
License in my possession aside, DXE was gonna help with the tickets if there was one, right?
We'll, yeah, we can figure that out. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, we'll see here. We actually just got better information, more detailed information about specifically where we're going, folks. So after this whole debacle is handled, then we will head back up there, and so we'll see what that looks like. So I don't know if that's coming through here, but this is 3 a.m, and they've deployed out their two sheriff's deputies right in rapid succession, one after another. Here in the middle of nowhere, completely not necessary, completely not a thing that would happen in a normal course of events, but for the political powers that be, and we just have to make 100% certain at all time that thousands of pigs are allowed to be roasted alive. So there you have it. So I don't know. Please, right now, no matter what ungodly hour it may be where you're at, share this live stream. Get attention on this situation. We already had one site where we were at where it appeared as though they had plans to be roasting pigs alive, and because of our presence there, it appears to have been switched to where they're now diverting to this other facility, which is in this vicinity here. And so that's why these officers have taken an interest in us. Absolutely. All right. All right. So let's put this stuff away. So I guess we're good. That is pretty surprising to me. I don't know. Maybe that was like a reverse psychology or what exactly happened there. But somehow we did not get a ticket. So I think that. They
normally do.
No, but you can back up. I can talk you back. Yeah, you got some room.
Should I back up and head towards it?
Yeah, I would back up towards him slightly.
What I mean is, like, should I be?
Oh, we do want to head the other way, but I mean, I think you can just U-turn it right now. Yeah, I think you can just you might have to 3-point turn U-turn it. All right, folks. So bear with us here. It's just looking like about 5 or 10 minutes until we get to our site. We've just got some updated information on where this site is, where they are roasting pigs alive, and where totally by sheer coincidence, a whole major police presence that's hyper vigilant about broken taillights and that sort of thing.
Matt, do you think maybe that was a stalling tactic to pull you over just to slow you down from getting where you're going? I mean, pulling you over and giving you no ticket seems...
Left. Yeah, I mean, I think that they actually can't. I think that all they could do is like a fix-it ticket. And so it's... yeah, I mean, it just is, in essence, it's the same thing. So, I mean, they kind of did sort of, in a way, do all that they could do. All right, so can you watch this? So it's 7.2 miles, so do the math on that. 7.1 miles. All right. So, yeah, I mean, I think they would have wished that they had something, more. Oh, gosh. How long has this thing been going for? What are we, like 5 hours deep or something? More than that, I guess. That was like a 9. It was like 5.5. Yeah, like 6 hours. Yeah. What's the view count at? Oh my gosh, that is so. Yeah. that. But yeah, it's the power and enthusiasm behind this community, this movement, this campaign. Yeah, we gotta. No, it's 7 miles pretty much on this road. So yeah. So yeah, once again, we should be within 5 minutes of this facility, where our information is that they are conducting a ventilation shutdown. So we're gonna see what that looks like. But we're not exactly sure because we don't have complete information, but we have vicinity to go off of, and so that's what it'll be. When we go up here, we kind of have to look close. I'm sure if they are watching our live, well, they are watching our live stream. I'm sure somebody is that's part of this. And so it'd be kind of one of these things like, oh, they're coming, turn all the lights off, pull the trucks in, this kind of a thing. Anything they can do to, avoid people getting in too close, paying too much attention to, what's going on here. Anything to distract. So we shall see as we get closer. Are you watching your odometer?
Yep.
How far is it? Like 5 minutes?
About another 4 miles to where it's at.
Okay. All right. So yeah, about another 4 minutes, I would say, till we are there. So I'll remind y'all one more time, which I know is a little on the persistent side, but I think it's just super important to get this message out there. So sharing this live stream, tweeting at Kim Reynolds, tweeting at Iowa Select Farms, tweeting at Tyson, tweeting at any retailers that are selling Tyson products, and demanding that all of the above disavow ventilation shutdown and disavow any relationships, any business relationships with companies that are involved in that. That's the kind of pressure that's really going to make something like this count and really drive forward the kind of change that we're all personally invested in, personally and collectively. So please do so, all of the above, and help us out. And then if you are interested in, available for traveling to Iowa, even if you're a long ways away now, we want to start collecting names of people who can do that, who can make their way to Iowa. We're looking at potentially, and I say potentially funding people to travel here, potentially renting vans and bus potentially, and that sort of a thing, and locking down and potentially just completely shutting down, overwhelming with way too many people at a facility like this. Because it doesn't even matter if they know we're coming or if they don't. If we have hundreds of people that are going to go in as one and lock down and say absolutely not, you will not be roasting pigs alive. You're not going to be roasting pigs alive. That's going to put an end to that, straight away. So, yeah. So email me if you're interested. I guess you can comment below here. You can also email me. My email address is matt@directactioneverywhere.com. So that's MATT and then the words directactioneverywhere.com. So please do that. And what are we, 1 or 2 miles away?
Yeah, 1 or 2.
Okay. So we are coming up on Cassie, maybe you want to take over video because I want to look at my map real quick.
video soon so we can see what you're seeing and get an answer to this quest that you've been on and see what's happening, since folks are staying up so late and staying with the live stream to see where it ends, and definitely want to hear what you all find there. But once again, just a huge shout out to everyone involved in this project, from the original investigation and the employee whistleblowers who made it possible, to all the people sharing that online and providing legal support. And thanks, Lawrence, right now for letting me know you can hear me and validating me. Makes me really happy to know I'm being heard. Just kidding. But thank you to everybody who's playing their role, and to the activists who were arrested today, Cheyenne and Justin and Scotty, who are in jail right now, where Matt was just this morning, and everyone online who's making this action possible. We're really grateful that you're sticking with us, but hopefully we'll have an answer shortly and be able to see where we can go from here. And whatever happens, we're going to continue to expose ventilation shutdown. We're going to continue to expose all the horrors of this industry, and to demand a change and demand that the government and the industry make a plan to transition, because a better world's possible, and we don't need to be killing animals at all. We don't need to kill them in this horrific way, but we don't need to kill them at all. We can transform this industry completely and protect animals and protect workers and protect public health, all with the same transition plan. So we just need people to take a stance right now, and that's why we're trying to get the issue to Governor Kim Reynolds, so that she can take a stand against VSD, against this violence in the state of Iowa, and show her that you support that and that you want change to come. And you can use #CancelAnimalAg on Twitter. You can also use all your social media channels, anything that you're on. Maybe you can make a TikTok video to Kim Reynolds. I don't know. I just made a TikTok, but I haven't made a video yet. But maybe my first one will be to Kim Reynolds, because we need her to know what's going on, and we need everyone to know, whatever age, whatever social media platform, whatever background. We need more people to hear about this. So hopefully everything's going all right there. And Matt, if you do have any updates, feel free to jump back in. I bet your video is pretty dark just outside if you got there, but we'd all like to hear the updates of what you're finding now that you're around the destination that you are headed out to. And if you all want to support more, there's so many ways that you can help and volunteer and get active, whether it's with a specific chapter of Direct Action Everywhere near you, or in just an online campaign. You can email mentoring@directactioneverywhere.com if you want to find out if there's a chapter near you, or start your own chapter if there isn't. And they will mentor you and help you and set you up for success. Or you can go to dxe.io/cancelanimalag, and you can join the Cancel Animal Ag campaign, and you can help make this campaign a success in Iowa and around the world, because this is an international campaign that people everywhere are a part of. You're all a part of it just by being on this live stream and sharing it and using that hashtag. And if you want to, you can use the profile frame on Facebook. Everything that you can do helps so much and shows a lot of unity within our movement. Matt, we hear your audio. I'm not sure what your video situation is.
Site up here that it's, I think they're doing all they can to cover this up, and we have a site that we think is the site. It looks like a site that would be fitting for doing ventilation shutdown, and it smells like a site where there's a whole lot of pigs, and I couldn't quite, we pulled over and we're listening, I couldn't, it was a little bit too far away, like maybe
we want this one? Well, people can still see me. I don't know if they can hear me. But Priya says she wants to.
I think go ahead and pull. Just like pull off when you get up here, and then if it seems like it's pretty clear, then I might just go run up there.
I'm not sure if people are hearing me at the moment.
It's weird.
Well, or you can just take off. You can basically just take off, probably, actually.
I think we transition.
Well, it depends on how far away the car is. I guess if you have enough notice, yeah, just go ahead and pull off right now.
Matt, are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, well, I don't know if people were able to hear what you were saying very well, but I think if there's some risk involved that we want to be really careful, and I'm not sure what the update is at the moment, but what exactly are you doing?
So I'm at a site where it might be happening.
Are we not able to switch to your video?
I'm switching.
Is it on now? Can you see? Can you hear me? Okay. This might be nothing, actually. We don't have great information. It definitely smells like a pig farm, but there's not people around. And so, yeah, I mean, we have eyes out and there's no vehicles coming. So that part is, I mean, yeah. Okay. No, I don't, this is not a there's not a VSD happening now. All right, I'm going to go back to the car. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Yeah. So we are, turn this light on so we can start heading back to Waterloo. Yeah. Yeah, and well, don't say the name of it out loud either. I shouldn't have said that. I said that. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, so we are going to go find our hotel, I think, for a few hours. And then
Pretty good timing.
in a few hours, we will be looking to support the other three when they get out in the morning. Presumably, that's what we're expecting to have happen. So that'll be good to get them out. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the answer is with what happened here tonight. Actually, I have a little bit of a thought about us driving by that other site again.
Really?
I just wonder if that's, like what are the odds are that happened, as far as if they're
gonna be able to tell though.
Well, if they brought in, they wouldn't have been able to unload everybody so fast. And there was that one guy when we left this other site. There was a guy that was just like sitting in there quietly, and like there was no sign other than I knew that I saw him in there earlier. Yeah. Well, unless all these trucks got diverted and they're now to the first site, which that could have happened. So, yeah, I mean, is that even like if you route to our hotel and then you route to the other site, like, can you do that quick? Here, Cassie, just maybe you can just take on for just 1 minute here. I'm gonna try and figure out what your direction things are and how far out of the way it is and stuff.
Okay. So, I believe that was the facility that Matt was routed towards, at least that general vicinity. And although there was a farm there, we didn't see any signs of ventilation shutdown or I think any signs of much of anything going on there. And there's obviously a lot of possibilities of what could be happening in that situation if they got wind of people coming and moved, or lots of things could be the case. But I think we're getting to the point we're going to wrap up soon and just hopefully going to hear from Matt what things people can do going forward, because this is obviously not the end of anything. It's the start of a campaign in Iowa, and a start of more whistleblowers reaching out and more eyes inside and outside of the industry, and that increased pressure and increased transparency only means that we're going to get more pressure on the industry to create change. So we're at a good starting point for raising awareness about what's happening in factory farms in Iowa right now, and we need to continue that. And there's a lot of ways we can do that. We made a really good dent tonight, but let's just let folks know, Matt, what they can do tomorrow, and I think we should wrap it up.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I mean, thanks everybody for sticking around and all that good stuff, and for making this, successful live stream. In certain regards, we're not quite sure what to make of what eventually kind of happened with what Iowa Select Farms is trying to do tonight, but yeah, certainly in terms of raising awareness and putting pressure on them, we've accomplished that in a big way tonight. And like I said, I think we need to just only escalate things, and there's just every reason to believe that we can and will escalate things and be successful moving forward. So please keep your eyes and ears open for what these next options are, and keep watch your emails and contribute and support in any way you can, via social media, via financially, maybe via showing up in person if there's a way to make that happen. And please share this live stream, get those tweets out to ISF, to Kim Reynolds, and to Tyson. And yeah, I'm sure by early morning you'll be hearing from us, which is only maybe in like another 5 hours or so. But
thanks, everybody. Thanks for staying so late and so long, and look out for more tomorrow.